The brutal truth about living underground in the Middle Ages. Beneath the medieval earth. Imagine that it is late evening. There is no electricity glowing through the darkness outside your window. No distant headlights pass along the road. No refrigerator hums quietly in the kitchen. There is no blue light from a phone waiting beside your bed. There is only darkness. And beneath your feet, the earth is cold. You are sitting inside a small medieval dwelling, somewhere in Europe, though precisely where hardly matters. The century could be the 10th, the 11th, perhaps the 12th. Outside, winter rain has been falling since afternoon, tapping against timber, mud, thatch, and stone. The wind has pushed itself through every gap it could find. Inside, the air is warmer. Not warm, just warmer. A small fire burns in a shallow hearth. It gives off more smoke than anyone would prefer, but preferences are luxuries, and medieval housing has very little interest in your preferences. The smoke rises toward the roof. Some of it escapes. Much of it does not. You can smell damp earth beneath you. Straw, wool, wet clothing. Wood smoke, old food, human bodies, perhaps an animal nearby. The walls are thick. Part of the floor lies below ground level. You have descended only a few steps to enter. And that is when you begin to understand something. Living underground sounds romantic when described from a warm modern room. It sounds mysterious, ancient, almost cozy. A little stone doorway leading beneath the earth. Candles glowing against rough walls. Wooden shelves, barrels, a sleeping alcove, perhaps a small fire, perhaps a family gathered together while snow falls silently above them. It is a beautiful image, and like many beautiful historical images, it becomes considerably less beautiful once you have to spend the night there. Because the earth is not only shelter. The earth is also damp. The earth grows mold. The earth attracts insects. The earth has very strong opinions about ventilation. And if you build your home beneath the ground without modern drainage, insulation, plumbing, artificial lighting, mechanical ventilation, or concrete foundations, you are essentially entering into a long-term negotiation with moisture. And moisture usually wins. Tonight, we are going to descend into that world. Not into the fantasy of medieval underground life, but into the quieter, stranger reality. We will look at the people who lived partly beneath the surface, the reasons they did it, the homes they built, the food they stored, the animals they kept nearby, the smoke they breathed, the darkness they endured, and the simple physical problem that follows anyone underground through history. How do you make a hole in the earth into a home? It is a question that sounds simple. It is not. So, as the night settles around you, let us imagine the medieval landscape above. Fields stretch into the darkness. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell has already marked the hour. The village is becoming quiet. Dogs bark occasionally. A cart creaks somewhere along a muddy road. The last workers are returning from the fields. And beneath all of this ordinary medieval life, there are people going home. Downward. Into the earth. Not because they have discovered some secret underground paradise, but because the earth can sometimes be the cheapest wall a poor person will ever own. And that is where our story begins. Before we descend too far, we should clear away one of the most persistent misunderstandings about the Middle Ages. When people hear the phrase living underground, they often imagine something like an enormous medieval civilization hidden beneath the soil. Long tunnels. Entire villages carved into rock. People walking through endless candlelit corridors. Families permanently living in caves. It makes for excellent fantasy. It makes for considerably less reliable history. Medieval Europe was overwhelmingly a surface world. Most people lived in houses built above ground from whatever materials their local environment provided. Timber, wattle and daub, stone, clay, thatch, mud. The architecture varied enormously from one region to another. A peasant house in England was not the same as a rural dwelling in France. A village in Scandinavia faced different problems from one in southern Italy. A household in the mountains had different building materials from one on a flat agricultural plain. And yet, across these different environments, people repeatedly discovered the same useful fact. The ground is good insulation. If you place part of a structure below the surface, the surrounding earth can help protect it from temperature extremes. In winter, the ground can shelter a room from some of the cold. In summer, it can remain cooler than the outside air. A sunken room also requires fewer materials to create walls. If the earth is already there, why build an enormous wall against it? You simply remove some of the earth, strengthen the sides where necessary, place a roof above the depression, and hope that the weather remains reasonably cooperative. This was not necessarily primitive foolishness. Could be practical. Very practical. Especially for people who had limited timber, limited stone, limited money, and an unlimited supply of dirt. The dirt, fortunately, was not charging rent. The medieval world was a world of materials. Everything had to come from somewhere. A modern house hides this reality from us. We walk into a room and see walls, but behind those walls are bricks, timber, insulation, pipes, wiring, nails, concrete, glass, metal, and countless manufactured components transported from different places. A medieval household had none of this industrial abundance. If you wanted a wall, you needed to find material for the wall. If you wanted a roof, you needed timber or another suitable material. If you wanted heat, you needed fuel. If you wanted light, you needed candles, lamps, rushlights, or fire. And if you wanted to make a house larger without obtaining more wall-building material, one solution was wonderfully obvious. Dig downward. The soil itself became part of the architecture. This is why archaeologists sometimes discover structures known as sunken featured buildings. These were not necessarily underground houses in the dramatic sense. Often they were partly sunken structures. A pit was dug into the ground. Posts supported a roof. The walls might be lined with timber, clay, wattle, or other materials. The floor sat below the surrounding ground level. Some were used for habitation. Others may have served workshops, storage functions, or other purposes. And their exact use varied across time and place. The important point is that medieval people were not strangers to the idea of putting useful spaces below ground. They simply did not necessarily think about it in the way we do. For them, this was architecture, not an aesthetic, not a survival challenge for a television program, not an underground lifestyle, just another way of making a place where human beings could cook, sleep, work, store things, and avoid the worst of the weather. And that practicality tells us something important about medieval life. People were not constantly trying to recreate the grand stone castles we associate with the period. Most people lived in modest structures. Their homes were practical. Their buildings changed. They were repaired, expanded, abandoned, rebuilt, sometimes destroyed, sometimes buried, and sometimes, because they were partly below the ground already, they disappeared almost completely from the landscape. A wooden house can vanish. A thatched roof can vanish. A wall of wattle and daub can collapse into the soil. But the hollow where a building once stood may remain. Centuries later, archaeologists can find that depression and begin reconstructing the quiet life that once occupied it. Post hole. A hearth. Piece of pottery. A fragment of animal bone. A handful of charcoal. Perhaps a metal object. Perhaps a little patch of burned earth. Tiny things. Almost nothing. And yet from these tiny things, a vanished household begins to appear. Imagine that. A family can disappear from history without leaving a single written sentence. But their fireplace remains. Their floor remains. The hole where one of their posts stood remains. And suddenly, more than 1,000 years later, someone kneeling in the soil can say, people lived here. Someone cooked here. Someone slept here. Someone was cold here. Someone woke up one morning and looked at the same patch of earth. Someone complained about the rain. Someone probably stepped on someone's foot. Someone lost a small object. Someone laughed. Someone got sick. Someone grew old. Someone died. History is often like that. It is not always kings and battles. Sometimes it is a hole in the ground. Now imagine building such a place. You begin with the earth. This is important because medieval construction was physical in a way that modern construction often is not. You do not call a contractor. You do not order a prefabricated wall. You do not rent an excavator. You pick up a tool. And you dig. The first few layers may be manageable. Then the soil changes. Perhaps it becomes dense. Perhaps roots appear. Perhaps stones interfere with the work. Perhaps the ground is wet. And suddenly the clever idea of using the earth as your walls becomes a personal argument with geology. Every bucket of soil has to go somewhere. Every stone has to be moved. Every structural decision matters. Dig too deep, and the sides may become unstable. Dig in the wrong place and water may begin entering. Build the roof poorly, and the entire thing can collapse. This is one of the first brutal truths about underground living. The ground feels solid because it normally surrounds us. But once you remove the support that gives the ground its shape, the earth becomes something else. Can slide. Can crumble. Can collapse. Can flood. Can become impossible to work. Medieval builders knew this through experience. They did not have modern soil mechanics. They did not have digital structural models. They had something older: observation, tradition, and the memory of what happened to the last person who dug too far. Knowledge could be inherited. A builder knew what local soil was like. He knew where water appeared. He knew which timber could support a roof. He knew what slopes were dangerous. He knew that a structure built beside a stream might eventually become a structure built inside the stream. And if he did not know these things, the ground had a very efficient educational system. Punished mistakes immediately. Still, the advantages could be considerable. A partly sunken dwelling could be easier to keep warm. The surrounding soil provided thermal mass. The lower position could reduce exposure to wind. The structure could require fewer materials. And for a poor household, these advantages mattered. Because winter was not merely uncomfortable. Winter could be economically devastating. Imagine waking before dawn in January. The air outside is freezing. The fields are dormant. Your supply of firewood is not infinite. Every log burned today is one less log available tomorrow. You are trying to preserve calories, preserve fuel, preserve clothing, preserve the health of children, preserve animals, preserve yourself. A house that reduces heat loss is not merely convenient. It can be the difference between discomfort and survival. So the earth begins to look less like dirt. It begins to look like insulation. And this is where underground architecture makes sense. But there was a price. There is always a price. The same earth that protects you from the wind can trap moisture. The same thick walls that hold warmth can make ventilation difficult. The same darkness that keeps heat from escaping also keeps sunlight out. And the deeper you go, the more important these problems become. The first thing you notice underground is the air. Feels different. Even a dry underground space can feel heavy. A damp one feels almost alive. The walls may sweat. Condensation gathers. Clothing dries slowly. Straw becomes unpleasant. Wood can rot. Food can spoil. And human beings, who are wonderfully adaptable creatures, become extremely creative in finding ways to make these conditions slightly less terrible. You might raise bedding off the ground. You might place straw beneath you. You might use wooden boards. You might line walls with woven materials. You might create drainage channels. You might build a doorway or shaft to allow air movement. You might use a hearth. And the hearth creates another problem: smoke. The medieval world was full of smoke. Fire was essential. You needed it for warmth. You needed it for cooking. You needed it for light. You needed it because winter exists. But fire indoors is not a harmless little flame. Produces smoke. Modern fireplaces and chimneys are the result of centuries of architectural development. Early medieval households often had much less sophisticated arrangements. In some buildings, smoke escaped through openings in the roof. In others, ventilation occurred through doors, gaps, vents, or other openings. The result was not exactly a spa-like atmosphere. The air could become hazy. The walls could darken with soot. The smell of smoke could cling to clothing. Ice could sting. Throats could become irritated. And yet, everyone simply carried on. Because what else were they going to do? Turn off the fire? Wonderful. Now you have fresh air. And hypothermia. This was the medieval version of choosing between two bad options. At night, the underground home became even stranger. Imagine the sun has disappeared. Outside, the village is almost invisible. Inside, your world has shrunk to the radius of a flame. A candle does not illuminate a room the way an electric bulb does. It creates a small island of visibility. Everything beyond that island becomes shadow. The corners disappear. The ceiling disappears. The far side of the room becomes uncertain. The flame flickers. The shadows move. A person standing across the room may look almost unreal. And because underground spaces naturally have fewer openings, darkness becomes especially dominant. This changes your relationship with time. Today, we carry clocks in our pockets. We know exactly when midnight is. We can wake ourselves at 6:30 without difficulty. We can turn on a lamp at 3 in the morning and flood a room with light. Medieval people had none of that. Night was genuinely dark. And underground, it could be darker still. Your day was tied to sunlight. Dawn mattered. Dusk mattered. The changing brightness outside mattered. When the sun disappeared, the world became expensive to illuminate. Every candle consumed resources. Every lamp needed fuel. Every flame required attention. So you did not casually leave every room glowing. You lived inside darkness. You learned to tolerate it. You learned to navigate it. You learned to sleep in it. And eventually, you learned that darkness itself was part of the household. There would be no sudden glow from the ceiling. No hallway light. No bathroom light. No little blue rectangle beside your pillow. Only the fire. Only the candle. Only the faint light that entered through the doorway. And sometimes absolutely nothing. The underground home was also a place of smells. We should probably talk about smells. History tends to avoid them. Books tell us what people wore, what wars they fought, what kings they crowned. But very rarely do they explain what the room smelled like. And underground, smell mattered. A household was a mixture of everything. Wet wool, sweat, smoke, animal hair, cooked grain, stored vegetables, fermented foods, damp wood, straw, mud, leather, human waste. If animals were kept close to the dwelling, their smell entered the atmosphere as well. And medieval sanitation was not designed around modern expectations. There were no municipal sewage systems running beneath most rural settlements. There were no standardized indoor toilets. Waste had to go somewhere. Sometimes that meant pits. Sometimes latrines. Sometimes waste was thrown into designated areas. Sometimes it simply ended up closer to people than we would find comfortable. Underground spaces could therefore become unpleasant very quickly. A poorly drained dwelling was not merely damp. It could become contaminated. And when water moved through the soil, it could carry things you did not want near your drinking supply. This was one of the great invisible dangers of pre-modern life. People understood some forms of contamination through experience. They knew that foul water was dangerous. They knew certain places were unhealthy. They knew that rotting matter attracted unpleasant creatures. But they did not understand microorganisms. They could not see bacteria. They could not culture pathogens. They did not know the microscopic mechanisms of disease. So the underground household was always balancing between what could be seen and what could not. The visible problem was mold. The invisible problem was whatever else might be living in the water. And then there were the insects, because apparently darkness, smoke, dampness, and cold were not enough. There were insects, fleas, lice, flies, mites, various beetles, rodents. The medieval household shared its environment with animals far more intimately than most modern households do. You might have livestock nearby, perhaps chickens, perhaps pigs, perhaps a goat, perhaps cattle. The precise arrangement depended on place, wealth, season, and architecture. But animals were not merely pets. They were economic assets. A cow represented milk. A pig represented meat. Chickens represented eggs. A horse represented transportation and labor. So you protected them. You fed them. You sheltered them. And sometimes that meant placing them extremely close to the human living space. The boundary between house and barn could therefore be surprisingly flexible. For a modern person, this sounds horrifying. For a medieval farmer, it could simply sound practical. The animals are warm. You are warm. The animals need protection. You need protection. Everyone is alive. Excellent. Nobody is asking questions. This closeness had advantages. Animal body heat could contribute modestly to warmth. Livestock could be monitored. Predators could be deterred. But it also introduced smell, insects, waste, noise, and disease. And rodents had absolutely no respect for human property rights. If you stored grain underground, you were not storing it alone. You were issuing an invitation. The medieval rat, mouse, or other grain-eating creature did not need to understand agriculture. It simply needed to understand opportunity. And underground storage offered opportunity in abundance. Food was one of the most important reasons to build underground spaces. The temperature underground can remain relatively stable compared with the surface. This made cellars and pits useful for storing certain foods. Root vegetables, grain, fermented products, drinks, meat preserved through various methods, cheese, other supplies. The cellar was not necessarily a place where people lived. Often, it was more useful as a place where food lived. And this distinction matters. When we say living underground, we must be careful not to imagine every cellar as a bedroom. A medieval building might contain several different zones. The living area above, a storage area below, a workshop nearby, a stable adjacent, a pit beneath the floor. The medieval household did not always divide space according to the clean categories we are familiar with today. One room might perform many functions. A space used for cooking could also be used for eating. A space used for working could become a sleeping area. A storage room might be entered several times a day. The idea of one room having one carefully defined purpose is relatively modern. Medieval space was flexible. Everything had to earn its existence. A room that could store food, protect tools, shelter people, and remain cool was valuable. A room that existed purely to look impressive was something only wealthier households could afford. And even wealthy people had cellars. Because underground space is useful. A medieval lord might have a stone cellar beneath a hall. A monastery might have extensive underground storage. A townhouse might contain a cellar for barrels and food. A merchant might store goods below his shop. The underground world was therefore not exclusively a world of poverty. It was a functional layer of medieval life, sometimes humble, sometimes impressive, sometimes both. But if you were actually going to sleep underground, one problem would follow you every night. The floor. The modern bed has transformed our expectations. We expect a mattress. We expect a frame. We expect a pillow. We expect blankets. We expect a reasonably level surface. Medieval people certainly used beds and bedding, especially in wealthier households. But the quality varied enormously. For poorer people, bedding could be simple. Straw was important. It was relatively available. It could be placed beneath the body to provide some insulation from cold ground. But straw is not memory foam. It shifts, compresses. It becomes damp, collects dirt, can harbor insects. It needs replacing. And if you sleep directly against the ground, you lose heat into it. So the bedding beneath you becomes important. Imagine lying down at night. The fire has burned low. Your clothing is still slightly damp from the day. Your feet are cold. The straw beneath you crackles. Someone nearby coughs. A child turns over. A dog shifts in the darkness. You hear rain above. You hear the wind. You smell smoke. And somewhere beneath the floor, water is moving slowly through the soil. You close your eyes. There is no central heating, no thermostat, no insulated sleeping bag, no heated mattress. You simply pull the blanket closer and wait for morning. Morning underground would not begin with an alarm. It would begin with light, or rather, the gradual possibility of light. Someone opens the door. A gray morning appears outside. Cold air enters. The darkness inside changes. You can suddenly see the outlines of objects. The fire must be revived. Water must be fetched. Food must be prepared. Animals must be checked. Work begins. And this is where another misconception about underground life disappears. The people living in these spaces were not spending their entire lives underground. They had lives outside. They worked in fields. They walked roads. They visited markets. They attended churches. They gathered wood. They repaired fences. They cared for animals. They traded. They traveled. They fought. They celebrated. They argued. They married. They raised children. They experienced weather directly. The underground space was a refuge, a workshop, a storage area, a sleeping place, a home. But it was not necessarily an entire universe. Above them was the real world, and that world could be beautiful. A medieval landscape at dawn could be astonishing. Mist over fields, frost over grass, smoke rising from distant houses, a church tower appearing through fog, birds waking in hedges, cattle moving slowly through pasture, a river catching the first light. The people who lived partly beneath the ground still experienced all of this. In fact, perhaps the contrast made it more powerful. You spend the night in darkness, then you step outside, and suddenly the entire world is light. But there were places where the underground world became much more significant. One of them was the mining landscape. Mining communities lived with the earth in a completely different way. For miners, the underground was not simply shelter. It was workplace, a dangerous one. People descended into shafts and tunnels to extract valuable materials. Iron, lead, copper, salt, coal in some regions and periods, precious metals, stone. The history of medieval mining is therefore also a history of people becoming increasingly comfortable with the idea of working beneath the surface. But comfortable is perhaps the wrong word. Familiar. That is better. You can become familiar with danger without becoming comfortable with it. A miner learns the sound of rock, the smell of underground air, the movement of water, the weakness of timber, the direction of tunnels, the danger of collapse, the location of the exit, and perhaps most importantly, the amount of darkness a human being can tolerate. Imagine entering a medieval mine. You carry light. That light is precious. You cannot see very far. The tunnel closes around you. The walls are rough. The ceiling is low. You may have to bend, sometimes crawl, sometimes squeeze through narrow spaces. Every sound behaves differently underground. A hammer strikes stone. The sound travels. Water drips. Wood creaks. Someone coughs. Someone shouts. The darkness absorbs almost everything. And somewhere above you is the ordinary world. Fields, trees, sky, sunlight. But you are beneath it, and the earth has become your workplace. Mining also reveals another brutal truth about underground existence. The earth does not care whether you are poor, rich, brave, or tired. If a roof collapses, it collapses. If water enters a shaft, it enters. If ventilation fails, the air becomes dangerous. If a worker falls, the ground does not politely provide a safety net. Medieval miners developed techniques to reduce these risks. They used timber supports. They created drainage systems. They improved ventilation. They used different tools and methods according to local geology. They passed knowledge between generations. But the fundamental problem remained. You were working inside a material that could kill you. The mine was a place where human intelligence confronted physical reality. And physical reality was extremely stubborn. This was true of every underground structure. The deeper you went, the more you depended on engineering. The more important drainage became. The more important support became. The more important air became. And the more expensive mistakes became. A small crack in an above-ground wall might be inconvenient. A structural failure underground could bury you. Perhaps the most frightening thing about underground life was not darkness. It was the knowledge that the darkness had weight. Above ground, if something goes wrong, you can often run. Underground, there are walls. You have an entrance. Perhaps one entrance. Maybe two. But there is no open horizon. There is no easy direction in which to escape. The ceiling is above you. The earth surrounds you. And in a flood, fire, collapse, or attack, your shelter can become a trap. This is why underground architecture always involves a strange contradiction. The thing that protects you can also imprison you. The thick earth keeps out cold, can also keep out fresh air. The narrow entrance protects warmth, can also become the only route to safety. The low roof makes construction easier, can also make smoke linger. The hidden position protects against wind. It can also make the space difficult to escape. This is the basic tragedy of shelter. A shelter is valuable because it separates you from the outside world. But the more completely it separates you, the more dependent you become upon what happens inside. And medieval people understood this instinctively. They did not have modern emergency exits. They did not have building codes. They did not have fire alarms. They did not have carbon monoxide detectors. They simply knew that some buildings were safer than others. And they learned through experience. There is another reason people sometimes chose partially underground spaces. War. The medieval world was not permanently at war, despite the popular image of endless sword fights. But warfare was common enough to shape architecture, settlement patterns, and psychology. Raids could occur. Armies could pass through. Villages could be attacked. Homes could be burned. Food could be stolen. Animals could be taken. People could be killed or displaced. In dangerous periods, hiding became a practical skill. A cellar, cave, pit, or underground chamber could offer concealment. But again, we should not imagine a universal medieval tradition of people hiding underground every time someone saw a knight on the horizon. Most medieval people simply lived ordinary lives. The danger was intermittent. That was precisely what made it frightening. You did not spend every day hiding. You spent most days farming. Then one day, smoke appeared on the horizon, and suddenly the cellar looked very useful. You might take valuables downstairs. You might hide food. You might hide yourself. You might wait. And waiting underground could be psychologically brutal. You cannot see what is happening. You hear distant sounds, perhaps shouting, perhaps horses, perhaps bells, perhaps nothing. Silence can be worse than noise, because when you cannot see the danger, your imagination becomes responsible for describing it. And imagination is rarely a careful historian. It assumes the worst. Now picture the same underground room during winter. The family is gathered close. Outside, snow covers the landscape. The door is shut. The fire is small. Everyone is conserving fuel. There is not enough space for privacy. This is another important aspect of medieval domestic life. People lived close together. Families shared rooms. Servants might share space. Animals might be nearby. Privacy was limited. Modern ideas about personal space would have been difficult to maintain. Imagine trying to have a private argument in a room where 6 other people are sitting 3 feet away. You would not. At least not successfully. Someone would hear. Someone always heard. The underground household was therefore intensely communal. The same walls that trapped heat also trapped voices. A child crying could wake everyone. Someone coughing could be heard. Someone moving around at night disturbed others. Snoring was apparently an ancient human tradition with excellent archaeological continuity. And if you were unlucky enough to live beside someone who snored loudly, the Middle Ages offered you no noise-canceling headphones. You had 2 options. Endure it, or become the person everyone else complained about. History does not tell us who won those arguments, but human nature suggests that nobody did. Children experienced underground life differently. For a child, the home was the world. The darkness was not necessarily frightening in the same way it is to an adult. Children adapt to their surroundings. A child born into a household with a dirt floor does not look at the floor and think, "How primitive." They think, "This is the floor." A child who grows up with smoke understands smoke. A child who sleeps beside siblings understands crowded sleeping. A child who wakes in darkness learns to navigate darkness. This does not mean the conditions were harmless. Children were especially vulnerable to poor nutrition, disease, cold, smoke, and infection. But they also possessed an extraordinary capacity to adapt. They played. They invented games. They watched adults. They learned chores. They learned animals. They learned the landscape. They learned which foods were safe. They learned which tools were dangerous. They learned the rhythms of the household. The underground room might therefore contain moments of ordinary happiness. A child laughing. Someone telling a story. A mother preparing food. A father repairing a tool. Someone singing quietly. A dog sleeping near the fire. These moments matter. Because historical hardship does not mean historical misery every second of every day. People still laughed in difficult conditions. They still loved one another. They still made jokes. They still celebrated births. They still enjoyed food. They still complained about neighbors. They still found reasons to be happy. Human beings have always been remarkably good at building small islands of comfort inside difficult worlds. And perhaps that is the most important thing to remember as we descend deeper into medieval history. The people beneath the ground were not simply victims of their environment. They were problem solvers. They experimented. They observed. They adapted. They knew their local landscape better than almost anyone alive today knows theirs. They knew where the soil stayed dry, where water gathered, which wood resisted rot, which plants could be stored, which foods survived winter, which paths became impassable after rain, which hills sheltered a settlement from wind, which caves remained dry, which cellars flooded, which buildings were safe, and which buildings were not. Their knowledge was practical. It was rarely written down. Much of it was transmitted through demonstration. Parent showed a child. A craftsman trained an apprentice. A neighbor warned another. A miner taught a younger worker. A farmer remembered what happened during the last flood. This kind of knowledge disappears easily from written history, but it shaped survival. And so, when we look at an ancient depression in the ground, or the remains of a sunken medieval structure, we should not see only poverty. We should see intelligence. Not the kind of intelligence measured by books. The kind that asks, how do we keep the roof from falling? How do we keep the water out? How do we keep the fire burning? How do we preserve food? How do we survive winter? How do we make this place livable? These were not philosophical questions. They were Tuesday questions, and medieval people answered them every week. Now the fire is almost gone. The room has become quiet. The household is asleep. Above the ground, the village has disappeared into darkness. There is no streetlight, no distant traffic, no sound of electricity, only wind. Perhaps rain. Perhaps the occasional movement of an animal. The earth around you is cold. The walls are dark. The straw beneath you shifts as you turn. Someone nearby breathes slowly. A tiny ember glows in the hearth. For a moment, everything is still, and you begin to understand why people built these places despite everything. The underground world was not comfortable in the modern sense, but it could be protective, could be economical, could preserve food, could conserve heat, could hide you, could give you a place to survive. And survival was the great currency of medieval life. Not convenience, not luxury, not comfort. Survival. The question was never, can we make this perfect? The question was, can we make it through the winter? Can we keep the children alive? Can we preserve enough grain? Can we keep the animals? Can we repair the roof? Can we stay warm? Can we make it to spring? And perhaps that is why the underground spaces of the Middle Ages feel strangely moving today. They remind us that a home does not have to be beautiful to matter. It only has to protect the people inside. A hole in the earth can become a home. A handful of straw can become a bed. A small flame can become a kitchen. A wooden door can become a wall against winter. And a family gathered around a fire can turn a dark cavity beneath the ground into something that, for a little while, feels safe. Outside, the medieval night continues. The fields are silent. The trees move in the wind. The church stands somewhere beyond the darkness. The road is empty, and beneath the earth, another night passes. Slowly, quietly, one breath at a time. But the underground world has another side. Because once you understand how people built these spaces, another question appears. What happened when the water came? What happened when the fire produced too much smoke? What happened when the walls began to crack? What happened when food spoiled? What happened when rats discovered the grain? What happened when disease entered the household? And what happened when winter lasted longer than expected? Those are the questions that take us deeper, much deeper. Because the brutal truth about medieval underground living was not simply that it was dark. It was that the earth could protect you from one danger while quietly preparing another. And in the next part of our journey, we are going to follow that moisture through the walls, beneath the floors, into the sleeping spaces, and eventually into the most persistent enemy of the underground household, water. Because medieval people could fight wolves, they could fight raiders, they could fight armies, they could fight winter, but water had all the patience in the world, and it was perfectly willing to wait. So let the fire burn low, let the village disappear into darkness, and for now remain beneath the earth. The night is only beginning. When the earth lets water in, the night remains quiet. Far above you, somewhere beyond the ceiling of soil and timber, rain is still falling. At first, it is almost comforting. A soft tapping, a gentle rhythm against the roof, the sort of sound that, in a modern bedroom, might make you want to pull the blanket closer and listen to the storm. But down here, beneath the surface, rain is never merely rain. Because every drop that falls onto the ground has somewhere to go. And if your home is beneath that ground, you may eventually discover where. Water begins its journey quietly. It sinks through soil, follows cracks, collects in hollows. It moves around stones. It finds the easiest path downward. And eventually, perhaps slowly enough that nobody notices at first, it begins to enter your home. A dark patch appears along the wall. The floor feels colder. The straw seems damp. Someone moves a storage basket. Beneath it is moisture. Nobody panics. Not yet. Medieval people were used to living with dampness. They had no expectation that every interior surface should remain perfectly dry. But there is a difference between a damp house and a flooded one. And the earth is remarkably patient. It does not need to destroy your home in one dramatic event. Can simply keep sending water toward you, drop by drop, night after night, until the structure begins to change. Wood swells. Clay softens. Straw becomes unpleasant. Stored food becomes vulnerable. The smell changes. The room becomes colder. And suddenly your clever underground shelter has acquired a new resident. Water. It does not pay rent. It does not clean up after itself. And it has absolutely no respect for your carefully arranged possessions. Because of course it doesn't. Water has been ignoring human architecture for much longer than humans have been building architecture. The medieval builder therefore had to think about drainage. This sounds simple. It was not. Modern cities hide their drainage systems underground. We rarely think about them. Rain disappears down a drain. Wastewater disappears through pipes. Groundwater is controlled through foundations, membranes, pumps, channels, and engineered systems. A medieval settlement had much less of this. People still understood water. They had to. They knew where streams flowed. They knew which fields became muddy. They knew which roads flooded. They knew that a house built in the wrong place could become miserable. But their ability to control water was limited by tools, materials, local geography, and labor. Sometimes the solution was simply to choose a better location. And this may be the most important piece of underground architecture that we forget. You cannot solve every problem with construction. Sometimes the answer is, do not dig your house there. If the ground is too wet, move uphill. If water collects in the valley, build on higher ground. If a spring appears where you plan to put your cellar, perhaps reconsider your plans. The landscape itself was part of the architecture. Medieval people read the land. They watched where vegetation grew. They observed water. They noticed which areas remained muddy after rain. They saw where snow melted first. They knew where frost lingered. They knew where animals preferred to stand. And all of this could tell an experienced builder something about the ground beneath. Today we use instruments. They used memory. And memory in a village could be remarkably detailed. An older farmer might know that a particular field looked perfectly dry in August but became a swamp in November. A builder might know that a certain hillside had stable soil. A shepherd might know where water appeared after storms. A child growing up there learned these things almost without realizing it. The landscape became a kind of unwritten textbook, and everyone was studying. Still, even good decisions could fail. The weather could change. A river could rise. A winter could be unusually wet. A storm could arrive. A drainage channel could become blocked. A roof could leak. A wall could crack. And then the underground room became a basin. You might wake one morning and find water on the floor. Not much. Perhaps only a shallow layer. Enough to make your feet wet. Enough to ruin straw. Enough to make you angry. And anger in this situation would be understandable. Because you have already worked hard. You have dug the room. Built the supports. Stored the food. Prepared the bedding. And now the ground has decided to become a pond. You begin removing water, buckets, bowls, whatever containers are available. One person scoops, another carries, another tries to find where the water is entering. The fire burns. The room fills with movement. Nobody is sleeping now, and somewhere outside, the rain continues. This is one of the least romantic realities of historical life. Maintenance. We often imagine the construction of a medieval home as a single event. House built. Problem solved. But houses are never finished. They require constant attention. Roofs leak. Walls crack. Floors wear down. Doors warp. Fences fall. Tools break. Fires need fuel. Water needs carrying. Food needs preserving. Animals need feeding. And underground spaces are especially demanding because the surrounding environment is always pressing inward. The earth moves. Water moves. Roots grow. Wood decays. Nothing remains exactly as it was. A house is not a monument. It is an argument with time. And time usually wins. Perhaps the most dangerous enemy was not water itself, but dampness combined with cold. Imagine winter. The underground room may be warmer than the outside air. That sounds reassuring. But warmth without dryness is not necessarily comfort. Your clothing becomes damp. Your bedding becomes damp. The walls remain cold. The fire warms the room, but moisture remains. You can feel it. It settles into fabric, clings to wool. It makes everything smell old. If you have ever entered an old cellar after rain, you may recognize the sensation. The air seems to have weight. It is not exactly cold. It is not exactly warm. It is simply damp. Now imagine sleeping in that environment for months. Your body loses heat. Your clothing takes longer to dry. Firewood may itself become damp. And every task becomes harder. Getting dressed, lighting a fire, preparing food, moving around, cleaning, working. Even rest becomes more difficult. The modern person might respond by turning up the heating. The medieval person responds by adding another piece of clothing and hoping the firewood lasts. There is a difference. Fuel was precious. This is something we should pause over. Today, heat feels almost abstract. We turn a dial. Energy arrives. But medieval heating required physical fuel. Wood had to be gathered, cut, carried, stored, or purchased. Charcoal could be produced for particular purposes. Peat was used in some regions. Other fuels were available depending on geography and period. But all of them required labor. You could not simply decide that the house should be 3 degrees warmer. Somebody had to make it warmer. And that somebody might be you. Imagine carrying bundles of wood through snow. Your hands are cold. The branches scrape against your clothing. Your boots sink into wet ground. You bring the fuel home. Then you stack it somewhere dry. If the wood is wet, it burns poorly. So you need more. More wood means more labor. More labor means more time. And time is already being spent on farming, animals, food preparation, repairs, and countless other necessities. This is why a well-designed dwelling mattered. If the house could retain heat, that saved labor. If a partly underground room reduced the wind exposure, that mattered. If thick walls slowed heat loss, that mattered. If the family could sleep close together, that mattered. Every little advantage accumulated. Medieval survival was often the mathematics of small advantages. One extra layer of straw. One better wall. One more bundle of dry wood. One cellar that stayed cool. One roof repaired before winter. None of these things sounds heroic. Together, they kept people alive. And then there was the question of fire. Fire was the heart of the medieval household. It gave heat. It gave light. Cooked food. It dried clothing. It created a center around which people gathered. But fire inside an enclosed underground space could be dangerous. Smoke must escape. Air must enter. Combustion requires oxygen. The medieval household did not know the chemistry in modern terms, but it knew the practical consequences. A fire that burned badly was unpleasant. A room filled with smoke was unpleasant. A fire that spread was catastrophic. And an underground structure could make fire particularly dangerous because escape routes were limited. Imagine waking suddenly. The smell of smoke is stronger than usual. You cough. Someone shouts. The fire has spread beyond the hearth. In an above-ground house, you might run through the door. In a partly underground structure, you may have to climb. The entrance may be narrow. Children may be sleeping. Someone elderly may struggle to move. Animals may be tied nearby. And fire does not wait patiently while everyone organizes themselves. This was one of the great dangers of pre-modern housing. Fire could destroy a building in minutes. And in settlements where houses stood close together, it could spread from one structure to another. The same warmth that made winter survivable could become an instrument of destruction. So the hearth had to be respected. Not worshipped exactly, but respected. It was useful enough to be essential and dangerous enough to remain slightly frightening. A good combination for any household appliance. Smoke itself deserves more attention. Imagine waking after a night beside a smoky hearth. Your eyes sting. Your hair smells of smoke. Your clothes smell of smoke. The walls are darkened. The ceiling has accumulated layers of soot. Everything has a faint smoky character. Cooking adds more. If meat is roasted, the smell fills the room. If grain is cooked, steam mixes with smoke. If wet wood is burned, the smoke can become particularly unpleasant. And because the underground room has limited ventilation, the smoke may linger. This does not mean medieval people were constantly choking in clouds of smoke. Ventilation varied enormously. Some structures had openings specifically designed to let smoke out. Some had roofs and layouts that allowed air movement. Different architectural traditions developed different solutions. But the fundamental problem remained. You need fire. Fire produces smoke. Smoke needs somewhere to go. And the better insulated and enclosed your room becomes, the more carefully you must think about ventilation. The medieval house was therefore an exercise in compromise. Too much ventilation and you lose heat. Too little ventilation and you trap smoke. Too many openings and the wind enters. Too few openings and the air becomes unpleasant. There was no perfect solution, only better or worse ones. The walls themselves could tell a story. If you entered a medieval underground room after many years of use, you might see darkening around the hearth. Soot, smoke deposits, perhaps marks from repairs, perhaps layers of plaster or clay, perhaps scratches, perhaps storage niches. The architecture changed because people changed it. A doorway could be widened, a wall strengthened, a floor raised, a drainage channel added, a new hearth built, a storage shelf installed. The house was continually modified. This is another difference between the medieval home and the romantic image of ancient architecture. It was not frozen. It was alive. People were constantly improving things, not because they had a grand architectural plan, because something broke, something leaked, something became inconvenient. A child grew older. A family became larger. A new animal was acquired. A harvest was better. A harvest was worse. Someone got married. Someone died. The structure adapted. And sometimes it did not. Sometimes people simply abandoned it. Perhaps the roof failed. Perhaps the settlement moved. Perhaps the soil became too wet. Perhaps a new building was constructed nearby. Perhaps political circumstances changed. Perhaps the household disappeared. The earth slowly filled the empty space. Years passed. Grass grew. Trees grew. The former home became invisible, until centuries later, someone noticed an unusual depression in the field, and beneath it, the remains of a household waited. The archaeology of these spaces is often remarkably quiet. There is no dramatic discovery of a perfectly preserved room with medieval furniture still arranged exactly as it was on the last evening. Most of the time we find fragments, piece of pottery, a nail, charcoal, animal bone, burned clay, a fragment of glass, a metal fitting, a stain in the soil, post holes, a hearth, a floor surface. The remains are incomplete, and yet archaeologists can reconstruct surprising amounts from them. The position of a hearth can suggest how the room was organized. Post holes can indicate the structure of walls or roof supports. Storage pits can reveal how food was managed. Animal bones can tell us something about diet and livestock. Seeds can reveal crops. Pollen can reveal aspects of the surrounding environment. Microscopic remains can sometimes tell stories that written sources never recorded. A poor family may leave behind no manuscript, but the soil remembers. It remembers fire. It remembers food. It remembers wood. It remembers where people walked. And sometimes it remembers where they lived. History becomes a conversation between fragments. Now let us imagine the cellar. Not a living room, a storage room. This is perhaps where underground architecture becomes most practical. The cellar is dark and cool. Barrels sit along the walls, perhaps baskets, ceramic vessels, wooden containers, bundles of food. The temperature is more stable than outside. This stability matters. Food preservation is one of the great challenges of pre-modern life. There is no refrigerator. There is no freezer. There is no supermarket open 24 hours a day. If the harvest fails, you cannot simply buy imported food. You need to preserve what you have. Drying, salting, smoking, fermenting, pickling, storing in cool spaces. Different foods require different methods. A cellar helps because it reduces exposure to heat and sunlight. And food is not merely food. It represents time. A sack of grain represents months of labor. A barrel of preserved food represents security. A stored root vegetable represents a future meal. A household's winter survival can depend on what sits quietly in a dark room. So when we imagine a medieval cellar, we should not think of it merely as a basement. It is a bank. The currency is food, and the account balance determines how frightening the winter will be. Imagine opening the cellar in early spring. The food stores are low. The room feels empty. The barrels are lighter. The grain supply is reduced. The household has been eating carefully. This was one of the most difficult periods of the medieval agricultural year. The old harvest was running out. The new harvest had not yet arrived. This seasonal gap could be dangerous. A household that entered winter with insufficient stores was already in trouble. A household that lost food to mold, pests, flooding, or spoilage was in even greater trouble. This is why storage mattered so much. And this is why underground spaces, despite their dangers, could be invaluable. The earth could preserve food. The earth could hide supplies. The earth could maintain relatively stable temperatures. But again, the earth could also destroy them. A flooded cellar could ruin stored grain. A damp environment could encourage spoilage. Rodents could enter. Insects could multiply. Nothing was guaranteed. The medieval household lived in a world where every advantage had a corresponding risk. Consider grain. Grain was fundamental. Wheat, barley, rye, other cereals depending on region. Grain could be turned into bread, porridge, ale, and other foods. A household's grain supply could represent survival. So imagine storing it underground. You need the space to remain dry. The containers must protect the grain. Air circulation must be managed. Pests must be controlled. And the grain must be checked. Because stored food is never simply stored. It must be monitored. You might open a container and discover insects. You might find moisture. You might find mold. You might find that rodents have reached it. Then the household has a problem. Do you discard the food? Can it be cleaned? Can it still be used? Is it safe? Medieval people did not have modern food safety standards. They had experience, smell, appearance, taste, tradition, and sometimes, unfortunately, illness. The margin for error was not large. The same was true of drinking water. An underground dwelling might be close to a well. That was useful. But groundwater was not automatically safe. A well near waste could become contaminated. A flood could carry contaminants into the water supply. Poorly managed sanitation could create problems. And medieval people often had to rely on local water sources. This is one reason fermented beverages became important in many medieval societies, though we should be careful about turning this into the simplistic idea that Everyone drank alcohol because all water was poisonous. Reality was more complicated. People did drink water. They also drank various fermented beverages. The choice depended on place, culture, availability, and circumstances. But the basic point remains. Clean water was valuable, and keeping it clean required understanding the landscape. Where does the water come from? Where does waste go? Where are animals kept? Where does rainwater collect? Where does groundwater rise? These questions were practical matters of life and death. And sometimes the answers were discovered through painful experience. Underground spaces also had another visitor. Fungi. Mold. In damp environments, organic materials become vulnerable. Wood, textiles, food, straw, leather. Anything that holds moisture can become a place where unwanted growth occurs. The medieval household did not have modern antifungal products. It had sunlight, fire, cleaning, replacement, and experience. If something became moldy, perhaps it was discarded. Perhaps it was dried. Perhaps it was cleaned. Perhaps it was simply accepted. Again, there was no expectation of sterile environments. The goal was not perfection. The goal was to keep the household functioning. That distinction is crucial. Modern people often imagine historical cleanliness as an absence of cleanliness. That is not quite right. Medieval people washed. They cleaned. They changed clothing. They swept floors. They maintained homes. Practices varied dramatically according to region, class, period, and circumstance. But humans have always disliked filth. The difference is that the medieval household had fewer tools for controlling it. So cleaning was often labor-intensive. Sweep the floor. Replace bedding. Remove waste. Wash clothing. Air out rooms. Scrape surfaces. Carry water. And when your house is partly underground, airing it out becomes especially important. Open the door. Let the wind enter. Let the sun reach the room. Let the moisture escape. Except, of course, when it is raining. Because medieval weather had excellent comedic timing. There is something psychologically interesting about underground living. Humans are creatures of the horizon. We look outward. We orient ourselves by landscapes. We notice mountains, trees, buildings, sunlight, clouds. The sky gives us a sense of space. Underground, that disappears. The walls are close. The ceiling is low. The horizon is gone. You know the world is there, but you cannot see it. For some people, this may have felt secure. For others, perhaps oppressive. We should not project modern psychological assumptions too confidently onto medieval people. Their experiences were shaped by different environments. A person accustomed to caves, cellars, mines, and earth-sheltered structures might not react to darkness as we do. But the physical reality remained. The underground environment reduces visual information. You hear more. You smell more. You feel temperature changes. You become aware of small sounds. A dripping drop of water can become surprisingly loud. A mouse moving through straw becomes an event. Wind entering through a doorway becomes noticeable. Wood cracking in the fire becomes dramatic. In darkness, sound becomes part of the architecture. The underground home has its own music. Drip. Crackle. Breathing. Coughing. Footsteps. A distant animal. Rain. Silence. Then the drip again. And if you were awake late at night, you might hear something else. Movement in the walls. Not ghosts. Usually. Rodents. A mouse can create an astonishing amount of noise for something so small. It moves through straw. It scratches wood. It searches for food. And once a household realizes that mice have discovered its grain, a quiet war begins. Traps can be used. Food can be protected. Cats can help. Storage containers can be improved. But the mice are persistent. They are also extremely good at finding small openings. This is another reason why medieval food storage was such a constant challenge. Your enemy is tiny. Your enemy is hungry. Your enemy can fit through a hole. And your enemy does not care about your carefully constructed agricultural calendar. The grain is there. Therefore, the grain is available. From the mouse's perspective, this is flawless logic. Larger pests could appear as well. Depending on region and circumstances, insects and other creatures might enter buildings. Fleas were particularly unpleasant. They were not simply annoying. They could contribute to the spread of disease, especially in complex ways involving hosts and pathogens. Lice were another persistent problem. Clothing and bedding could harbor them. A medieval household therefore existed within a dense biological environment. Humans, animals, insects, fungi, bacteria, all interacting. The medieval person did not know the microscopic details, but they certainly knew that some conditions made people sick. They knew that sickness could move through households. They knew that wounds could become dangerous. They knew that some diseases were feared, and they knew that sometimes there was little they could do. This is where the romance of underground living collapses most completely. A damp candlelit room may look beautiful in an illustration, but if someone in that room has a serious infection, beauty becomes irrelevant. You want clean water. You want air. You want warmth. You want medicine. You want a healer. And if none of these are available, you want luck. Luck was one of the most important invisible resources in the Middle Ages. Everyone had it. Nobody could control it. Now imagine someone becomes sick during winter. Perhaps a fever. Perhaps a cough. Perhaps weakness. The household has to decide what to do. The sick person may be kept near the fire. Others care for them. Food is prepared. Water is brought. Someone watches through the night. There are prayers. There are remedies. There is knowledge passed down through families. There may be a local healer. There may be a physician if the household is wealthy enough and one is accessible. But for many ordinary people, care is mostly personal. Family care, community care, and the body itself. The underground environment could be helpful in some respects, could retain warmth, could provide shelter from cold winds, but it could also worsen certain conditions through smoke, dampness, crowding, and poor ventilation. Again, there is no simple answer. The underground home is neither purely healthy nor purely deadly. It is a compromise, and medieval life was built almost entirely from compromises. There is also the matter of light. During the day, a partly underground dwelling might receive some natural light through its entrance or openings. But if the structure was deeply sunken, daylight would be limited. This meant that work requiring visual precision had to be planned carefully. Binning, sewing, repairing tools, preparing food, reading for those who could read, writing, craft work. These activities were easier during daylight. Artificial light was available, but it cost something. Candles required materials and labor. Oil lamps required oil. Rushlights could provide inexpensive light in some contexts. Fire provided illumination, though unevenly. So darkness shaped the schedule. You worked when you could see. You rested when you could not. And this creates a rhythm very different from modern life. Today, midnight can look almost exactly like noon indoors. The room remains bright. The internet remains active. Shops remain open. Screens remain illuminated. The medieval world did not offer that illusion. Night was night. Underground, it was even more absolute. Imagine extinguishing the final candle. The room disappears. Immediately. There is no gradual dimming. There is no standby light. There is nothing. Your eyes slowly adjust, but there is almost nothing to see. You can hear breathing. You can feel the blanket. You can sense the cold. Perhaps you can hear rain. Perhaps a horse moves outside. Perhaps a branch scrapes against the roof. You know where the doorway is. You know where the hearth is. You know where the others are sleeping. You do not need to see. You have learned the room through repetition. Your body remembers. And perhaps this is another thing that modern people underestimate. Humans adapt. If you live in darkness regularly, you learn to move through it. If you live with smoke, you understand its patterns. If you live with cold, you learn how to layer clothing. If you live with limited food, you learn to stretch it. If you live in a small space, you learn to share it. The human body and mind are astonishingly flexible. But adaptation does not mean comfort. A person can adapt to hardship without enjoying it. That distinction matters. Outside, the medieval village sleeps. The moon appears between clouds. The rain has stopped. Water drips from roofs. Mud shines faintly in the moonlight. A dog walks through the lane. Somewhere a guard may be awake. Perhaps a monastery bell will soon mark another hour. Inside your underground room, the family remains asleep. The fire has become embers. The walls are silent. The earth is still. For a moment, the room feels safe. Then you hear it. Drip. A drop of water falls from somewhere near the wall. A few seconds pass. Drip. Another. Then another. You ignore it. You have heard it before. But tomorrow, someone will need to find where the water is coming from. Because the earth has begun its slow argument again. And this time, it may not stop with a little dampness. As centuries passed, medieval builders became increasingly skilled at managing underground spaces. Stone construction developed. Cellars became more sophisticated. Drainage techniques improved in many places. Castles developed extensive underground areas. Monasteries built storage rooms. Urban houses included cellars. Merchants needed secure spaces for goods. Wine and other beverages needed storage. Food required cool environments. And in wealthy buildings, underground architecture could become elaborate. Stone vaults, arched ceilings, drainage channels, stairs, multiple chambers, reinforced walls. The underground world could become almost architectural in its own right. But even then, the basic principles remained. Water must go somewhere. Air must enter. People need light. Food must be protected. Fire must be controlled. Structures must remain stable. The earth must be understood. The deeper you build, the more carefully you must answer these questions. In castles, underground spaces took on another meaning. A castle was a machine for defense. Every part of it could contribute to security. Walls, towers, gates, moats, courtyards, storerooms, wells, cellars, sometimes underground passages. The cellar could protect food from weather and perhaps from some forms of attack. A well could provide water during siege. Storage rooms could preserve supplies. The underground level could therefore support the survival of everyone above it. Imagine a castle under siege. The gates are closed. The surrounding countryside is occupied by enemies. The defenders cannot simply go to market. Food becomes precious. Water becomes precious. Every barrel matters. Every sack of grain matters. Every preserved piece of meat matters. The cellar becomes the hidden heart of the fortress. Above ground, soldiers watch the walls. Below ground, workers count food. A castle can look invincible from outside. But a fortress without supplies is simply an expensive way to become hungry. And so underground storage becomes part of military survival. The earth protects the supplies. The earth keeps them cool. The earth hides them. The earth becomes part of the defense. Yet castles had another underground reality. Prisons. The popular imagination loves the dungeon. Dark. Wet. Stone walls. Chains. Torches. A lonely prisoner beneath a castle. Sometimes this image contains elements of reality. But the word dungeon itself has a complicated history, and many underground rooms in castles were not prisons at all. They were storage spaces, cellars, cisterns, work areas, service spaces. The idea of every castle having a deep, terrifying prison filled with skeletons is largely a product of later imagination. Still, some prisoners were confined in harsh conditions. And underground imprisonment could be genuinely terrible. Imagine being denied sunlight. Imagine losing track of time. Imagine hearing footsteps above you but not knowing whether they mean food, punishment, or nothing. Imagine the smell of damp stone, the cold, the silence, the uncertainty. Even without physical torture, confinement itself could be psychologically brutal. The underground space becomes not shelter but control. The same architecture that protects food can imprison a person. Again, the earth has two faces: shelter, trap. Monasteries offer another fascinating perspective. Medieval monasteries were carefully organized communities. They needed food, water, fuel, storage, workshops, sleeping spaces, and many monastic complexes developed substantial cellar spaces. Imagine descending beneath a monastery. Above you, monks move through cloisters. Bells mark the hours. Prayers structure the day. The monastery has a rhythm. Below, workers manage supplies, barrels, grain, food, tools, perhaps wine, perhaps other goods. The cellar is cool, quiet, practical. The spiritual life above depends partly upon the physical labor below. This is a recurring theme in medieval history. The grand building is supported by invisible work. The feast depends on storage. The prayer depends on food. The castle depends on supplies. The village depends on grain. The household depends on firewood. History often celebrates the visible structure, but the invisible infrastructure keeps it alive. And much of that infrastructure was underground. Cities developed their own underground worlds. Urban houses were often built close together. Space was expensive. Cellars became useful. A merchant might store goods below a shop. A brewer might use underground areas for storage. A household might keep food below the main living space. Wine could be stored in cool rooms. Stone buildings might incorporate substantial basement levels. And in dense medieval towns, the underground space could become a kind of second city. Not a city of people walking through endless tunnels, but a hidden layer of storage, drainage, foundations, wells, and workspaces. Above ground were streets, shops, markets, churches, homes. Below ground were the things that made those structures possible. Water, food, waste, storage, foundations. The city had two faces, the visible city and the buried city. Centuries later, archaeologists often discover that modern cities sit directly above these older layers. The street you walk on may conceal another street. The building you enter may stand over a medieval cellar. A modern foundation may cut through an ancient wall. The city is not one thing. It is a stack of memories. And the deeper you dig, the older the city becomes. For ordinary people, however, the underground experience was much simpler. It was a room, a storage pit, a cellar, a shelter, place to sleep, place to work, place to survive. And that brings us back to the family. Because no matter how sophisticated the architecture became, the fundamental human experience remained. You still had to wake up. You still had to eat. You still had to work. You still had to care for children. You still had to repair things. You still had to deal with weather. You still had to deal with sickness. You still had to sleep. The underground environment did not remove ordinary life, concentrated it, Everything happened closer together. Heat, food, work, sleep, animals, smoke, people. There was little separation between them, and perhaps that closeness created a kind of intimacy that is difficult to imagine today. Families knew each other's habits. They heard each other's breathing. They shared stories. They shared food. They shared discomfort. They shared fear. They shared warmth. The house was not simply a building. It was a collective survival machine. Everyone contributed. Everyone depended on everyone else. And if one person became sick, everyone was affected. If one person failed to gather fuel, everyone became colder. If one person wasted food, everyone had less. If one person noticed a leak, the household had a chance to repair it. Survival was communal. There would have been arguments, of course. People in the Middle Ages were not peaceful woodland spirits living in perfect harmony beneath the earth. They were people. And people argue. Someone used too much firewood. Someone left the door open. Someone forgot to cover the grain. Someone made a mess. Someone came home late. Someone was sleeping while everyone else worked. Someone's animal got into the food. Someone's child was crying. Someone snored. Someone complained. Someone complained about the person who complained. And eventually everyone went to sleep. Human nature, fortunately, survives every architectural style. As spring arrived, the underground space changed. The air outside became warmer. Sunlight lasted longer. The household spent more time outdoors. The fields demanded attention. Seeds had to be planted. Animals had to be managed. Tools had to be repaired. The underground room became less important as a living space. The door remained open more often. Fresh air entered. Sunlight reached deeper. The family moved outside. And suddenly, after months of darkness, the world expanded again. The sky returned. The fields returned. Birdsong returned. Green plants appeared. Water moved through streams. The smell of wet earth was no longer trapped beneath the floor. It was everywhere. The medieval person emerged into spring. And perhaps, standing outside after a long winter, they understood something that we rarely experience. The return of light was not merely beautiful. It was necessary. This seasonal rhythm shaped medieval consciousness. Winter meant conservation. Spring meant renewal. Summer meant labor. Autumn meant harvest. Then winter again. The underground room fit naturally into this cycle. Could help preserve food during winter. Could provide shelter from cold. Could become less important during warmer months. The architecture was therefore tied to the calendar. Modern houses attempt to create the same environment every day. 20 degrees. Bright light. Dry air. Available food. Climate control. The medieval house changed with the seasons, and people changed with it. You wore different clothes, ate different foods, worked different hours, spent different amounts of time indoors. The house itself became a seasonal instrument, and perhaps that is the deepest lesson of underground medieval living. It was not really about being underground. It was about adaptation. The Middle Ages were filled with environments that demanded adaptation. Cold, heat, drought, flood, forest, mountain, swamp, coast, river. Each environment asked different questions, and people answered using whatever resources they had. Sometimes they built above ground. Sometimes they built below it. Sometimes they built into hillsides. Sometimes they used caves. Sometimes they dug storage pits. Sometimes they built cellars. Sometimes they constructed structures that were partly sunken. There was no single medieval way of living underground. There were hundreds, thousands, each one shaped by geography, economy, culture, climate, and necessity. And that is why we should resist the temptation to imagine a single universal underground medieval lifestyle. The reality was much more interesting, messier, more varied, more human. Now, as the rain begins again outside, let us return to the small room. The family has gone to sleep. The fire is low. The walls are dark. Water has begun to collect near one corner. Tomorrow someone will have to deal with it. But tonight, for a few hours, the room is quiet. The people inside do not know that centuries later someone will excavate the remains of homes like theirs. They do not know archaeologists will examine their pottery. They do not know their hearth will become evidence. They do not know their storage pit will tell a future researcher something about their diet. They do not know their post holes will reveal the shape of their roof. They do not know that the ordinary objects they handled every day may become precious clues to a civilization they considered simply normal life. They are not making history. They are living it. And perhaps that is why the smallest historical places can feel so intimate. A castle tells us about power. A cathedral tells us about belief. A battlefield tells us about conflict. But a house tells us about people. A house tells us where they slept, where they cooked, where they kept food, where they argued, where they laughed, where they waited out storms, where they raised children, where they became old. And sometimes, beneath the house, there was another room, dark, cool, damp, useful, and very, very ordinary. The earth above it remained. The seasons passed. The family changed. Eventually the house disappeared, but the hollow remained, and the soil closed over it, quietly, patiently, as if nothing had ever happened there, but something had. A life. An entire life. And now, centuries later, we can descend again. Not physically. Not entirely. But through imagination. We can kneel beside the ancient hearth. We can hear the rain. We can smell the smoke. We can feel the cold ground. We can hear the drip of water. We can imagine a child turning in straw. A tired farmer pulling a blanket closer. A mother tending the fire. A man checking the grain. A dog sleeping near the doorway. And for a moment, the Middle Ages stop being a distant period in a textbook. They become a room. A small room beneath the earth. A place where ordinary people tried to make an ordinary life. And perhaps that is enough for tonight. The fire burns lower. The rain continues. The earth remains around you. Solid. Dark. Silent. But not empty. Never empty. Because beneath the fields, beneath the roads, beneath the ruins of castles and churches, the buried remains of countless ordinary lives still wait. And in the next part of our journey, we will follow those lives into one of the most difficult problems underground living could create. The problem of air. Because the earth can protect you from the cold, but it cannot breathe for you. And when you place fire, animals, food, moisture, and human beings into a small enclosed space, the air becomes something you have to manage. Smoke begins to matter. Ventilation begins to matter. Carbon-filled air begins to matter. And suddenly, the invisible becomes more dangerous than anything you can see. So let the room grow quiet. Let the rain fall. Let the old wooden beams creak above you. The medieval night is still long. And beneath the earth, there is still much more to discover. The air beneath the earth. The room is quiet. Too quiet, perhaps. The rain has softened to a faint whisper somewhere above you, and the family has settled into sleep. The last embers of the hearth glow faintly, throwing a weak orange light across the floor. You are almost asleep. Then someone coughs. Once. Then again. It is not unusual. People cough. Especially in a world where smoke, dust, dampness, and cold are part of ordinary life. But then the cough continues. The fire has been burning badly. The wood is damp. The smoke is not leaving the room quickly enough. There is no modern chimney pulling the air upward with carefully engineered efficiency. There is simply a small fire inside a small space, and the smoke is looking for somewhere to go. Some escapes. Some remains. The room slowly changes. Your eyes sting. Your throat feels dry. The air seems heavy. Someone gets up and opens the door. Cold air rushes in. For a moment, everyone is grateful for it. The fire burns more brightly. The smoke shifts. The room becomes easier to breathe in. And then, naturally, someone complains that the door is letting in the cold. Because apparently every household in every century eventually arrives at the same argument. Close the door. Open the door. Too cold. Too smoky. Open it. Close it. No, not that much. A little. There. Perfect. For approximately 11 seconds. Then someone complains again. This was the ordinary problem of medieval ventilation. And beneath the ground, it could become much more serious. Air is one of those things that modern life allows us to ignore. You enter a building. The air is simply there. You do not normally think about how it arrived. You do not wonder whether the oxygen level is sufficient. You do not inspect the ventilation system before lighting the stove. You certainly do not calculate whether your household has enough fresh air to survive the night. The building does that for you. Medieval buildings could not. Ventilation depended on architecture, doors, windows, roof openings, chimneys where present, cracks, gaps, drafts, the arrangement of the hearth, the shape of the room, the weather, the wind. Everything mattered. A house could be too open and lose heat, could be too closed and accumulate smoke. And an underground room naturally presented a greater challenge. The earth does not breathe, at least not in the way you need it to. A hole beneath the ground has fewer opportunities for air exchange. So the builder had to create them. An opening, a doorway, a vent, a shaft, a chimney, or some combination of these. The exact solutions varied enormously across regions and centuries. There was no single medieval ventilation system, but the problem was universal. Human beings need air. Fire needs air. And both are competing for the same limited supply. Think about the hearth. It is the center of the home. Without it, winter becomes much harder. You need the fire to cook. You need it to warm the room. You need it to dry wet clothing. You need it to provide light after sunset. The fire is therefore indispensable. But every fire produces gases and smoke. If the smoke leaves efficiently, the room remains relatively tolerable. If it does not, the room becomes progressively more unpleasant. This is why the development of chimneys was such an important architectural change. A chimney is not merely a hole in the roof. It creates a controlled pathway for smoke. The hot gases rise. Air moves. Smoke is drawn upward. The room becomes more manageable. But chimneys were not universal from the beginning of the medieval period. Their adoption varied by place, building type, and period. Some structures used roof openings. Some used wall openings. Some relied heavily on natural ventilation. Some had more sophisticated arrangements. And poorer households often had fewer resources to construct elaborate systems. Architecture developed gradually. Human beings experimented. They discovered what worked. They copied successful designs. They modified them. And over generations, the medieval building became better at controlling its internal environment. But during the earlier periods, the problem could be very real. Imagine a family gathered around a smoky hearth. The smoke moves along the ceiling. It stains the rafters. It drifts downward. The adults are accustomed to it. Children are less able to escape it. The elderly may suffer more. Someone opens the door. The wind pushes smoke back toward the room. Someone curses. The fire is adjusted. Wood is moved. The opening is changed, and slowly the room becomes bearable again. This was not a scientific laboratory. It was practical knowledge. People learned through observation. They knew which wood burned well. They knew which wood smoked. They knew where to place the fire. They knew when to open an entrance. They knew that a strong draft could improve a fire. They knew that smoke behaved differently in different weather. They did not need to understand combustion chemistry to know that wet wood was annoying. The fire itself was a teacher, and it had no sympathy for beginners. Now imagine the room with no fire. That sounds peaceful. But in winter, it is another kind of danger. The temperature drops. The walls are cold. The floor is cold. The bedding is cold. You can put on more clothing. You can wrap yourself in blankets. You can sleep close together. But eventually the cold reaches you. This is why the hearth was more than a kitchen appliance. It was the emotional center of the household. People gathered around it. They ate around it. Worked around it. Talked around it. Children played near it. Adults repaired tools beside it. Stories were told beside it. The fire made the room feel inhabited. Without the fire, the underground room could become strangely lifeless. Dark. Cold. Still. The flame was a small imitation of the sun. And when the sun was gone, the medieval household carried its own tiny sun indoors. A very unreliable sun. One that needed wood. But a sun nonetheless. Light was another problem. If you live underground, daylight becomes precious. The entrance may allow some light inside, but the deeper the room, the less daylight reaches it. This means that even during the daytime, the interior may remain dim. Imagine waking in the morning. You hear birds outside. You know the sun has risen, but your room is still shadowed. You open the door. Suddenly the world becomes enormous. The sky is pale. The fields glow. Everything is visible. You step outside, and your eyes narrow against the light. After spending hours in darkness, the brightness can feel almost overwhelming. This is difficult for modern people to imagine because our homes are illuminated continuously. We have become accustomed to constant visual access. But medieval people lived with darkness as a normal physical condition. It was not merely a mood. It was an environment. Night meant darkness. And underground meant even more darkness. A candle changes that darkness, but only locally. Imagine holding one. The flame illuminates your hand, your sleeve, the nearby wall, a little of the floor. Beyond that, the darkness remains. If you move the candle, the room moves with you. The light does not belong to the room. It belongs to the flame. That difference matters. A modern light source fills the space. A candle creates a small territory, and the territory disappears when the flame goes out. This makes underground spaces feel smaller at night. Not physically smaller, psychologically smaller. The darkness presses against the edges of the light. The walls seem closer. The ceiling seems lower. Sounds seem louder. A mouse scratching somewhere becomes strangely dramatic. A drop of water becomes an announcement. A piece of timber shifting becomes a warning. Your imagination fills the darkness with possibilities. This is one reason underground places have attracted stories, legends, fears, and superstitions throughout human history. Darkness creates uncertainty, and humans dislike uncertainty. We would rather imagine something than admit that we cannot see. For medieval people, however, darkness was also ordinary. The supernatural existed within their cultural world. Ghosts, demons, spirits, saints, angels, omens. The exact beliefs varied widely between people and places, but the medieval world was filled with unseen possibilities. A dark underground chamber could therefore carry meanings beyond the physical. A strange sound might be an animal, or perhaps something else. A shadow might be a person, or perhaps not. We should not assume that every medieval person was terrified of underground spaces. Many were not. But the emotional atmosphere of darkness was different from ours. They lived closer to it. They knew it better. And because they knew it better, they may also have respected it more. The dark was not simply the absence of electricity. It was a different state of the world. Now imagine descending into a deeper cellar. The stairs are narrow. The walls are stone. The air becomes cooler as you descend. The sounds from above fade. Your footsteps echo slightly. You carry a small lamp. The flame flickers when you move. At the bottom there are barrels, storage jars, wooden shelves, perhaps sacks, perhaps a few tools. The cellar is cool. It is also quiet. The temperature may be relatively stable. That stability is useful for food. But there is something psychologically strange about being below the level of the ground. You know the world is above you. You know the sky exists. You know people are walking through the street. But down here, none of that is visible. The cellar feels separate, almost like another layer of existence. And in a sense, it is. The medieval settlement has a vertical structure. Above. Below. Visible. Hidden. Life above ground. Supplies below. The ordinary world. The buried world. The cellar also reveals an important distinction. Not every underground space was intended for people to live in. This is worth repeating because modern descriptions often blur the line. A storage cellar is not a bedroom. A grain pit is not a family home. A wine cellar is not necessarily a dwelling. A mining tunnel is not a house. A defensive hiding place is not permanent accommodation. Yet all of these belong to the broader history of human interaction with underground space. The Middle Ages did not have a single category called underground living. They had many uses for the earth: storage, shelter, work, mining, defense, burial, water management, food preservation, construction, sometimes habitation, sometimes temporary refuge. The underground was a resource, and people used resources according to need. This becomes particularly interesting when we consider caves. Natural caves offered something medieval builders valued greatly. They were already there. No digging required. Well, perhaps some modification. But compared with constructing a stone building, a cave could provide shelter with remarkably little initial construction. A cave can block wind, provide shade, maintain relatively stable temperatures, hide people, store food. And in certain environments, caves can be extraordinarily useful. But natural caves come with their own problems: moisture, poor ventilation, uneven floors, cold, darkness, animals, unstable rock, water, and the very simple problem of getting in and out. A cave may be naturally sheltered. It may also be naturally unpleasant. The earth is not obligated to make itself comfortable. Some caves were modified. Walls could be built. Floors could be leveled. Openings could be altered. Storage spaces created. Doors installed. Fireplaces constructed where feasible. The cave became a hybrid, part natural, part human. This is one of the most fascinating aspects of underground architecture. Humans rarely simply accept a natural space as it is. We modify it. We make it ours. A cave becomes a room. A hollow becomes a cellar. A pit becomes a storage chamber. A mine becomes a tunnel network. The boundary between nature and architecture becomes blurry. And perhaps that is why underground archaeology feels so strange. You are not always sure where the landscape ends and the building begins. There were also landscapes where earth-sheltered construction made particular sense. In places with harsh climates, exposed buildings face strong winds and temperature extremes. Partially sinking a structure into the ground could provide protection. The earth acts as a barrier. The roof takes the weather. The ground absorbs some of the temperature variation. A low structure presents less surface area to the wind. In theory, this sounds excellent. In practice, everything depends on drainage. Because once again, water has entered the conversation. And water is stubborn. If the surrounding soil remains wet, the same earth that provides insulation becomes a source of moisture. So underground construction is always a balancing act. Thermal protection against moisture, shelter against ventilation, security against escape, storage against pests, darkness against heat retention. Every advantage has a shadow. This pattern appears again and again in medieval technology. The solution to one problem creates another. Thick walls preserve warmth. They also require more material. Small windows reduce heat loss. They also reduce light. A sealed room retains heat. It also retains smoke. A deep cellar remains cool. Can also flood. A hidden chamber provides security. Can become a trap. A low roof uses fewer materials. It reduces headroom. And somewhere in all of these compromises is the medieval household. Not trying to achieve perfection. Simply trying to get through the year. Now think about sound. Underground spaces change sound in interesting ways. A stone room can amplify echoes. A low earthen room can absorb certain sounds. A dripping ceiling becomes noticeable. Footsteps become distinct. Voices may carry differently. The underground home can feel acoustically intimate. You hear people nearby. You hear the fire. You hear the animals. You hear the wind outside. You hear water. And because you cannot see everything, sound becomes your secondary vision. If someone approaches the doorway, you hear them before you see them. If an animal moves outside, if someone is working above, you may hear the vibration through the structure. This creates a strange relationship with the world. You are visually isolated but acoustically connected. The earth blocks your eyes. It does not always block your ears. Imagine lying awake while everyone else sleeps. You hear the wind. Then footsteps outside. Slow. Heavy. They stop. You listen. Nothing. Perhaps it is someone returning late. Perhaps an animal. Perhaps a guard. You do not know. You wait. The footsteps begin again. They fade. You breathe. And only then do you realize that you had been holding your breath. This kind of experience is difficult to reproduce today. We have so much information. Lights. Cameras. Notifications. Maps. Phones. We can know what is happening outside almost instantly. The medieval person often had no such certainty. The world outside your doorway could be unknown. And underground, that uncertainty became more intense. The question of security was especially important in unstable environments. An underground room could conceal valuables, food, tools, people. But concealment only works if nobody knows where the entrance is. A hidden cellar may be useful. A visible cellar is simply a cellar. So architecture and secrecy could overlap. A small entrance. A concealed storage pit. A room beneath another structure. A chamber accessible through a narrow passage. These features could protect supplies. But secrecy had its own dangers. If something went wrong inside, finding the room could be difficult. If the entrance collapsed, people could become trapped. If a fire blocked the exit, the underground space became deadly. Again. Protection. Trap. The same space. Two possibilities. This is perhaps the central paradox of the underground world. Humans have always gone beneath the earth for safety. But the earth is indifferent to human ideas of safety. Can protect you from storms, then flood. Can protect you from enemies, then collapse. Can preserve food, then invite pests. Can shelter you from cold, then trap smoke. Can hide you, then prevent escape. The underground world is not good or bad. simply obeys physical rules. And medieval people had to negotiate those rules with limited technology. They were not ignorant of them. They were simply working without the tools we take for granted. Now imagine a miner. He wakes before dawn. His home is above ground, perhaps, but his work is below it. He prepares his tools, checks his light, eats, then walks toward the mine. The sky is still gray. The landscape is cold. He enters the shaft. The world changes. The light behind him shrinks. The tunnel surrounds him. He descends. The air changes. The sounds change. The darkness grows. He begins work. Hammer. Strike. Pause. Strike. Pause. The rhythm continues. Hours pass. There is no sunlight underground. He cannot see whether clouds have gathered. He cannot see whether snow is falling. Time becomes difficult to judge. His body measures time through hunger and fatigue. Then, eventually, he begins the journey upward. Light appears. At first, it is only a pale patch. Then brighter. Then enormous. The sky opens. He steps outside. And for a moment, he squints. The sunlight hurts. The world is almost painfully large. He breathes. Fresh air. Wind. Sky. Trees. He has returned to the surface. And perhaps that moment explains why underground workers developed such a complicated relationship with the earth. The earth gave them livelihoods, but it also took something from them. Light, space, or time. Mining could also reshape entire communities. Where valuable resources existed, settlements developed. People moved there. Workshops appeared. Roads improved. Markets grew. Houses were built. The landscape itself changed. The underground world became economically important. And once an industry depends on underground labor, the relationship between human beings and the earth becomes much deeper. People develop specialized skills. Tools improve. Drainage becomes essential. Ventilation becomes essential. Support structures become more sophisticated. Knowledge accumulates. A miner teaches another miner. A master teaches an apprentice. A family may become associated with a particular craft. Generations can develop expertise. The earth becomes part of cultural identity. And yet, the risks remain. Collapse was one of the great fears. Timber supports could fail. Rock could fall. Tunnels could shift. Water could enter. A worker could become trapped. Imagine the sound. A crack. A sudden impact. Dust fills the air. Someone shouts. The lamp flickers. For a moment, nobody knows what has happened. Then silence. The tunnel is blocked. Workers rush toward the collapse. They dig. They call names. They listen. Perhaps someone answers. Perhaps they do not. The rescue becomes a race against time. And underground, time behaves differently. There is no sky. No horizon. No clear sense of how long the work has been going on. Only the tunnel. Only the rock. Only the voices. This is not romantic. It is frightening. And yet people continued. Because the mineral was valuable. Because the work paid. Because families depended on it. Because life rarely offers the luxury of refusing every dangerous occupation. The same was true for many medieval workers. Farmers worked in storms. Fishers went onto dangerous water. Builders climbed scaffolding. Soldiers went to war. Miners went underground. Craftsmen worked with fire. People did dangerous things because dangerous things were sometimes necessary. The modern distinction between safe work and dangerous work is partly the product of technologies and regulations that did not yet exist. Medieval people understood danger. They simply lived closer to it. And perhaps this explains their practicality. You did not need to be fearless. You needed to know what could kill you, and preferably avoid it. Now return to the household. The family has woken. Morning light enters through the doorway. The fire is being rebuilt. Someone carries water. Someone prepares food. Someone checks the animals. The underground room is alive again. The smell of smoke returns. The smell of food follows. A child complains about being hungry. Someone laughs. Someone is already working. This is the rhythm. The darkness of night has become the activity of morning. The underground room is no longer mysterious. It is simply home. And this is important. When we imagine historical hardship, we sometimes make it too dramatic. We picture every moment as suffering. But people normalize their environments. The medieval household did not wake every morning and say, "How terrible it is to live without modern plumbing." They did not have modern plumbing. There was nothing to compare it to. Their expectations were different. They could still experience discomfort. They could still hate cold mornings. They could still dread smoke. They could still curse the rain. But their world was normal to them. That is one of the hardest things for modern people to understand about history. People do not experience the past as the past. They experience it as the present. A medieval child does not know that electricity will one day exist. A medieval farmer does not know that machines will eventually harvest fields. A medieval miner does not know that underground work will one day involve elevators, electric lamps, ventilation systems, helmets, and industrial machinery. They only know today. And today means the fire needs lighting. The animals need feeding. The grain needs checking. The roof needs repairing. The water needs carrying. The work needs doing. The underground room is simply part of that world. There is something almost comforting about this. Not because the conditions were comfortable, but because the human mind is capable of making a home almost anywhere. A room beneath the earth can become familiar. The same wall every morning. The same hearth. The same sleeping place. The same doorway. The same voices. The same smells. Familiarity transforms space. A place that would feel strange to a visitor can feel completely normal to the person who lives there. This is true today. A stranger enters your home and notices things you barely notice. The ticking clock. The refrigerator hum. The smell of your furniture. The temperature. The arrangement of objects. You have stopped noticing. Medieval people stopped noticing their own world too. The smoke. The straw. The darkness. The rough walls. The creaking timber. They became background. The human brain is very good at making ordinary things invisible. And perhaps this is why archaeology can feel so powerful. It makes the invisible visible again. A piece of straw preserved in a particular context. A layer of charcoal. A hearth. A storage pit. A footprint. A broken pot. A worn staircase. Suddenly the ordinary becomes extraordinary. Because the ordinary is what usually disappears first. Kings leave monuments. Ordinary people leave floors. Kings leave inscriptions. Ordinary people leave broken bowls. Kings leave portraits. Ordinary people leave fingerprints in clay. And sometimes, if we are lucky, the earth preserves enough of those fragments for us to reconstruct a life. Now let us imagine the final evening of one such household. We do not know their names. Perhaps they lived in a small sunken structure centuries ago. Perhaps their house was eventually abandoned. Maybe a new building was constructed nearby. Maybe the family moved. Maybe disease took them. Maybe war disrupted the settlement. Maybe the roof collapsed. Maybe the structure simply became unnecessary. One evening, they light the fire for the last time. They cook a final meal. They place their tools somewhere. They leave behind a broken vessel. Perhaps a child loses a small object in the dirt. Someone closes the door, and they do not know that they will never return. Years pass. The roof collapses. Rain enters. Soil fills the room. Plants grow. The settlement changes. The path moves. The people are forgotten. The house disappears. But below the grass, the floor remains. The hearth remains. The pit remains. The charcoal remains. And eventually, centuries later, someone digs. A brush moves through the soil. A dark stain appears. Post hole. Another. A hearth. The archaeologist stops. And suddenly there is a house. Not physically, but intellectually. A house reconstructed from absence. This is what makes underground history so strange. The earth both destroys and preserves. It destroys wood, but preserves stains. It destroys roofs, but preserves foundations. It destroys people, but preserves traces of their activity. It buries, but it also protects. The same soil that hid a medieval household for centuries may also preserve its remains. The earth becomes both grave and archive. And perhaps that is the most poetic thing about it. The people who lived beneath the ground eventually became part of the ground. Their house collapsed into the soil. Their food waste entered the earth. Their fire became charcoal. Their walls became sediment. Their possessions broke. Their names disappeared. But their physical traces remained. Quietly. Patiently. Waiting for someone to notice. The night returns. Imagine once more that you are inside the room. The fire is low. The doorway is closed. The air is warmer than outside. You hear breathing. You hear the faint crackle of wood. You hear a drop of water. Then another. The room smells of earth. The walls are dark. You pull the blanket closer. Above you, the stars are shining. You cannot see them, but you know they are there. The world continues beyond the doorway. Fields, forests, rivers, churches, roads, castles, wars, markets, births, deaths, generations. And beneath all of it, the earth remains. You are only one person in one small room. But for tonight, the room is the whole world. The fire is the sun. The doorway is the horizon. The walls are the landscape. The people around you are everything. And perhaps that is enough. Because human beings have always created small worlds inside larger ones. A house inside a village inside a kingdom inside a continent, and sometimes a home inside the earth. There is still much more to understand. Because the underground world was not experienced equally by everyone. A wealthy merchant could descend into a stone cellar with proper stairs, solid walls, storage shelves, and carefully managed supplies. A poor family might live in a far simpler structure. A miner entered the earth for work. A monk descended to manage food and drink. A soldier might use an underground chamber for defense. A prisoner might experience the same darkness as punishment. A child might simply think of it as home. The same physical environment could mean completely different things depending on who entered it. That is the human side of architecture. Buildings do not have one meaning. People give them meaning. A cellar is storage to one person, security to another, work to another, prison to another, memory to another, and perhaps centuries later, archaeology gives us one final meaning: evidence. So as we continue deeper into the story, we are going to leave the question of architecture for a moment. We are going to follow the people themselves. What did they eat? What did they drink? What did they wear when the underground room became freezing? How did they sleep? How did they raise children in cramped spaces? What happened when animals shared their shelter? What did illness look like? What did death look like? And perhaps most importantly, what happened to the human mind when darkness, crowding, cold, and uncertainty became ordinary parts of everyday life? Because the brutal truth about living underground was never simply that the walls were made of earth. It was that your entire life became more dependent on things you could not control. The weather above you, the water beneath you, the fire beside you, the air around you, the harvest outside. the health of your family, the stability of the earth itself. And every night, when you lay down to sleep, you trusted all of them. You trusted the roof. You trusted the fire. You trusted the walls. You trusted the ground. And then you closed your eyes. Perhaps that is why the quiet of the underground world feels so profound. Because beneath the earth, there is nowhere to pretend that humans control everything. The earth surrounds you. The fire flickers. Water moves somewhere in the darkness. And life continues. Slowly. Patiently. Without asking permission. So let the fire dim. Let the sounds soften. Let the rain return to the distant roof. For now, you are safe beneath the earth. But tomorrow brings another season. And another set of problems. Because the underground household does not live on air alone. It lives on food. And food must be stored. Food must be protected. Food must survive the winter. And when the grain begins to disappear, when the cellar grows emptier, and when the hungry months approach, the underground room becomes more than a shelter. It becomes the place where survival itself is counted. One sack. One barrel. One loaf. One meal at a time. The cellar, the harvest, and the hunger. One sack. One barrel. One loaf. One meal at a time. That is how the underground household measures survival. Not in grand numbers. Not in years. Not in the reigns of kings. In meals. A family does not wake in November and think about the next 6 months as one enormous problem. That would be almost impossible to comprehend. Instead, they think about today. There is enough grain for today. Enough firewood for tonight. Enough food for tomorrow. Perhaps. And beneath the house, in the darkness, the cellar waits. It is cool. Quiet. And increasingly important. Because summer is gone. Autumn has passed. The fields are empty now. The harvest has been gathered or mostly gathered. The last vegetables have been pulled from the soil. The grain has been threshed. The fruit has been processed where possible. Animals have been slaughtered according to local custom and necessity. Meat has been salted, smoked, dried, or otherwise preserved. The household has spent months preparing for this moment. Winter is coming. And winter does not care whether you prepared enough. The cellar door opens. Cold air rises from below. Someone carries a small lamp. The flame trembles. You descend. The stairs are damp. The walls are cool beneath your hand. At the bottom, the smell changes. Earth, wood, stored food. Fermentation. Perhaps smoke. Perhaps something you would rather not identify. Barrels sit in the darkness. Baskets are stacked. Sacks rest against a wall. There are vegetables stored carefully. Perhaps onions. Perhaps roots. Perhaps turnips. Perhaps carrots or other locally available crops. The exact foods depend on where you are and which century you are living in. Medieval Europe was not one giant kitchen. But wherever people farmed, they had to answer the same question. How do we preserve food after the harvest? Because the harvest does not arrive every morning. The harvest arrives once. Then you spend months eating it. That is the basic arithmetic. And the cellar is where part of that arithmetic happens. Imagine the harvest itself. For weeks, perhaps months, people have been working. Fields are cut. Grain is gathered. Bundles are carried. Threshing begins. The work is physical. There are no combines. No tractors. No mechanical harvesting machines sweeping across acres. Human beings and animals provide the labor. The harvest is one of the most important moments of the year. A good harvest means relief. Poor harvest means anxiety. A disastrous harvest can mean hunger. And once the food enters storage, the battle is not over. It has simply changed form. Now the enemy is time, moisture, mold, insects, rodents, rot. The household must protect what it has produced. This is why storage technology matters so much. The cellar, pit, granary, barrel, basket, jar, and sack are not background objects. They are survival technologies. A medieval family could spend enormous effort producing food and then lose part of it during storage. This is one of the cruelest realities of subsistence life. Imagine growing grain for an entire year. You plow, sow, weed, protect, harvest, thresh, dry, store, and then discover that part of it has spoiled. There is no replacement shipment arriving tomorrow. There is no supermarket. There is no warehouse somewhere across the country waiting to compensate you. The lost food is simply gone. The labor that produced it has vanished with it. And the household must continue. This makes underground storage both useful and dangerous. A good cellar protects food. A bad cellar destroys it. The difference may depend on drainage, ventilation, temperature, construction, and luck. Again, medieval life is full of these narrow margins. Grain storage was particularly important. Grain could be stored in different kinds of structures and containers. Pits dug into the ground were used in various societies and periods. Granaries could be raised above ground. Ceramic vessels could hold smaller quantities. Wooden containers and sacks had their own advantages and disadvantages. The exact system varied by region and period, but the goal remained the same. Keep the grain dry, keep pests away, keep it usable. The underground pit is especially interesting. Pit can be sealed. In some circumstances, controlled conditions can slow deterioration. But if moisture enters, the result can be disastrous. So a storage pit is not automatically safe simply because it is underground. In fact, underground storage requires knowledge of the soil and groundwater. A pit dug in the wrong place can become a graveyard for grain. A pit dug in the right place can preserve food remarkably well. This is one of the reasons archaeological excavations sometimes reveal ancient storage pits. The very act of storing food can leave a physical mark on the landscape. Imagine being the person responsible for checking the grain. You open the container. You inspect it. You smell it. You touch it. Is it dry? Does it feel warm? Does it smell strange? Are there insects? Are there signs of rodents? Is there mold? Does the grain move normally? These are simple observations, but they are forms of agricultural science. Not written science. Practical science. You learn what healthy grain looks like because your household depends on it. You learn the smell of spoiled food. You learn how long something can be stored. You learn which containers work best. You learn from mistakes. And those mistakes can be expensive. If a child gets sick after eating spoiled food, you remember. If an entire sack of grain becomes moldy, you remember. If rats destroy a year's supply, you remember. The knowledge passes on. Rodents are worth returning to because they were perhaps the most persistent underground tenants. Imagine a cellar at night. Everyone is asleep. The fire has gone down. The food is stored. Then, scratch. Silence. Scratch. Something moves behind the wall. You sit up. Listen. Nothing. You lie back down. Scratch. Now you know. There is a mouse. Perhaps several. And somewhere in the darkness, the mouse is having a very successful evening. It has found food. It has found shelter. It has found warmth. From the mouse's perspective, the medieval cellar is outstanding real estate. From the household's perspective, it is a hostile invasion. Traps can be set. Cats can help. Food can be stored more carefully. Openings can be blocked. But rodents are persistent, and they do not need much space. A hole that seems impossibly small to you may be an entrance to an entire world for a mouse. Cats, therefore, could be more than companions. They could be workers. A good farm cat had a job. Catch rodents. Protect food. Patrol the household. This relationship between humans and cats is much older than the Middle Ages, of course. But in agricultural communities, pest control was practical. A cat that reduced the mouse population was useful. Protected grain. Protected food. It reduced damage. The medieval household understood usefulness very well. Even animals had economic roles. A dog could guard. A cat could hunt. A horse could pull. An ox could plow. A cow could provide milk. A sheep could provide wool. A pig could provide meat. Every animal existed within a network of labor and resources. And sometimes these animals shared the same spaces as humans. Which brings us back to the underground room. Imagine winter. The family is asleep. The animals are nearby. The air is warm from the bodies and the fire. But the room is crowded. The floor is hard. The straw is compressed. Someone shifts. An animal moves. A child wakes. A baby cries. Someone coughs. The fire needs attention. The night is broken into small pieces. There is no expectation of perfect sleep. Sleep is simply what happens whenever circumstances permit. This is another difference between medieval and modern life. We think of sleep as a protected activity. 8 hours. Dark room. Comfortable bed. Quiet. Perhaps a white noise machine, because apparently we now need machines to simulate the sound of rain. The medieval household had none of this. Sleep was more flexible. People slept around the demands of work, animals, children, fire, weather, and social life. A person might wake during the night and return to sleep later. The night itself was not necessarily experienced as one uninterrupted block. And underground, with fire and animals nearby, there was always something happening. The bed, where one existed, was often a major household possession. Wealthier people could have substantial beds. Poorer households might rely on simpler bedding. Straw was common. Blankets and textiles varied greatly by wealth and location. Wool was particularly valuable because it provided warmth. But textiles were expensive. Clothing was expensive. Bedding was expensive. A poor household could not casually replace a blanket because it had become worn. Everything was repaired, patched, reused, passed down, repurposed. A piece of cloth might have several lives. The same principle applied to the underground structure. Nothing was wasted if it could be used again. Old timber could become something else. Broken pottery could still have uses. Containers could be repaired. Tools could be reshaped. The medieval economy was based on scarcity in a way modern consumer culture often is not. If something broke, the first question was not, what should we buy instead? It was, can we fix it? This attitude becomes especially important during winter. Winter reduces opportunities. The fields are quiet. Some work continues, of course. Animals need care. Wood must be gathered. Tools repaired. Buildings maintained. But agricultural production slows. The household lives from stored resources. This is why autumn is so important. You are storing the future. Every sack placed underground represents a future meal. Every barrel represents future calories. Every preserved food represents a little more security. The cellar becomes a time machine, takes summer abundance and carries it into winter. But the machine is imperfect. It loses things along the way. Imagine opening a barrel. Perhaps it contains preserved food. The smell is strong. You inspect it. Some of it is still good. Some is not. You remove the spoiled portion. The rest is divided. There is no reason to waste what remains. Food is precious. Medieval diets varied enormously by class and region, but for many ordinary people, grains formed a major part of daily calories. Bread and porridge could be fundamental. Legumes could provide protein. Vegetables were seasonal. Dairy products were important in many regions. Meat consumption varied. Fish was important where available and within cultural or religious practices. Eggs, nuts, fruits, herbs, whatever the environment allowed. The underground space was therefore connected directly to the surface economy. The fields produced, the cellar preserved, the kitchen transformed, the family consumed, and then the cycle began again. One of the strangest things about underground food storage is that the food becomes almost invisible. You do not see the fields anymore. The wheat is now grain. The grain is now flour. The flour is now bread. The bread is now inside someone's stomach. The connection between field and meal is hidden. But medieval people understood that connection intimately. They had participated in it. They had seen the grain grow. They had harvested it. They had carried it. They had stored it. They knew exactly how much work a loaf represented. Perhaps this is why wasting food had a different emotional weight. A modern person can throw away a piece of bread and replace it easily. A medieval family knew that the bread represented land, seed, labor, weather, animals, tools, storage, milling, and baking. A loaf was not simply food. It was condensed labor. The cellar therefore contained more than supplies, contained hope. That may sound poetic, but it was practical. A full cellar meant winter could be survived. An empty cellar meant anxiety. The difference between the two could determine whether a household remained stable. And the cellar was never static. Every day something entered, something left. A sack became lighter, a barrel emptied, a basket was refilled, a new food was added. The household was constantly managing the balance. This was domestic accounting, not numbers written in a ledger. Food counted physically. You could see the level of grain. You could feel the weight of a sack. You could hear the barrel becoming emptier. You knew. For wealthy households, this calculation could be different. A large estate might have extensive stores, multiple buildings, granaries, cellars, animals, workers, land. The wealthy had buffers. If one harvest failed, they might have resources elsewhere. If food spoiled in one storage room, another might remain. If firewood became scarce, they could purchase more. If a building flooded, they could move. Poverty removes these options. This is one reason why underground living cannot be understood simply as a single architectural choice. The experience of the wealthy was different from the experience of the poor. A stone cellar beneath a manor was not the same as a sunken hut occupied by a peasant family. The materials differed. The space differed. The food supply differed. The number of people differed. The ability to repair problems differed. The ability to leave differed. Architecture reflects inequality. Even beneath the ground. In a wealthy medieval household, a cellar might be a carefully constructed stone room, perhaps vaulted, perhaps divided into sections, perhaps protected by substantial doors, perhaps accessible by stairs, perhaps used to store valuable goods. The room itself might be impressive, but for a poor family, the underground space might be little more than an earthen depression beneath a roof. This is important because when we imagine medieval underground life, we should avoid taking the grandest surviving structures as representative. Most medieval people were not living in castles. They were not eating at long wooden tables beneath carved beams. They were not wearing elaborate robes. They were working. And their homes reflected that. Simple materials, limited space, constant repair, practical design. The poor household also had less room for error. If the cellar flooded, the food might be lost. If the roof failed, there might be no money for replacement. If a family member became sick, labor decreased. If an animal died, the economic consequences could be severe. If the harvest failed, there might be no backup. This is where underground shelter intersects with the larger medieval economy. A house is only as secure as the resources supporting it. A beautifully designed cellar cannot create food. A thick wall cannot create firewood. A dry storage pit cannot create a harvest. Architecture can reduce risk, cannot eliminate scarcity. And scarcity was one of the defining realities of pre-modern life. Now imagine a winter morning after a particularly difficult season. You descend into the cellar. The shelves look bare. The grain sack is almost empty. The vegetables are nearly gone. The barrel is lighter. There is still food. But not much. Someone counts. Someone estimates. How many weeks? How much grain per person? What about the animals? What about the children? What if the weather remains cold? What if spring is late? These calculations would not necessarily be written down. They would happen in conversation, in memory, in anxiety. And the closer the household came to running out, the more every meal mattered. This is where hunger becomes psychological. You do not need to be starving to think about food constantly. If you know your supply is limited, every meal becomes a calculation. How much? How often? What can be saved? What can be substituted? What can be eaten now? What must wait? The cellar becomes a clock. Every empty container moves the household closer to spring. The medieval year, therefore, had a hidden rhythm beneath the visible one. Above ground, planting, growing, harvesting, fields, animals, weather. Below ground, storing, protecting, counting, preserving, using. The surface and underground worlds were connected. The farm produced the food. The cellar protected it. The kitchen consumed it. The household survived. And if one part failed, the others suffered. A bad harvest meant an empty cellar. A flooded cellar meant a wasted harvest. Poor storage meant hunger. Hunger meant weakness. Weakness meant illness. Illness meant less labor. Less labor meant less food. And suddenly the household was trapped in a cycle. This is why food storage was not merely domestic housekeeping. It was survival infrastructure. Then there was the problem of preservation. Without refrigeration, food required careful handling. Salting could preserve meat and fish. Smoking could preserve food and add flavor. Drying removed moisture. Fermentation transformed foods and drinks. Pickling could extend the life of certain foods. Cool storage slowed deterioration. Different cultures developed their own combinations. The medieval world was not technologically ignorant. It was technologically different. People understood preservation through experience. They knew that salt worked. They knew that smoke worked. They knew that drying worked. They knew that certain foods survived better in particular conditions. They may not have understood bacteria. They understood results. And sometimes results are all you need. Salt itself was valuable. Salt preserves. Salt flavors. Salt becomes essential when you need to keep food through months without refrigeration. But salt must come from somewhere. Salt production was an industry. It could be extracted from seawater or mineral deposits, depending on region. It had to be transported. And transportation costs mattered. This is why food preservation is also an economic story. A household's ability to preserve food depended partly on access to resources. The wealthy could acquire more salt. The poor had to use what they could obtain. A cellar may be identical in physical structure but completely different in economic meaning. One contains abundance. Another contains barely enough. The same is true of drink. Barrels and vessels could store various beverages. Water, wine, other fermented drinks depending on place and period. The cellar could therefore be a place where liquid food was preserved. And liquids create their own problems. Containers can leak. Wood can rot. Ceramic can break. Temperature matters. Air exposure matters. Transport matters. The barrel itself becomes a technology. A good barrel is valuable. A broken barrel is a disaster. Imagine discovering a leak at night. Liquid spreads across the floor. You have to move containers. Try to save what you can. The floor becomes slippery. The smell fills the room. Someone is not going to be happy. And once again, the medieval household learns the same lesson. Nothing stays fixed. Everything needs attention. This constant maintenance can be exhausting. The romantic image of the medieval peasant often imagines a person simply living in a rustic house. But the house itself demanded work. The roof, the floor, the walls, the hearth, the storage, the bedding, the tools, the animals, the food, the water, the clothing. Everything needed maintenance. Modern infrastructure hides enormous amounts of labor. Turn on a tap. Water arrives. Press a switch. Light appears. Open a refrigerator. Food remains cold. Turn a thermostat. Heat appears. The medieval household had to perform these functions manually. And underground spaces added even more. Drain the cellar. Repair the walls. Replace damp straw. Move food. Protect supplies. Check for pests. Ventilate. Manage smoke. The house was not passive. It was a job. This is why domestic labor should be treated as one of the central subjects of medieval history. Kings could issue laws. Armies could conquer territories. Churches could build cathedrals. But ordinary life continued because someone cooked. Someone cleaned. Someone carried water. Someone gathered fuel. Someone stored food. Someone repaired clothing. Someone cared for children. Someone cared for the sick. Someone watched the animals. Much of this labor was invisible, and much of it was performed by women. Medieval gender roles varied across societies and periods, but household labor was often heavily gendered, with women carrying major responsibilities for food preparation, childcare, textiles, and domestic management, while men often performed certain agricultural, craft, or external labor. But these categories were never perfectly rigid. Everyone worked. Children worked. Older people worked where they could. The household was an economic unit. If one person could contribute, they did. Imagine a woman descending into the cellar at dawn. She carries a lamp. She checks the stored food. She chooses what will be cooked. Perhaps she takes a little grain. Some preserved vegetables. Maybe a piece of salted meat if the household can afford it. She carries everything upstairs. The cellar remains behind her. The door closes. By noon, the meal has been transformed. The ingredients are no longer visible as separate resources. They have become one meal. People eat. The food provides energy. That energy becomes labor. The labor produces more food. And the cycle continues. This is the hidden engine of medieval society. Food becomes labor. Labor becomes food. The cellar sits quietly in the middle of that cycle. Children learned this system early. A child might be asked to carry something, fetch water, gather fuel, watch animals, help prepare food, clean, sort grain. The precise tasks varied by age, sex, household, and local custom. But childhood was not completely separated from economic life. There was no modern concept of spending 12 years in school before gradually entering adulthood. Some children had opportunities for education. Some were trained in crafts. Some worked on farms. Some entered service. Some lived in monasteries. Life varied. But household labor began early, and underground spaces could become part of a child's world. A child learned where food was stored, where the firewood was kept, where the animals slept, where the dangerous tools were, where the cellar steps were, where the dark corners were. They learned the geography of home. Imagine a child being sent into the cellar alone. It is dark. The child carries a candle. The flame is small. The stairs are uneven. The shadows move. The child knows exactly where the grain is, but the cellar still feels different when entered alone. There is a scratching sound. The child stops. Silence. Then continues. Perhaps the sound was a mouse. Perhaps nothing. The child reaches the shelf, takes what is needed, turns. The darkness behind is deeper now. The child walks faster, up the stairs. Door. Light. Safe. And the child learns something. Fear can be managed. Darkness can be navigated. The world beneath the house becomes familiar. Another piece of adulthood. But what if the child gets sick? What if winter illness moves through the household? Crowded living spaces make separation difficult. If everyone sleeps in the same room, a cough is everyone's problem. If the household is small, care is concentrated. If it is large, disease can spread. Again, underground spaces are not inherently responsible for disease. But crowded, damp, poorly ventilated environments can create conditions that make life harder. Medieval people could not escape this easily. If you have one room, you have one room. If the weather is freezing, you cannot simply sleep outside. If someone is sick, you may have nowhere else to put them. So the family stays together. Care becomes unavoidable, and the household becomes both hospital and home. This brings us to another important truth. The medieval household was not designed around individual comfort. It was designed around collective survival. Modern houses are divided into private rooms, bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchens, living rooms, offices, guest rooms. The medieval home might contain far fewer distinct spaces. People shared. They slept together, worked together, ate together. The lack of privacy was not necessarily interpreted as deprivation because the concept of privacy itself was different. Your family was your environment. Your neighbors were close. Your community was close. And your household could be intensely social, even underground. Especially underground. Imagine an evening meal. The fire glows. The room is warm. Someone tells a story. Someone repairs clothing. Someone sharpens a tool. A child listens. Perhaps bread is passed around. Perhaps a drink. Perhaps a pot of food. The room is crowded, but it is also alive. This is the part that photographs of ruins can never show. Ruins are silent. Living households were noisy. Children. Animals. Tools. Fire. Voices. Laughter. Arguments. Songs. Coughs. Footsteps. The underground room was not a tomb. It was a home. And homes are noisy. The smell of food would also transform the space. A pot simmering over the fire. Grain cooking. Herbs. Smoke. Roasted food. Bread. Fermented drinks. The smell would cling to walls and clothing. A modern kitchen has ventilation designed to remove these smells. The medieval kitchen often let them spread. And perhaps people liked some of them. The smell of bread is comforting. The smell of cooking food means something good is happening. It means calories are arriving. It means the household has enough to cook. Food smells could therefore signal security, even underground. Especially underground. But the smell of spoiled food meant the opposite. A sour smell. Rot. Mold. Something had gone wrong. Someone had to investigate. Food might be thrown away, or salvaged. The decision depended on circumstances. If supplies were plentiful, discard it. If supplies were scarce, perhaps people tried to use what remained. This is where hunger changes the definition of acceptable food. When resources are abundant, standards can be strict. When resources are scarce, people become creative. Almost everything becomes potentially useful. Nothing is wasted if it can still provide calories. This is another reason historical diets cannot be understood simply by looking at idealized recipes. People ate what was available, what could be preserved, what could be afforded. What could be gathered? What survived? The cellar determined part of the menu. And then comes the great transition. Winter begins to weaken. The days grow longer. The light lasts a little more each evening. The ground begins to soften. Snow melts where it exists. Rain replaces frost. The fields are still mostly bare, but the household can feel the change. Spring is coming. The cellar is nearly empty. This is the dangerous moment, because the old food is running out before the new food arrives. This period has often been described as the hungry gap, though the exact experience varied widely by region and agriculture. The concept is simple. The harvest is far away. Stored food is dwindling. People must survive the transition. And underground, the shelves begin to look frighteningly bare. Imagine opening the cellar. There is almost nothing left. One small sack. A few vegetables. Perhaps some preserved food. The barrels are nearly empty. You look around. The room that once represented security now represents scarcity. The walls have not changed. The floor has not changed. The cellar is still cool. But its meaning has changed completely. A full cellar is comforting. An empty cellar is terrifying. The physical space is the same. The psychology is different. This is one of the great lessons of history. Objects do not have fixed meanings. A loaf of bread can be ordinary when you have 10. Can be precious when you have 1. A barrel can be storage. Or it can be hope. A field can be scenery. Or it can be survival. The medieval household understood this instinctively. Spring finally arrives. The first edible greens appear. Animals begin producing again. New crops are planted. Fresh food becomes available. The cellar is no longer the only source of calories. The pressure eases. People breathe differently. Meals become more varied. The household begins preparing for another agricultural year. And the cycle starts again. Harvest. Storage. Winter. Consumption. Scarcity. Spring. Harvest. Again. 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 For centuries. This cycle is perhaps the most important thing to understand about medieval underground life. The underground room did not exist separately from the agricultural world. It was part of it. The cellar depended on the harvest. The harvest depended on weather. The weather depended on climate. The household depended on the cellar. And the entire cycle depended on labor. This was not an isolated building. It was one small piece of a vast system. And that system was fragile. A drought could reduce the harvest. A flood could destroy fields. War could interrupt trade. Disease could reduce labor. Pests could destroy crops. A harsh winter could kill animals. And any of these could empty the cellar. The underground world therefore carried the weight of the surface world. There is a strange irony here. The deeper you go underground, the more dependent you become on what happens above. The cellar protects food. But the food comes from the fields. The underground room protects people. But those people depend on sunlight. The fire warms the room. But the fuel comes from the forest. The water comes from the well. But the well depends on the landscape. Nothing underground is truly independent. The earth provides shelter. The surface provides life. And the two worlds are connected. Late one evening, the household sits quietly. The harvest has not yet arrived. The cellar is low. But spring is close. There is enough for tonight. That is all anyone can know. The fire burns. The meal is small. But everyone eats. The children become sleepy. Someone covers them with blankets. Someone checks the door. Someone checks the fire. Then the household settles down. Above the earth, stars appear. Below it, the room grows dark. The cellar waits. The earth waits. And the people sleep. Tomorrow they will work. Tomorrow they will eat again. Tomorrow they will continue. Because this is how history is usually lived. Not in dramatic moments, but in repetition. meal after meal, winter after winter, repair after repair, generation after generation. And perhaps this is why the underground spaces of the Middle Ages deserve more attention than they usually receive. They reveal the invisible infrastructure of survival. They show us how people preserved food, how they managed temperature, how they stored wealth, how they organized households, how they adapted to scarcity, how they used the earth, and how closely their lives were tied to the physical environment. The underground room was not merely a dark place beneath the house. It was a refrigerator without electricity, pantry, a workshop, a hiding place, a storage bank, sometimes a shelter, sometimes a workplace, and occasionally a prison. Its meaning depended on the people standing inside it. But food was only one part of the problem, because if you are going to live underground, you must also deal with something even more persistent than hunger. Your own body, your skin, your lungs, your sweat, your waste, your need for washing, your need for clean clothing, your need for privacy, and the simple human fact that people produce smells, moisture, and biological waste every day. In a small underground room, these things accumulate. There is nowhere for them to disappear. And that brings us to the next chapter. The chapter that medieval people would probably have preferred not to discuss at dinner. Sanitation, waste, bathing, toilets, human cleanliness, and the unpleasant truth that beneath the romantic candlelight of the medieval cellar was a very ordinary biological reality. Everyone had to use the toilet. Everyone had to wash. Everyone had to deal with waste. And underground, getting rid of it was not always easy. So as the fire dims and the last meal of the day disappears into memory, we will descend once more. Not into the cellar this time, but into the darker side of domestic life. The side that smelled. The side that attracted flies. The side that could contaminate water. The side that reminded medieval people every single day that the human body is not a particularly tidy machine. The room grows quiet. The cellar door closes. And somewhere beneath the floor, a drop of water falls. Then another. And another. The medieval night continues. Slowly. Patiently. One breath. One meal. One day. At a time. The things nobody wanted to smell. The room is dark now. The fire has almost disappeared. Only a few red pieces of charcoal remain beneath the ash, glowing faintly like tiny windows into another world. Everyone is asleep. And then you notice it. A smell. At first, it is difficult to identify. Not exactly smoke. Not exactly food. Not exactly damp earth. Something heavier. Something human. Because people have always had bodies. And bodies have always produced sweat, waste, breath, skin oils, dirty clothing, and all the other ordinary evidence of being alive. We sometimes imagine the Middle Ages as a world of castles, banners, monks, knights, and candlelight. But beneath all of those romantic images was something much less poetic. People needed toilets. People needed washing. People produced garbage. People got sick. People vomited. People had diarrhea. People stepped in mud. Animals wandered through homes. Food spoiled. Drains clogged. Water became contaminated. And somewhere someone had to clean it all up. Usually without gloves. Usually without disinfectant. And certainly without the comforting modern knowledge that a bottle of cleaning spray is waiting underneath the kitchen sink. The medieval household had no such luxury. The mess simply existed, and someone had to deal with it. This becomes especially important underground. A room below ground has a limited capacity to absorb human activity. Waste cannot simply disappear. Smoke cannot simply vanish. Water cannot simply be ignored. Moisture collects. Air becomes stale. If animals are present, the problem becomes larger. If many people share one room, larger again. And if the building is poorly drained, every problem begins to overlap. This is one of the great misconceptions about underground living. People sometimes imagine that because the earth is cool and protective, it must also be naturally clean. It is not. The earth is full of life, bacteria, fungi, insects, worms, rodents, microorganisms, decay. The underground is not sterile. It is biologically busy, very busy. And medieval people lived directly inside that biological world. Start with water. Water is life. But water is also one of the easiest ways to spread disease when contaminated. A medieval settlement might obtain water from wells, springs, rivers, streams, rainwater, or other local sources. The quality depended on geography, infrastructure, and maintenance. A well could provide relatively clean groundwater, but a well could also become contaminated. Nearby waste, animal manure, flooding, poor drainage, improperly placed latrines. Anything that allowed contamination to reach the water source could create problems. And once again, medieval people did not have modern microbiology. They did not know about bacteria in the way we understand them today. But they were not unaware of dirty water. They could see when water was muddy. They could smell bad water. They could taste it. They could notice when a particular source seemed to make people sick. Practical experience created its own form of environmental knowledge. Imagine a well beside a settlement. The bucket goes down. Splash. The rope tightens. Someone pulls. The bucket rises. Water is poured into a container. That water may be used for drinking, cooking, washing, animals, everything. Now imagine a latrine too close to the well. You cannot see the contamination. That is the problem. The water may look perfectly clear. It may taste fine. And yet something may have entered the groundwater. This is why sanitation is not simply a matter of smell. The most dangerous contamination can be invisible. And the medieval household did not possess the tools to identify invisible pathogens. They had observation, experience, tradition, local knowledge, and sometimes, unfortunately, luck. This does not mean medieval people were constantly drinking filthy water and dying immediately. That is another exaggerated image. Many communities had functioning water systems. Some cities developed sophisticated drainage. Some households had access to springs or carefully maintained wells. Some people drank fermented beverages such as ale or wine, depending on region and circumstance. Water quality varied enormously. The medieval world was not one giant sewer, but sanitation problems were real. And the closer people lived together, the harder they became to manage. Cities presented different challenges from villages. Castles presented different challenges from farms. Monasteries could have elaborate water systems. A small rural household might rely on a simple well. The local environment mattered enormously. Now consider the toilet. The word itself sounds modern. The need is not. Every medieval person had one. Every king. Every knight. Every monk. Every peasant. Every child. Every saintly person who ever walked through a medieval church eventually had to stop being spiritually impressive and deal with a very ordinary biological problem. The body does not care about social rank. Kings needed latrines too. And sometimes those latrines were surprisingly sophisticated. Castles could have garderobes or privies built into walls or towers, with waste dropping into pits or other collection systems. Some structures used channels. Some used cesspits. Some relied on simpler arrangements. The precise technology varied. But the principle was always the same. Get waste away from where people live. Preferably. The problem is that away is a relative word. A medieval castle could have a toilet built into a wall. Waste might fall into a pit. In some designs, it could drop outside the building. That sounds sensible. Until you imagine the smell, especially in warm weather, especially when the wind is blowing in the wrong direction, especially when the pit needs cleaning. Because of course it does. Human waste does not politely disappear because the architecture looks impressive. Even a stone castle had plumbing problems. History is wonderfully democratic in that sense. The king may have a crown, but the king still needs somewhere to relieve himself. For an underground household, the problem becomes even more complicated. If you are living below ground, you cannot simply dig a shallow pit anywhere you like. Water tables matter. Drainage matters. Soil matters. The waste has to be kept away from food, away from drinking water, away from living spaces, and preferably away from the air you breathe. That sounds obvious, but achieving all three simultaneously requires planning. And medieval settlements did develop such systems. The challenge was maintenance. A cesspit fills. A drain blocks. A latrine needs emptying. A channel becomes clogged. A bad smell appears. Someone investigates. Someone complains. Someone has to fix it. And there was no municipal sanitation department arriving with a neatly labeled truck. Somebody had to do the unpleasant work. In larger towns and cities, waste management could become an entire occupation. Night soil collectors, waste workers, street cleaners, people responsible for removing refuse. These workers occupied an essential position even if their work was not prestigious. Urban life depends on invisible labor. The same is true today. We simply hide it better. Garbage disappears from your house. Sewage disappears down pipes. You rarely see the people who handle it. In the medieval city, waste could be much more visible. It might accumulate in streets, could be thrown into designated places. Animals might scatter it. Rain might move it. People had to manage it continuously. And when they did not, cities could become unpleasant very quickly. Imagine walking through a medieval town early in the morning. The streets are narrow. Buildings lean over the roadway. The ground is muddy. People are already working. A cart moves slowly through the street. A dog runs past. Someone carries a basket. A shop opens. A door swings outward. And there are smells. Smoke. Bread. Animals. Human waste. Wet earth. Leather. Fish. Rotting vegetation. Wood. Sweat. The medieval city was an assault on the nose. Not necessarily everywhere. Not all the time. But compared with modern urban environments, the smellscape would have been radically different. There was simply more organic material in daily life. More animals. More open waste. More smoke. More cooking. More human bodies. And less mechanical ventilation. Smell was information. This is something we often forget. A bad smell could warn you. Rotten food. Dead animal. Sewer overflow. Stagnant water. Smoke. Spoiled milk. A person who worked closely with animals could recognize smells that indicated illness. A farmer could smell manure and understand what it meant. A cook could smell food and know whether it was beginning to spoil. A household could smell dampness before seeing mold. The nose was a practical tool. People depended on it. And in underground rooms, smell became even more important because visual information was limited. You could smell a problem before you saw it. Dampness was one of the biggest enemies. Underground spaces naturally tend to have contact with moist soil. Depending on climate, drainage, construction, and groundwater, walls can absorb moisture. Floors can remain damp. Water can seep through cracks. Condensation can appear. A room that stays damp is unpleasant. Clothing becomes harder to dry. Bedding can become cold and clammy. Wood can deteriorate. Food can spoil. Mold can grow. The air can feel heavy. And the psychological effect should not be underestimated. Dry warmth feels like safety. Damp cold feels like invasion. It gets into your clothes, into your bedding, into your bones. You sit near the fire. You move closer. The fire helps. But the wall behind you is still cold. The floor is still cold. The earth remembers winter. This is where the medieval fireplace becomes even more important. Fire was the great domestic machine. Heat, light, cooking, drying, comfort. But fire could not solve everything. If you have too much ventilation, you lose heat. Too little and smoke accumulates. If you burn damp wood, the fire smokes. If you burn good dry wood, you need a supply. And gathering fuel was itself labor. Wood had to come from somewhere. Forests were resources. Trees could be managed. Branches collected. Wood cut. Fuel transported. In some regions, people relied on other materials. Peat, brushwood, crop residues, animal dung. The exact fuel varied, but all fuel required effort. Imagine carrying firewood through winter. The pieces are heavy. The path is muddy. The air is cold. You carry one load, then another. The household burns fuel every day, every night, every morning. The fire consumes it. You need more. This is another reason underground homes could be practical in certain environments. If the earth helps retain heat, less fuel may be required to maintain a comfortable temperature. That can be a significant advantage. But comfort is relative. A room that is warmer than outside is not necessarily warm by modern standards. If the outdoor temperature is freezing, an underground room might still feel cold. You may simply be less cold, which in the Middle Ages was sometimes considered an excellent result. Now imagine bathing. Modern people often think of medieval people as rarely washing. This is another area where popular history tends to oversimplify. Bathing practices varied widely across time, region, religion, class, and circumstance. People did wash. They washed hands, faces, bodies, clothing. They used basins, rivers, bathhouses, private facilities where available. Communal baths existed in many medieval societies. Religious practices sometimes encouraged washing. Medical traditions also discussed hygiene. But regular full-body bathing was not equally accessible to everyone. And maintaining cleanliness required water, fuel, time, and privacy. All of these could be limited. For an underground household, bathing was particularly difficult. You need water. You need somewhere to heat it. You need a container large enough. You need somewhere to dispose of the used water. You need fuel. And if the room is already damp, adding large quantities of warm water can increase moisture. So washing becomes a logistical problem. A basin may be easier than a full bath. You can wash your face, hands, arms, feet, other parts of the body. Clothing can be aired. Hair can be cleaned. Different societies had different routines. But the idea that medieval people simply never washed is false. People cared about cleanliness. They simply operated within different material constraints. The medieval bathhouse deserves special attention. In various European and Islamic societies, bathing culture could be significant. Urban bathhouses could serve social functions as well as hygienic ones. People could meet, talk, wash, relax, conduct business. The bath was not necessarily a private experience. Could be communal. This reminds us again that medieval life was not uniformly dirty or primitive. Some medieval cities had sophisticated bathing traditions. Some households were quite clean. Some were not. The variation is the story. History is rarely as simple as people back then did not wash. People did what their environment, culture, wealth, and circumstances allowed. But even when people washed, drying was another issue. Imagine washing clothing in winter. You rinse it, carry it, hang it somewhere. The air is cold. The fabric remains wet. Inside an underground room, it may take a long time to dry. If you hang it near the fire, it may dry faster. But you risk smoke, or sparks, or scorching. The room becomes humid. Everyone notices, and the wet clothing adds to the dampness. Again, one problem creates another. Medieval domestic life is full of these chains. You solve one problem, you create a smaller one. You solve that. Another appears. Eventually you give up and go to bed. A perfectly reasonable medieval strategy. Clothing itself was important for warmth. Wool was especially valuable. Layering could help. People could wear multiple garments. Cloaks, tunics, trousers or hose, stockings, caps, head coverings, footwear. The exact clothing varied greatly, but textiles were essential technology. Clothing was portable shelter, protected the body from cold. And when your home was not warm enough, clothing became even more important. You did not heat the entire building to modern indoor temperatures. You heated yourself. Blankets, clothing, fire, bodies, all contributed. Imagine sleeping in winter. You are wearing layers. You have a blanket. Someone else is nearby. The fire has gone low. The room is cooler now. You pull the blanket closer. Your breath is visible perhaps, depending on the temperature. You turn. The straw beneath you crackles. Someone coughs. The wind moves outside, and you wait for morning. This was not necessarily misery. Humans adapt. The body adapts. The mind adapts. But adaptation should not be confused with comfort. A person can become accustomed to hardship and still be uncomfortable. The same is true of smell. People living in a smoky environment may become accustomed to it. That does not mean the smoke is harmless. People living near animals may become accustomed to manure. That does not mean the smell disappears. People living with damp walls may stop noticing the dampness. That does not mean the room becomes dry. Familiarity changes perception. It does not change physics. And this is why we must be careful when reconstructing historical life. Just because people endured something does not mean it was pleasant. They endured because they had to. Disease is where all of these problems intersect. Crowding, poor nutrition, dirty water, parasites, animals, waste, smoke, dampness, cold. All can affect health. But we should resist the temptation to blame every medieval illness on poor hygiene. Disease is complicated. Medieval people suffered from infectious diseases, nutritional deficiencies, injuries, parasites, and many other conditions. Some were caused by organisms we now understand. Others remain difficult to identify. And many health problems had nothing to do with living underground. The important point is that the underground household existed within a larger environment, could reduce some risks, could increase others. Parasites were another ordinary part of life. Lice, fleas, worms, ticks, other parasites. They could affect people and animals. Clothing and bedding could harbor them. Crowded sleeping arrangements could make transmission easier. Washing helped. Changing clothing helped. Cleaning bedding helped. But complete eradication was difficult. Again, no modern pesticides. No washing machines. No vacuum cleaners. No chemical treatments. You had to physically remove dirt and pests. That meant labor. A lot of labor. Imagine a family preparing bedding. Straw is removed. The bedding is shaken. The room is cleaned. Old material is replaced. Fresh material is added. This is not glamorous work, but it matters. Fresh bedding feels different. It smells different. It reduces some pests. It makes sleep more comfortable. And perhaps this is one of the most important truths about medieval cleanliness. Cleanliness was not an abstract ideal. It was physical work. If you wanted something clean, somebody had to clean it. And usually that somebody was a person. Waste from animals created another problem. If animals were kept close to the household, their manure had value, could be used as fertilizer. So waste was not necessarily considered worthless. This is a recurring theme in pre-modern economies. Waste can become a resource. Manure becomes fertilizer. Ash becomes useful. Broken pottery can be reused. Old cloth becomes rags. Food scraps feed animals. Nothing is simply garbage if it can still serve a purpose. But there is a limit. Too much waste in the wrong place becomes dangerous. So the household has to manage where things go. The world is a cycle. Nothing disappears. Everything moves somewhere. This is perhaps the biggest difference between modern and medieval sanitation. Modern systems are designed to make waste disappear from sight. Flush. Gone. Trash. Gone. Drain. Gone. The medieval world could not make things disappear so efficiently. Waste remained visible. Someone had to carry it. Someone had to empty it. Someone had to bury it. Someone had to spread it. Someone had to clean the street. The physical reality of waste was much harder to ignore. And perhaps that made medieval people more aware of the material world. You could not pretend that waste had ceased to exist because you pulled a handle. It was still somewhere. You simply moved it. Underground spaces made this especially obvious. A cellar could be clean. It could also become a place where things accumulated. Broken objects, old tools, waste materials, food remains, mud, water. The longer a household occupied a space, the more layers it could acquire. This is exactly what archaeologists love, because layers tell stories. A dark soil layer may represent occupation. A charcoal layer may indicate burning. Broken pottery may indicate a meal. Animal bones may reveal diet. Seeds may reveal crops. Pollen may reveal vegetation. Mineral deposits may reveal water movement. The dirt beneath a medieval house is not random. It is an archive. A messy archive. But an archive. Imagine an archaeologist standing in the remains of an underground room. There is no roof. No family. No fire. No smell. Only soil. But the archaeologist sees the shape. A hearth. A doorway. A storage pit. A floor. A drainage channel. The room begins to emerge. Then comes the uncomfortable thought. Someone once stood here. Someone cooked here. Someone slept here. Someone was sick here. Someone argued here. Someone laughed here. Someone spilled something here. Someone cleaned here. Someone probably dropped a small object and never found it. The archaeological site is not merely architecture. It is compressed human life. And beneath all of it is the simplest fact. People were alive. They ate. They drank. They slept. They sweated. They washed. They became dirty. They became clean. They became sick. They recovered. Or they did not. They loved. They argued. They raised children. They grew old. They died. And the underground room witnessed all of it without understanding any of it. The earth does not judge. It simply preserves. Now return to the family. The night is almost over. The fire has become ash. The room is cold. Someone wakes. They need to use the toilet. They sit up. The floor is cold beneath their feet. They wrap themselves in a garment. They open the door. Cold air enters. The darkness outside is deep. They step out. The night sky is enormous. For a moment they look upward. Stars. So many stars. No electric lights. No glowing cities. No aircraft. No towers. Just darkness and stars. Then they return inside. The door closes. The underground room feels warmer again. The fire is rebuilt. Morning approaches, and another day begins. Perhaps this is the moment to reconsider the idea of brutal. Living underground in the Middle Ages could certainly be difficult. Cold. Dampness. Smoke. Crowding. Pests. Poor sanitation. Limited light. Limited privacy. Food insecurity. Physical labor. But the brutality was not necessarily constant. Much of it was ordinary. And ordinary hardship can be more revealing than dramatic suffering. The medieval person did not wake every morning to a disaster. They woke to chores. And sometimes chores are more exhausting than disasters because they never end. The fire needs lighting. The water needs carrying. The animals need feeding. The floor needs cleaning. The food needs checking. The clothes need repairing. The roof needs fixing. The cellar needs draining. The waste needs removing. Tomorrow will require the same. And the day after. And the day after that. This repetition is the real rhythm of history. Not kings. Not battles. Not coronations. Repetition. The same work performed by different hands. A mother teaching a daughter. A father teaching a son. An apprentice learning from a master. A child watching an adult. A technique passing from one generation to the next. The underground house becomes part of that transmission. You learn where the water collects, where the walls leak, which corner stays dry, which food spoils first, which firewood burns best, which entrance catches the wind, which room is safest. Knowledge becomes architecture. Architecture becomes habit. Habit becomes tradition. And tradition becomes survival. Eventually, the family will leave, or the building will be abandoned, or the settlement will change. Perhaps the underground room will be filled. Perhaps a new structure will be built above it. Maybe the area will become farmland. Maybe a road will pass nearby. Maybe a village will disappear. Centuries later, someone will uncover the remains, and the questions will begin. What was this? Who lived here? How did they heat it? Where did they store food? Where did they dispose of waste? How did they get water? How many people lived here? What did they eat? What did they fear? What did they hope for? We can answer some. Others remain lost, and perhaps that is appropriate. History is not a perfect reconstruction. It is a conversation with fragments. The underground room becomes quiet again. The fire has gone out. The household sleeps. Above the earth, dawn begins. Below the earth, the air is still. The walls hold the night's cold. The floor remembers footsteps. The cellar holds what remains of the household's food. And the earth waits. Not impatiently. Not dramatically. Simply waiting. Because eventually, everything returns to the earth. Wood, stone, cloth, bone, food, people, buildings, kingdoms, even memory. The earth takes them slowly, one layer at a time. But before the medieval household disappears into history, there is another question. Why live underground at all? Why choose a place with darkness, dampness, smoke, and limited space? Why not simply build above ground? The answer is more complicated than it first appears. Sometimes people did not choose the underground. The landscape chose it for them. Sometimes materials were scarce. Sometimes climate encouraged earth sheltering. Sometimes security mattered. Sometimes storage was the priority. Sometimes caves offered ready-made shelter. Sometimes the underground space was only partly underground. And sometimes people simply built according to local tradition. The underground was not necessarily an act of desperation. Could be practical, even clever. The earth provides something humans spend enormous amounts of energy trying to reproduce today. thermal stability, protection from wind, protection from sunlight, a degree of insulation, and if properly designed, underground or semi-underground structures can be remarkably efficient. The medieval builder understood this without needing a modern engineering textbook. They observed, they experimented, they inherited knowledge, and they built. The problem was that every environment has a price. If you gain insulation, you may lose daylight. If you gain protection from wind, you may gain moisture. If you gain secrecy, you may lose ventilation. If you gain storage stability, you may create pest problems. The medieval builder was constantly negotiating. The earth offered advantages. The earth demanded compromises, and people accepted the bargain, because the alternative was often worse. So the next time you imagine a medieval house, do not picture only the roof. Picture beneath it, the cool room, the storage, the earth walls, the steps, the darkness, the jars, the grain, the fire above, the waste outside, the water source nearby, the family sleeping close together. And remember that a medieval home was not simply a building. It was a living system. It breathed. It heated. It stored. It leaked. It smelled. It broke. It was repaired. It aged. It changed. And eventually it became part of the landscape. The night is almost gone now. The room grows quieter. The fire is only embers. The last sound is a soft movement in the darkness. Someone turns in sleep. A child breathes. A dog shifts near the doorway. Outside, the first bird begins to call. The underground world is waiting for morning. And when morning arrives, nobody will announce it. There will be no alarm clock, no artificial sunrise, only a faint gray light at the doorway. Someone will wake. Someone will stand. Someone will relight the fire. Someone will fetch water. Someone will descend into the cellar. And the entire machinery of survival will begin again, quietly, without ceremony, exactly as it did yesterday, exactly as it will tomorrow. For the medieval household, this was life, not a story about suffering, not a story about heroic endurance, simply life. A life lived close to the earth, a life where shelter and danger could occupy the same room, where the cellar could hold both food and fear, where the fire could warm and poison, where the walls could protect and trap, where the darkness could frighten and comfort, and where, despite everything, people made homes. They laughed. They ate. They raised children. They told stories. They slept. And perhaps that is the most human truth of all. Even beneath the ground, people still found ways to live, and sometimes, somehow, to feel at home. The fire fades. The room darkens. The earth grows quiet, and history continues beneath our feet. Slowly. Softly. One forgotten household at a time. When the ground became a refuge. There is a particular kind of fear that comes when danger is above you. You cannot see it. You can only hear it. Perhaps that is worse. The sound of hooves somewhere in the distance. A dog barking. Then another. A shout. A door closing too quickly. A bell ringing somewhere beyond the fields. And then silence. You stop what you are doing. Everyone listens. Someone whispers that riders have been seen. Someone else says it is probably nothing. And because humans have always possessed an extraordinary ability to reassure themselves immediately before something unpleasant happens, everyone tries to believe that. Perhaps the riders are merchants. Perhaps travelers. Perhaps soldiers passing along the road. Perhaps nothing at all. But the underground room suddenly feels different. The walls seem thicker. The ceiling seems lower. And the darkness that was uncomfortable yesterday now feels strangely reassuring. Because if the danger is outside, perhaps the earth can protect you. For most ordinary medieval people, violence was not a constant battlefield experience. This matters. The average peasant did not spend every week hiding underground from knights. Medieval Europe was not permanently burning. Most people lived most of their lives doing ordinary things: farming, trading, raising children, repairing houses, going to markets, attending religious services, working, sleeping, eating, living. But periods of warfare could radically change that experience. And when armies moved through a landscape, ordinary people could suddenly find themselves caught in events they had never chosen. A village did not need to be important to become vulnerable. It only needed to be nearby. An army needed food. Animals needed fodder. Soldiers needed shelter. Roads needed to be controlled. Fields could be destroyed. Houses could be occupied. Stores could be taken. And suddenly the peaceful underground cellar became something else. A refuge. Imagine the village at dusk. Smoke rises from the chimneys. The fields are dark. The last animals are being brought inside. The household is preparing for sleep. Then someone comes running. Not walking. Running. That alone tells you something is wrong. They say there are armed men on the road. Perhaps soldiers. Perhaps raiders. Perhaps the enemy. Nobody knows exactly. And that uncertainty is part of the terror. You do not know how many. You do not know where they are going. You do not know what they want. You only know that they are coming. Someone closes the door. Someone extinguishes the visible fire. Someone gathers the children. Someone moves food. Someone checks the cellar. And suddenly every ordinary object becomes important. Blankets. Water. Bread. A lamp. A knife. A bucket. A door bar. The cellar is no longer storage. It is shelter. The idea of hiding underground during violence is much older than the Middle Ages. Humans have used caves, pits, cellars, tunnels, and underground structures for protection for thousands of years. But the medieval world had many reasons for this practice. Fortifications, castles, walled towns, monasteries, caves, earthworks, underground storage, natural caverns, and simple sunken structures. The effectiveness of any underground refuge depended on construction and circumstances. A cellar could protect against weather, could conceal people from passing eyes, but it was not automatically safe from determined attackers. If someone knows you are there, the underground room can become a trap. This is the uncomfortable contradiction. The ground can protect you. The ground can also imprison you. Imagine hiding with 20 people in a small underground room. First, everyone is silent. Children are told not to speak. Adults whisper. Someone is breathing too loudly. Someone is crying. Someone tries to calm them. The room is dark. The air becomes warmer. Bodies produce heat. The lamp consumes oxygen. The door is closed. And now you begin to understand something about underground refuge. It is not a bunker in the modern sense. It was not designed with ventilation systems, emergency exits, medical supplies, or stored drinking water for weeks. It may have been a food cellar, a storage pit, a cave, a basement. The distinction matters. A space designed to store grain is not necessarily a space designed to protect 20 frightened people. But people adapt. They use what exists. Because when danger arrives, perfection is no longer an option. The first challenge is noise. A child coughs. Everyone freezes. Someone whispers, "Be quiet." Another sound comes from outside. Footsteps. The family waits. The footsteps pass. Silence returns. The child begins to cry again. Someone holds them. Perhaps they understand. Perhaps they do not. The adult does not know what is happening above. and this uncertainty is almost unbearable. The underground world becomes disconnected from the surface. You cannot see. You can only listen. Every sound becomes enormous. A horse. A boot. A shout. Wood breaking. A door opening. The wind. Rain. Then silence. The human brain fills the silence with possibilities. And possibilities are often worse than facts. This is where underground living becomes psychologically different from ordinary domestic life. In normal circumstances, darkness is simply darkness. During danger, darkness becomes concealment. That can be comforting. You cannot see the enemy. Perhaps they cannot see you. The same absence of visibility that makes underground rooms unpleasant during ordinary life becomes an advantage. The darkness is now your ally. The earth is now a wall. The cellar door is now a barrier. The room becomes a hiding place. And for a few hours, perhaps that is enough. But what happens when the danger lasts? That is the real problem. A short hiding period is one thing. Several days is another. Food, water, sanitation, light, sleep, all become problems. Imagine 20 people hiding underground for 3 days. They need water. They need food. They need somewhere to relieve themselves. They need to breathe. They need to move. Children become restless. People become frightened. Someone may become sick. The room becomes increasingly unpleasant. The smell grows stronger. The floor becomes dirty. The air becomes heavy. And every hour feels longer than the one before. This is where the romantic image of secret medieval tunnels and hidden chambers collapses. Underground refuge is not comfortable. It is survival. Sieges created some of the most extreme versions of this problem. A siege could transform an entire settlement. A town surrounded by an enemy army could become a closed world. The gates were shut. Movement was restricted. Food was counted. Water became precious. People watched the walls. They waited. The outside world became inaccessible. Inside, every resource mattered. And underground spaces became storage rooms, workshops, shelters, wells, and sometimes places of fear. Imagine a fortified town under siege. Above the ground, the walls rise. Soldiers patrol. Defenders watch the horizon. Below the ground, people work. Food is stored. Water is collected. Supplies are protected. The town is functioning. But everyone knows that the situation can change. If the siege lasts long enough, food becomes scarce. Prices rise. People become hungry. Animals are slaughtered. Leather may be reused. Grain becomes carefully rationed. The cellar is opened again and again. Each opening is a calculation. How much remains? How long can it last? When will relief arrive? Will it arrive at all? A cellar becomes a symbol of time. At the beginning of a siege, it may be full. At the end, it may be nearly empty. The same room measures the collapse of hope. 1 sack. Half a sack. A bowl. A handful. Nothing. The underground space becomes a record of survival. You can almost imagine the sound of grain being poured. At first, it falls heavily, a thick stream. Later, only a little. Then perhaps the sack is shaken. Nothing. The silence is terrible, because everyone knows what it means. Sieges also demonstrate why underground storage was so important to medieval warfare. An army could not survive without supplies. Neither could a town. Grain. Salt. Dried foods. Water. Firewood. Animal feed. Tools. Weapons. Clothing. Everything needed to be stored. And the underground could help protect some of these supplies from weather and, in some cases, from observation. But storage had limits. An enemy could destroy crops, burn buildings, block roads, cut off supplies. The underground could preserve what you already had, could not create more. Again, the earth could protect, could not perform miracles. Tunnels played another role in medieval warfare. Some were used in mining beneath fortifications. Attackers might dig toward walls. Defenders might construct countermines. The purpose was to undermine foundations or breach defenses. This was dangerous work. Underground warfare was a strange mirror of life above. Above ground, armies fought with swords, spears, bows, siege engines. Below ground, workers listened to the earth. They dug. They measured. They supported tunnels with timber. They hoped the roof would not collapse. They worried about enemy miners. They worried about air. They worried about water. And they worked in darkness. Imagine being one of those workers. You enter a narrow tunnel. There is barely enough room. You carry a tool. The air is stale. The timber supports creak. You hear digging somewhere. Is it your own workers? Or the enemy? You stop. Listen. Tap. Silence. Then another sound. Closer. This was underground warfare. Not glorious. Not cinematic. Just claustrophobic labor. The earth itself becomes the battlefield. And unlike a battlefield above ground, there is nowhere to run. Mining beneath walls could have catastrophic consequences. If supports were removed or foundations undermined, sections of fortifications could collapse. But tunneling was risky for the attackers too. A tunnel could collapse, flood, fill with smoke, be discovered. The enemy could counter-tunnel. The work was slow, and every sound mattered. In some medieval sieges, underground activity became a contest of listening. Who could hear whom first? Who could detect digging? Who could break through? Who could stop the tunnel? The earth became a medium of communication. A strange one. A dangerous one. Natural caves offered another kind of underground shelter. Across Europe and the wider medieval world, people used caves for many purposes. Storage, shelter, religious practices, temporary habitation, animal refuge, workshops, hideouts. Some caves became sacred spaces. Others were simply useful holes in the landscape. The cave is one of humanity's oldest shelters. It requires no roof, no walls, no construction. The earth has already done the work, but caves have their own dangers. Darkness, moisture, cold, poor ventilation, falling rock, flooding, animals, and the possibility of becoming lost. A cave is not automatically safe because it is natural. Nature is not a kindly landlord. It charges rent in its own way. Imagine entering a cave during a storm. Rain is falling outside. Wind moves through the trees. You step inside. The sound changes immediately. The outside world becomes distant. Your footsteps echo. Water drips. The air is cool. You move deeper. The darkness becomes complete. You light a torch. The flame illuminates only a small circle. Everything beyond it disappears. You are now inside the earth. For a moment, it feels peaceful. Then you realize how far you are from daylight. And the cave suddenly feels enormous. This mixture of shelter and fear is central to underground life. Humans often experience enclosed spaces in contradictory ways. A room can make you feel safe because the walls keep danger out. The same walls can make you feel trapped because they prevent escape. Underground, that contradiction becomes stronger. The earth surrounds you. There is no horizon. No breeze unless ventilation provides it. No sunlight. No easy sense of direction. Time itself becomes strange. Without daylight, morning and evening blur. A lamp tells you where you are. A clock tells you when. But medieval people often had neither. They relied on environmental cues. And underground, those cues disappear. Imagine waking underground after sleeping for what feels like hours. Is it morning? You do not know. You listen. Nothing. You climb the stairs. Open the door. Light floods your eyes. The sky is gray. It is morning. Or perhaps afternoon. Your body has lost its rhythm. This is one of the subtle psychological difficulties of underground living. Humans evolved with daylight. The sun tells us when to wake, when to work, when to rest. Underground, that signal weakens. A lamp can replace light, but it cannot replace the sky. For people using underground spaces temporarily, this may not matter. For people living there regularly, it becomes part of daily life. Perhaps the underground room is only one part of the house. Perhaps the family spends daylight hours outside. Perhaps they farm, trade, work, and socialize above ground. The cellar is then an extension of the house rather than the entire house. This distinction is crucial. Many medieval underground structures were not completely underground homes. They were partly sunken. They had windows. They had entrances. They connected to above-ground spaces. The idea of a medieval family living permanently in a completely dark cellar is much less representative than the idea of people using earth-sheltered rooms as part of a larger domestic system. And yet, some communities did live in partially underground structures, especially where local building traditions, climate, or resources encouraged them. Sunken houses could provide insulation. Earth could be piled against walls. Roofs could be low. Entrances could be protected. The design might resemble a shallow depression more than a modern basement. Such homes could be practical. But practical does not mean luxurious. The interior could be cramped. The floor might be earthen. The walls could be timber, wattle, stone, or combinations of materials. Lighting would remain limited. Smoke management would remain important. And every inch of space would matter. Space was precious. Think about modern houses. We complain when a bedroom is small. A medieval household might regard the entire room as a luxury. Furniture was limited. Storage had to be efficient. People sat on benches, stools, chests, or the floor depending on circumstance. Beds occupied valuable space. Tools had to be stored. Food had to be stored. Clothing had to be stored. Firewood had to be stored. And animals might be nearby. The house was a multi-purpose machine. A single room could be bedroom, kitchen, workshop, dining room, storage space, and social area. That sounds chaotic because it was, but it was also efficient. You used what you had. Imagine trying to move through such a room at night. You know where everything is. The bench, the bucket, the chest, the sleeping area, the fire, the stairs. A stranger would trip over everything, but you do not. You know the room through memory. You could probably navigate it in near darkness. This is another form of adaptation. The human body becomes familiar with space. You stop thinking about every step. You know where to put your hand, where to duck, where to turn, where the floor changes, where the wall protrudes. The house becomes part of your body map. This is why archaeological plans can sometimes feel misleading. Plan shows dimensions, walls, entrances, pits, fireplaces, but it does not show how the room felt. It does not show the darkness, the smell, the heat, the smoke, the noise, the people, the animals, the movement. A room that looks enormous on paper might have felt crowded. A room that looks primitive might have felt familiar and safe to its inhabitants. A room that looks miserable might have been someone's childhood home. We should remember that. The emotional meaning of home is powerful. A medieval person might complain about their house. The roof leaks. The floor is damp. The room is cold. The cellar smells. The walls are cracked. And yet, if they leave for several days, they may miss it. Because home is not architecture. Home is familiarity. It is where your people are, where your possessions are, where you know the sounds, where you know the smells, where you know which floorboard creaks, where you know where the bread is stored, where you know the fire. Even a dark underground room can become home. Now imagine the opposite. You are forced into an underground space because soldiers are approaching. This is not home. It is shelter. The distinction matters. The same cellar can feel comforting one day and terrifying the next. When used for storage, darkness is convenient. When used for hiding, darkness is frightening. When used for sleeping, darkness is normal. When used during an attack, darkness becomes uncertainty. The architecture does not change. The situation does. This is perhaps the most interesting thing about underground spaces in medieval history. They were multifunctional. A cellar could be pantry. Pantry could be shelter. A shelter could become prison. A tunnel could be passage. A tunnel could be battlefield. A cave could be home. A cave could be tomb. The underground was not one thing. It was a category of spaces defined by their relationship to the earth. And humans used those spaces according to need. During periods of political instability, underground hiding places could become important. But again, we must be careful. Not every medieval village had secret tunnels connecting castles and houses. The popular image of endless underground tunnels beneath European towns is often exaggerated. Many supposed secret tunnels are later constructions, drainage channels, storage areas, mining works, or simply misunderstood structures. The reality is less dramatic, which ironically makes it more interesting. People did not need secret tunnels everywhere. They needed practical spaces, storage, drainage, shelter, work. Those ordinary functions were enough. Still, genuine underground passages existed. Some connected parts of fortified structures. Some were used for water supply, some for drainage, some for access. Some were associated with mining, and some were created to allow movement without exposing people above ground. The technology was real, but it was local and specific. There was no universal medieval underground network waiting beneath Europe. Unfortunately, it would have made commuting much easier. The earth also provided protection from weather. This is one of the less dramatic but more important reasons for underground construction. Wind loses energy against earth. Temperature changes are moderated. Snow can insulate. Thick earth walls can reduce heat loss. In hot climates, underground rooms can remain cooler. This principle appears across many cultures. The medieval builder was not inventing underground architecture from nothing. They were participating in a very old human strategy. Use the earth as insulation. And when your main heating source is a small fire, every bit of insulation matters. Imagine a winter storm above. Snow falls. Wind moves across the fields. The roof shakes. But inside the partially sunken room, the temperature changes more slowly. The earth holds some of yesterday's warmth. The walls remain cool. The fire burns. The household gathers closer. The storm continues. This is the moment when underground living makes sense. Not romantic. Not comfortable. But useful. The earth has become a blanket. A very heavy blanket. Summer creates the opposite effect. Above ground, the sun heats roofs and walls. Inside an earth-sheltered room, temperatures can remain more stable. The cellar stays cool. Food lasts longer. People escape some of the heat. This makes underground storage particularly useful. A medieval cellar was a natural climate-controlled environment. Not perfect. Not refrigerated. But cooler and more stable than many above-ground spaces. Again, practical intelligence. No electricity required. This is why the word brutal needs balance. The underground could be difficult, but it could also be ingenious. Medieval people were not foolish. They understood their environment. They built around limitations. They used gravity. They used earth. They used water. They used fire. They used wind. They used animals. They used seasonal rhythms. They created solutions with the materials available. The result may look primitive to us, but primitive does not mean unintelligent. Sometimes it means operating with fewer resources, and that is very different. Yet there was another danger beneath the earth. Fire. Sounds strange. You go underground to escape cold. You light a fire. And now the thing protecting you becomes a threat. Smoke. Carbon monoxide. Sparks. Burning materials. Limited ventilation. A poorly managed hearth could turn a warm room into a deadly one. Medieval people knew fire was dangerous. They respected it. But accidents happened. A spark could catch bedding. A roof could burn. A timber wall could ignite. A lamp could fall. Oil or fat could spill. Fire could spread rapidly. And underground, smoke could become trapped. Imagine waking to smoke. At first you think the fire is merely burning poorly. Then you cough. Someone else wakes. The room is hazy. The lamp is almost useless. People begin moving. The fire needs to be controlled. A door is opened. Cold air rushes in. Smoke begins to escape. Everyone coughs. Children cry. Someone carries water. For a few moments, the household is in chaos. Then the smoke clears. The fire is reduced. Everyone breathes again. Another ordinary medieval emergency. No firefighters. No smoke alarms. No emergency number. Just people dealing with the problem themselves. And that is the underlying theme of medieval underground life. Self-reliance. Not because people necessarily wanted to be heroic. Because there was often no alternative. If the cellar flooded, you pumped or carried the water. If the roof leaked, you repaired it. If the food spoiled, you lost it. If rodents arrived, you trapped them. If the fire smoked, you fixed the hearth. If someone became sick, the family cared for them. If soldiers approached, you hid. If winter came, you endured it. Life was a series of problems. And survival meant solving enough of them. The people who lived this way were not thinking about themselves as historical subjects. They were not thinking, someday people will find my cellar fascinating. They were thinking, is there enough grain? Did the roof hold? Where is the child? Is the fire still burning? Can we afford salt? Will the rain stop? When will spring come? These questions were immediate. History happened around them, but for them it was simply life. And perhaps that is why underground spaces are so powerful archaeologically. They preserve ordinary things. A broken pot. A charred seed. A nail. Piece of bone. A tool. A hearth. A storage pit. A drainage channel. Small things. But together they tell a story. A story about people who did not leave behind biographies. People whose names we will never know. People whose lives were not recorded by chroniclers. People who did not command armies. People who did not build cathedrals. But people who still made history. Because history is not only what kings did. It is what everyone did. Outside, centuries pass. Kingdoms rise. Kingdoms fall. Languages change. Borders move. Religions spread. Wars begin. Wars end. Trade routes shift. Cities grow. Cities disappear. But beneath one small medieval house, the earth remains. The room collapses. The roof rots. The walls fall. The floor fills. Grass grows. Trees appear. The house disappears. And the underground room becomes invisible. For hundreds of years, perhaps, until someone digs. A shovel strikes something hard. A fragment of stone. Piece of pottery. A dark patch of soil. The archaeologist stops. The past has spoken. Quietly. The underground room is uncovered. Sunlight enters for the first time in centuries. Dust rises. The walls are exposed. The floor appears. A person stands where someone once slept. The archaeologist looks down. Perhaps there is a storage pit. Perhaps a hearth. Perhaps the remains of a doorway. And suddenly the modern world is standing inside the medieval world. For one brief moment, the distance between them disappears. The same earth. The same room. Different people. Different centuries. The same basic human needs. Food. Water. Warmth. Safety. Sleep. Home. The sun is setting now, but our journey is not finished, because there is one final transformation we need to understand. The underground was not merely a place where ordinary people lived. It could become a place where societies preserved their dead, where monks sought solitude, where miners worked, where prisoners were held, where wealth was hidden, where religious rituals occurred, and where, in some places, entire communities learned to make the underground their world. The deeper we go, the stranger the story becomes, because eventually we leave the cellar, we leave the village, we leave the battlefield, and we enter the great underground landscapes of the medieval world. Caves, mines, catacombs, crypts, tunnels, subterranean churches, buried settlements, places where the boundary between house, workplace, sanctuary, and tomb becomes almost impossible to separate. And there, beneath the stone, the medieval imagination begins to change. The earth is no longer merely shelter. It becomes sacred, dangerous, mysterious, and eternal. So tonight, as the fire burns lower and the underground room grows quiet, imagine one final descent. A staircase disappearing into darkness. One step. Then another. The air becoming colder. The light becoming smaller. The sounds of the surface fading behind you. And beneath your feet the world opening downward. Slowly. Patiently. As it has done for thousands of years. The medieval underground is waiting. And this time we are going deeper. Deeper into the earth. The staircase continues downward. One step. Then another. The light from above becomes smaller. The sound of the surface disappears. No wind. No birds. No distant cartwheels. Only your own footsteps. And beneath them the old stone. Cold. Patient. Unmoving. You have left the cellar now. You are entering a different kind of underground world. A world of caves and mines, of crypts and tunnels, of places where people did not simply store food or escape the weather. Places where they worked, prayed, buried their dead, hid, sought solitude, and sometimes disappeared. The medieval relationship with the earth was complicated. The ground beneath your feet was farmland. It was also grave. It was also foundation. It was also source of stone, metal, clay, salt, and fuel. Could feed you, could shelter you, could swallow you. And perhaps because of this, medieval people often treated the underground with a mixture of practicality and reverence. The earth was useful, but it was also mysterious. Start with the simplest underground space of all, a cave. Long before medieval people built houses, human beings used caves. The cave required almost nothing. No roof beams. No walls. No foundations. The stone already existed. You only needed to enter, and perhaps make the space more usable. A fire. A sleeping place. A storage area. A barrier. A lamp. The cave could become shelter. But caves also had symbolic power. They were dark. They were enclosed. They had strange sounds. Water dripped. Echoes traveled. Animals disappeared into them. The world outside could not always explain what was happening inside. For medieval people living in deeply religious cultures, the darkness of a cave could also evoke ideas of death, rebirth, burial, retreat, and spiritual transformation. Person entered darkness and eventually emerged into light. That metaphor practically writes itself. Medieval religious thinkers certainly did not need much encouragement. Some caves became associated with saints and holy people. Hermits could choose remote places for religious retreat. A cave could provide isolation from ordinary society. Imagine living alone in a cave. No neighbors. No market. No crowded street. No household noise. Only stone. Wind. Water. Prayer. Perhaps animals outside. The idea could seem spiritually attractive. To retreat from the world. To escape distraction. To live simply. But the romantic image of the hermit should not hide the physical reality. A cave is cold. Food must come from somewhere. Water must be obtained. Clothing must be maintained. Firewood must be gathered. The body still requires everything it required above ground. Spiritual solitude does not cancel biology. Unfortunately, the human body remains committed to being inconvenient. A hermit might therefore depend on nearby communities. People could bring food. Visitors might arrive. Pilgrims might come. A religious site could develop around the hermit's location. Over time, a cave could become a shrine. A place that began as an individual's retreat could become part of a larger religious landscape. The underground space was transformed. First shelter, then sanctuary, then memory, then sacred geography. The earth itself became part of the story. The Christian tradition was not alone in assigning spiritual meaning to underground spaces. Across the medieval world, different religious cultures developed sacred relationships with caves, tombs, crypts, springs, mountains, and underground chambers. The specific beliefs varied, but the basic human instinct was similar. Certain places feel different. A cave feels enclosed. A tomb feels permanent. A crypt feels ancient. A subterranean chamber feels separated from ordinary life. The architecture creates a psychological boundary. You descend. And by descending, you feel that you are entering another kind of space. This is why crypts became so important in medieval religious architecture. A crypt is an underground or semi-underground space associated with a church, often used for burial, relics, worship, or a combination of these functions. The experience of entering one could be dramatic. Above ground, the church is open. Light enters. Voices rise. Bells sound. Below, the atmosphere changes. Stone. Darkness. Silence. Cool air. Perhaps the smell of incense. Perhaps candles. Perhaps the presence of tombs. The architecture encourages reflection. You descend physically. You also descend symbolically. Imagine entering a medieval crypt. The staircase is narrow. Your hand touches the wall. The stone is cold. You carry a candle. The flame illuminates carved details. A column. An arch. A tomb. A fragment of inscription. You hear footsteps behind you. They echo. The space feels larger than it is. The dead are nearby, not abstractly, physically. Bones. Burials. Memories. And for a medieval person, death was not hidden from everyday life in the way it often is in modern societies. The dead were visible. Funerals were communal. Graves were nearby. Relics were venerated. Churches could contain tombs. The boundary between the living and the dead was physically closer. This closeness to death changes the meaning of underground space. The cellar is beneath the home. The crypt is beneath the church. The grave is beneath the ground. The same earth holds food and bodies. That sounds strange to modern ears, but historically it is normal. The earth is both source and destination. Plants grow from it. Animals feed on plants. Humans eat animals and plants. Humans die. Bodies return to the earth. Plants grow again. The cycle continues. Medieval religious thought often placed enormous significance on this cycle. The grave was not simply an ending. For Christians, it was connected to resurrection. The buried body awaited a future transformation. The underground therefore became associated with both death and hope. Darkness was not necessarily the final state. Could be waiting. The crypt could therefore be a place of memory. A ruler might be buried there. A bishop. A noble. A saint. A member of a religious community. The tomb becomes a marker. This person existed. This person mattered. This person is remembered. But the vast majority of medieval people did not receive monumental tombs. Their graves were simpler. Their names often disappeared. This is another reason archaeology matters. A modest burial can preserve evidence of someone who left no written record. The earth becomes the archive, and the earth can be surprisingly revealing. Human remains can reveal age, sometimes sex, sometimes disease, sometimes injuries, sometimes diet, sometimes patterns of labor. Bones can show stress. Teeth can reveal diet and childhood conditions. Isotopic analysis can provide clues about where people lived or what they ate. Burial practices reveal cultural beliefs. Grave goods, where present, can reveal identity or social customs. Even the position of a body can tell a story. The dead speak differently from written documents. They do not tell us what they thought, but they can tell us what happened to their bodies. And sometimes that is enough to challenge old assumptions. Now leave the crypt. Go deeper. The next underground world is the mine. Unlike the cellar or crypt, the mine exists because humans want something from the earth. Metal, stone, salt, clay, coal or other mineral resources depending on region and period. Mining could be enormously important to medieval economies. Produced materials for tools, weapons, construction, coins, jewelry, trade, industry. The medieval economy depended heavily on extraction. And extraction means going underground. Imagine entering a medieval mine. There is no modern elevator, no bright electric lighting, no reinforced concrete, no steel support beams. You descend using ladders, steps, shafts, or other arrangements depending on the mine. The light comes from candles or lamps. The flame is small. Every movement matters. The walls are close. The air changes. The deeper you go, the more aware you become of the earth above you. Thousands of kilograms of stone. Tons. The entire landscape is pressing downward. And yet you continue. Because somewhere below is something valuable. Mining was dangerous. Collapses. Flooding. Falling rock. Poor ventilation. Fires. Explosions in later mining contexts. Physical exhaustion. Accidents with tools. Long-term health problems from dust or exposure. The exact risks varied by material, technology, and period. But underground work is inherently difficult. You are fighting gravity. You are fighting darkness. You are fighting rock. And you are doing it with limited technology. The miner's world was completely different from the farmer's. The farmer watches the sky. The miner watches the rock. The farmer worries about rain. The miner worries about water underground. The farmer measures seasons. The miner measures depth. The farmer looks outward. The miner looks inward. Both depend on the earth, but in opposite ways. One asks the earth to produce. The other asks the earth to surrender. Mining communities could become wealthy. A valuable mineral deposit could transform a region. Towns developed around mines. Workers arrived. Merchants followed. Tools were needed. Food was needed. Animals were needed. Roads developed. Markets developed. Governments became interested. Because of course they did. If someone discovers something valuable beneath the ground, eventually someone with a title and a tax collector tends to become interested. Mining could therefore become politically important. Rulers wanted access to valuable resources. Rights to mines could be controlled. Taxes could be imposed. Labor organized. Trade expanded. The underground became connected to royal finance. Silver was especially important. Silver could be used in coinage. A silver mine could therefore influence an entire economy. The metal came out of the ground. It was processed, transported, minted, turned into coins. Those coins paid soldiers, merchants, workers, officials, taxes. The underground mine could therefore finance wars hundreds of miles away. A miner working in darkness might have no idea where the metal would end up. He digs. The ore is carried out. Someone processes it. Someone buys it. A ruler receives taxes. A soldier receives wages. A merchant purchases goods. The metal travels. A tiny piece of underground labor enters the bloodstream of an entire kingdom. This is one of the great hidden connections in history. The underground worker and the king are connected. The miner produces material. The state takes a portion. The material becomes wealth. The wealth becomes power. Power becomes policy. Policy becomes war. War requires more metal. More metal requires more mining. And the cycle continues. The man underground may never see the battlefield, but his labor helps create the weapons used there. History is full of these invisible chains. The mine itself could be brutally dark. Imagine spending hours underground. The lamp is your sun. It illuminates perhaps a small circle. Beyond that circle, everything disappears. You work by touch. Hammer. Pick. Wedge. Basket. Rope. Your body moves repeatedly. Strike. Turn. Clear debris. Strike. Turn. Clear debris. The rhythm continues. The sound echoes. Hammer against stone. Hammer against stone. Hammer against stone. It becomes almost hypnotic. A mechanical heartbeat inside the earth. Then comes the moment every miner fears. A crack. A movement. Dust falls. Someone shouts. The tunnel shifts. Everyone stops. Silence. Then perhaps nothing happens. Or perhaps something does. A support breaks. Rock collapses. The tunnel fills. The miners run. But underground, running is difficult. There may be only one exit. And if that exit is blocked, the world becomes very small. This is why mining required knowledge. Supports had to be placed. Water had to be managed. Air had to circulate. Routes had to be maintained. A mine was an engineered environment. Even if the technology looks primitive compared with modern standards, it involved practical expertise. Ventilation was especially important. A mine needs air. People breathe. Fires consume oxygen. Some underground gases can accumulate. The deeper the mine, the more complicated the problem. Medieval miners developed various methods to improve ventilation. Air shafts. Separate openings. Fires used to create air movement in some contexts. Different designs depending on geology. The exact techniques varied, but the fundamental principle was understood. People need air. Underground, air cannot be taken for granted. The same principle applied to the household. A fire needs oxygen. People need oxygen. Smoke must leave. Fresh air must enter. The medieval builder had to balance these things. Too much airflow and the room becomes cold. Too little and smoke accumulates. A small opening may help. A chimney may help. A doorway may help. But every opening changes the environment. The house is a machine of air. Even when the people living inside never described it that way. Now imagine a monastery. a completely different kind of underground world. Monasteries could have cellars, crypts, storage rooms, water systems, drainage channels, and workspaces. Monastic communities often required extensive infrastructure because they were organized communities. People needed food, water, wine or ale, fuel, storage, workshops, libraries, places of prayer, places of burial. A monastery was not simply a group of people praying all day. It was an economic institution. Someone had to produce food. Someone had to preserve it. Someone had to maintain buildings. Someone had to manage animals. Someone had to repair tools. Someone had to clean. The spiritual life depended on physical infrastructure. Beneath the monastery, the cellar could be enormous compared with a poor household storage space. Barrels, grain, vegetables, wine, tools, supplies. The monks might have systems for managing resources. Some monasteries became highly productive agricultural centers. They owned land, managed estates, traded goods, produced manuscripts, operated mills. The underground was part of this institutional machine. Again, the earth was supporting a much larger social system. But monasteries also used underground spaces for contemplation. Crypts, burial areas, caves associated with saints, hermit cells. The spiritual underground was different from the economic underground, yet they could exist side by side. Food beneath the building, dead beneath the church, water beneath the ground, prayer above. The entire monastery could be vertically organized. A fascinating image emerges. The medieval world was not just divided horizontally into villages and towns. It was also divided vertically, above, below, surface, subsurface, sky, earth, and people moved between these worlds constantly. The vertical nature of medieval architecture is easy to overlook. We imagine castles as towers, cathedrals as soaring structures, but beneath them were foundations, crypts, storage, drains, tunnels, burial spaces. The higher the building rose, the deeper its foundations sometimes needed to go. The medieval world literally extended downward as well as upward. A cathedral could symbolize humanity reaching toward heaven. Its crypt could remind everyone that humanity remained tied to the earth. Stone above, bones below, light above, darkness below. The symbolism is almost too perfect. And then there are burial caves. In some regions, people used rock-cut tombs. Elsewhere, burials were placed beneath churches. In some societies, underground tombs became elaborate. The dead could be arranged in chambers. Relics could be preserved. Pilgrims could visit. The underground became a place where memory was stored, a physical archive of the dead. This was especially important in cultures where saints' remains were considered sacred. The body was not simply biological. It could become an object of devotion. The earth became a vault. But there was another side to burial. The ordinary grave. A hole. A body. Earth. Perhaps a marker. Then time. The grave disappears. Grass grows. People forget. Generations pass. The person becomes anonymous. This is the fate of most human beings. Not everyone becomes a king. Not everyone gets a monument. Most people return to the earth without leaving a recognizable name. And yet their bodies remain evidence. Their bones. Their teeth. Their burial position. The soil around them. Their existence is not completely erased. There is something deeply humbling about this. The medieval king and the medieval farmer both end in the same physical landscape. One may have a carved tomb. The other may have a simple grave. But both return to earth. The underground makes this equality visible. Beneath the palace, beneath the church, beneath the village, the same soil, the same darkness, the same silence. The hierarchy of medieval society does not completely survive underground. The earth has its own rules. This may be why underground spaces often feel ancient even when they are not. When you stand underground, you lose many modern signals. No horizon, no traffic, no sky, no buildings, no screens. The room becomes timeless, and that feeling may have existed for medieval people too. A person entering a cave or crypt could feel disconnected from ordinary life. The darkness removes the familiar world. You become aware of your own body, your breathing, your footsteps, your heartbeat, the sound of water, the smell of stone. This can be frightening, can also be peaceful. For monks and hermits, this psychological effect could be valuable. Silence, isolation, darkness, a place away from distraction. The underground could become a tool for spiritual discipline. But even then, the body remained present. Cold, hunger, fatigue, pain. A monk could seek transcendence while simultaneously wondering whether the firewood would last. Spiritual life never completely escaped material reality. And that is one of the most interesting things about medieval history. The sacred and the ordinary were intertwined. Prayer beside cooking, burial beside architecture, fasting beside agriculture, meditation beside manure. The medieval world did not separate these things as neatly as we sometimes imagine. Now think about sound. Underground, sound behaves differently. A whisper can travel. A drop of water becomes loud. Footsteps echo. A hammer strike can seem enormous. The absence of ordinary surface noise changes perception. Imagine sitting alone in a crypt. Silence. Then, drip. You wait. Drip. Again. It becomes a rhythm. Perhaps you hear something farther away. A footstep. Or perhaps only your imagination. The underground magnifies uncertainty. The human brain does not like incomplete information. It fills the gaps. This is why underground spaces have inspired legends for so long. Ghosts, spirits, hidden creatures, treasures, lost people, curses. The darkness invites stories. Medieval people lived in a world full of supernatural explanations. That does not mean they were irrational. It means their understanding of the world included religious and supernatural frameworks that modern people often separate from everyday experience. A strange sound in a cave could be explained through local folklore. A mysterious underground chamber might become associated with a saint. A hidden burial place might acquire a story. A mine collapse could be interpreted through religious ideas. The unknown was not simply empty. It was meaningful. The earth itself could therefore become a character in medieval imagination. The forest had spirits. The mountain had legends. The cave had stories. The well had associations. The grave had memory. The underground was not merely physical. It was psychological. And sometimes the stories surrounding a place survived longer than the people who created them. A cave becomes a shrine. A shrine becomes a pilgrimage site. Pilgrimage route develops. A village grows nearby. Centuries later, people still visit. The original underground inhabitant is forgotten. The place remains. There is another underground world we should not ignore. Salt. Salt mines could be extraordinary environments. Salt was valuable for food preservation. Some deposits were mined underground. Workers entered the earth to extract something that humans needed every day. Imagine a mine where the walls themselves are salt. The light catches crystals. The air is different. The surfaces glitter faintly. Workers carve, break, carry, move. The salt leaves the mine. It enters kitchens, preserves meat, preserves fish. It becomes part of daily life. The underground is feeding people far away. Stone mining was equally important. Medieval cathedrals required enormous amounts of stone. Castles, bridges, walls, roads, houses, all depended on quarrying. Sometimes stone was extracted from open quarries, sometimes underground. The grand buildings of medieval Europe were therefore connected to landscapes of extraction. A cathedral soaring toward the sky might begin as a dark hole in the earth. A block of stone is removed, cut, transported, raised, placed. Mortar binds it. Years pass. The building stands. The miner's work disappears from view, but the building would not exist without it. This is another recurring pattern. The underground produces what the surface displays. The mine produces metal. The quarry produces stone. The cellar preserves food. The crypt preserves memory. The tunnel provides movement. The well provides water. The underground is not a marginal space. It is foundational, literally. And yet, for the people working below ground, the experience could be physically exhausting. Mining demanded strength, repeated motion, heavy lifting, long hours, limited light, dust, noise, cold. The body paid the price. The medieval economy depended on bodies. Human bodies were tools, not machines in the modern sense, but tools. Arms, legs, hands, backs, eyes. The more labor a task required, the more physical strain it created. And there was little concept of workplace safety as we understand it today. There were practical rules. Experienced workers knew dangers. Communities developed traditions. But modern safety standards did not exist. If a support looked unstable, you might know it. If it collapsed, the consequences were immediate. Children could also become involved in economic labor in medieval societies. Again, the exact age and tasks varied enormously. But mining was one of the sectors where labor could be organized across households and communities. The idea of childhood was different. Children were not necessarily excluded from productive life. They learned through participation. This could be valuable, could also be harsh. A child carrying baskets of or is not a romantic image. It is work. And work changes the body. Now imagine the underground at the end of the working day. The miners climb out. Their clothes are dirty. Their faces are covered. They step into daylight. The sun feels almost painfully bright. After hours underground, the sky seems enormous. Blue. Open. Endless. You breathe deeply. Fresh air. Wind. You can see for miles. The contrast is overwhelming. The surface suddenly feels like freedom. And perhaps that is one reason underground workers develop strong relationships with daylight. The sky is not just scenery. It is relief. The medieval household experienced a smaller version of this. A cellar is useful, but eventually you want to go upstairs. You want sunlight. You want air. You want to see the horizon. You want to stand in a field. The underground is good in measured doses. Too much of it becomes oppressive. This is why many partially underground homes still incorporated windows, courtyards, openings, or connections to the surface. Humans need light, even in the Middle Ages, and so we arrive at a strange conclusion. The medieval world did not live underground. It lived between worlds, above and below, inside and outside, darkness and light, earth and sky. The house connected these spaces. A person could begin the morning above ground, descend into the cellar, work in a workshop, walk into a field, enter a church, descend into a crypt, return home. The vertical world was fluid. People moved through it constantly. The brutal truth is therefore not simply that underground life was terrible. The truth is more interesting. It was useful, necessary, sometimes uncomfortable, sometimes dangerous, sometimes comforting, sometimes sacred, sometimes profitable, sometimes terrifying, and always connected to the rest of life. The earth was not a separate world. It was beneath everything, supporting everything, containing everything, waiting beneath every medieval road and house. Night has returned. The mine is empty. The crypt is silent. The cellar is dark. The cave holds only the sound of dripping water. Above ground, the village sleeps. The fields are quiet. The stars move slowly across the sky. And beneath them, the earth continues its own ancient work. Stone remains stone. Water moves through cracks. Roots grow downward. Buried objects slowly disappear. Bones become part of the soil. Wood decays. Walls collapse. Human footprints vanish. But the earth remembers, not in words, in layers. Centuries later, someone will descend into these spaces again. They will carry electric lights. They will wear helmets. They will photograph walls. They will measure rooms. They will collect fragments. And they will ask questions. How did they live? How did they breathe? How did they store food? How did they survive winter? How did they cope with darkness? How did they work? How did they pray? How did they bury their dead? And perhaps the most difficult question will be, what did it feel like? We can estimate. We can reconstruct. We can experiment. We can study. But we can never completely know. The medieval underground keeps that final secret. The exact sensation of standing there. Cold stone beneath your hand. Smoke in your lungs. Mud beneath your feet. A candle flickering. A family breathing nearby. A world of darkness beyond the doorway. That experience belongs to them. And perhaps that is why we keep descending. Because the underground offers something that written history often cannot. Silence. The silence of people who left no chronicles. The silence of workers whose names were never recorded. The silence of families whose homes disappeared. The silence of children who grew up in rooms we now know only through archaeology. The earth keeps them. Quietly. Patiently. Without monuments. Without applause. So as we leave this deeper world, remember the person who carried the first basket of grain into a dark cellar. Remember the miner who entered the earth looking for silver. Remember the monk who descended into a crypt. Remember the family who hid beneath the ground when soldiers passed. Remember the child who carried a candle down the stairs. They were all using the same earth, for different reasons, at different moments, but always for the same basic purpose: to survive, to remember, to work, to live. The staircase is behind us now. The darkness begins to lift. A faint gray light appears somewhere above. You climb. One step. Then another. The air changes. The smell of earth fades. The cold stone gives way to morning air. You emerge. The horizon is pale. Birds are beginning to call. The world is waking. And for a moment, the medieval landscape looks almost peaceful. Fields. Trees. A distant village. Smoke rising from roofs. A church tower. A road. Nothing seems extraordinary, but beneath your feet is another world. Rooms. Pits. Tunnels. Graves. Mines. Foundations. Layers of lives. The visible world is only the surface, literally. And perhaps that is the final lesson of the underground Middle Ages. History is deeper than what we can see. Beneath the castle is the cellar. Beneath the church is the crypt. Beneath the village is the forgotten house. Beneath the field is the old road. Beneath the road is the buried settlement. and beneath all of it is the earth. Patient. Dark. Endless. Waiting. The sun rises. The underground becomes invisible again. People begin their day. Someone opens a door. Someone lights a fire. Someone feeds an animal. Someone carries water. Someone walks into a field. Someone descends into a cellar. And somewhere, far beneath the surface, another person begins another shift. Hammer. Stone. Echo. Hammer. Stone. Echo. The rhythm continues, slowly, patiently, almost like breathing, and above it all, history moves forward. One day, one generation, one forgotten life at a time. The house beneath the house. There is something strange about the word home. Sounds warm. Sounds safe. It suggests a door that belongs to you, a place where your possessions are waiting, a familiar chair, a familiar bed, perhaps the smell of something cooking. But a medieval home could be many things. Timber building, a stone cottage, a hall, a workshop, a room above a shop, a farmhouse, partially sunken structure, and sometimes, beneath that visible house, another world existed. The cellar, the storage pit, the underground chamber, the place where food was hidden from sunlight, where tools waited between seasons, where barrels rested against walls, and where, during difficult times, people could retreat from the world above. We tend to imagine the house as the visible structure, the roof, the walls, the windows, the door. But in medieval life, the house often had a hidden half. And that hidden half was doing some of the most important work. The first thing you notice when entering a medieval cellar is probably not the architecture. It is the temperature. Cool. Perhaps surprisingly cool. Outside, the summer sun is beating down on the roof. Inside, the underground room remains relatively stable. The stone or packed earth holds the temperature. The air feels different. Still. Damp. Heavy. There may be a faint smell of soil, wood, vegetables, fermentation, smoke from the household above, and perhaps something less pleasant, because a cellar is not clean in the modern sense. It is functional. That is a very different concept. A medieval cellar was not designed to look beautiful. Nobody was choosing decorative wall colors. Nobody was worrying about whether the storage room matched the curtains. There were no curtains. The purpose was simple: preserve, protect, store, hide. Keep things away from animals. Keep things away from sunlight. Keep things relatively cool. And make sure there was something left to eat when winter arrived. That last purpose was perhaps the most important. A successful harvest did not mean endless abundance. Food had to survive the months ahead. The cellar became part of the annual cycle. Summer harvest, autumn storage, winter consumption, spring scarcity. Then, if everything went well, another harvest. The underground room was essentially a calendar. Its contents changed with the seasons. Imagine opening the cellar in late autumn. The harvest has recently been completed. The room is full. Baskets, sacks, barrels, roots, onions, perhaps cabbages, apples, dried food, grain, legumes. Depending on region and household wealth, there might be preserved meat, dairy products, fermented drinks, or other stored goods. For a moment, the room feels rich, not luxurious, secure. The household has food, and that is one of the most important forms of wealth. You can look at a full cellar and understand why medieval people worried so much about harvests. The cellar is survival made visible. Now imagine the same cellar in February. The shelves are emptier. The grain pile is smaller. The vegetables are beginning to show damage. Some food has spoiled. Some has been eaten. Some has been given away. Some has been traded. The household is calculating. How much remains? How many weeks until the next harvest? How many mouths? How many animals? How much seed must be preserved? Because the grain in the cellar is not all food. Some of it must become seed. If you eat everything, you may survive this winter and die next year. That is the cruel arithmetic of subsistence. The underground, therefore, contains a kind of tension. Food is present. But food is finite. Every sack is a countdown. Every loaf represents grain that took months to grow. Every handful matters. And when the household is poor, there is little room for waste. A broken storage container can be a problem. A rat infestation can be a disaster. Mold can destroy food. Flooding can ruin supplies. Fire can destroy everything. The cellar protects food from some threats, creates others. Because of course it does. Nothing in medieval life is allowed to be simple. Consider moisture. Underground spaces are naturally vulnerable to water. Rain can seep through soil. Groundwater can rise. Flooding can occur. Poor drainage can leave floors wet. A damp cellar may be unpleasant. But for stored food, dampness can become dangerous. Mold grows. Wood rots. Certain foods spoil. Walls deteriorate. A household therefore needed practical knowledge about drainage and storage. Barrels might be raised. Goods might be placed on shelves. Floors could be designed to reduce contact with moisture. Different foods required different conditions. The medieval household was constantly negotiating with water. Too little water was dangerous. Too much water was also dangerous. And the correct amount was apparently somewhere between drought and basement flood. Water itself was one of the central problems of underground spaces. Where did drinking water come from? A well. A spring. A river. Public fountain. A rainwater collection system. A nearby source. The exact answer depended on location. Some wells were located inside or near buildings. Some could be associated with courtyards or fortified settlements. In underground contexts, wells could descend through the ground to reach the water table. This was practical. But wells also required maintenance. The water source could become contaminated. The well could become blocked. The structure could deteriorate. Drawing water required labor. A bucket had to be lowered, filled, raised, carried, again, and again, and again. Now imagine a medieval household in winter. The water outside is cold. The ground is muddy. Perhaps the well is some distance away. Someone must go. They carry a bucket. They walk. They return. The water is heavy. 1 liter weighs roughly 1 kilogram. A bucket carrying several liters becomes a serious load. And households need a great deal of water. For drinking, cooking, washing, animals, cleaning. The fantasy of medieval simplicity tends to forget how much physical labor basic necessities required. Water did not arrive through a pipe when you turned a handle. It arrived because somebody carried it. And once the water entered the house, it had to go somewhere. This is where sanitation becomes unpleasant again. There was no modern sewer network serving most rural medieval households. Urban sanitation systems varied widely. Some cities had drainage. Some had organized waste collection. Some had cesspits. Some had open channels. Some had regulations. Some had repeated problems with waste. The underground spaces connected to this system. Cesspits and latrine structures could be partly underground. Waste had to be contained or removed. If it accumulated, it created smell and health risks. If it leaked into groundwater, contamination could occur. The relationship between waste and water was one of the most serious environmental challenges of pre-modern settlements. But medieval people were not unaware of smell. This is important. They had noses. They knew when something stank. They understood that stagnant waste was unpleasant. They developed rules, customs, and practical methods to manage it. They cleaned when they could. They moved waste. They used pits. They drained water. They washed clothes. They swept floors. They aired spaces. The difference was not that medieval people did nothing. The difference was that their technological options were limited. A modern city can flush waste through pipes and transport it far away. A medieval village had to solve the same problem locally. The waste stayed nearby. This made location extremely important. A latrine placed too close to a well could be dangerous. A cesspit too close to a foundation could weaken it. A drainage channel could carry contaminated water through a settlement. A flooded cellar could bring waste into storage areas. Urban planners and builders learned through experience. Some places developed sophisticated drainage. Others struggled. The medieval city was not uniformly filthy, nor was it uniformly clean. It was a spectrum. A large, wealthy town could have organized systems. A poor settlement could have serious problems. And the same town could contain both. Now return to the cellar. You have food, water, stone, wood, darkness, and one more thing. Life, small life, very small. Insects, spiders, beetles, flies, moths, and rodents. The medieval household was not sealed. Walls had gaps. Roofs had openings. Doors opened. Food attracted animals. Grain attracted rodents. Warmth attracted insects. A cellar could become a paradise for creatures that humans would prefer not to host. Rats are often exaggerated in popular stories of medieval Europe, especially in discussions of the Black Death. But rodents were certainly capable of damaging food stores. Mice alone could be troublesome. A mouse does not need much food, but a large number of mice can consume and contaminate stored grain. They leave droppings. They chew containers. They reproduce. And they are extremely good at disappearing when humans arrive. You might hear something at night. Scratching. Pause. Scratching again. You light the lamp. Nothing. You wait. Still nothing. You put the lamp down. Scratch. The medieval household had many conversations with noises like this. Cats therefore had an important practical role. The presence of cats around human settlements is ancient. They could help control rodents. But even a cat cannot solve every problem. A determined mouse can survive in surprisingly small spaces. And medieval storage systems were not airtight. Sacks, baskets, wooden chests, barrels, ceramic containers, all had vulnerabilities. The household constantly defended its food against moisture, against insects, against animals, against spoilage, against theft, against hunger. Food preservation was therefore one of the great practical arts of medieval life. Drying, salting, smoking, fermenting, pickling, storing underground. Each technique had advantages and limitations. Salt was valuable. Smoke required fuel. Drying depended on climate. Fermentation changed the food. Cold storage depended on weather and architecture. Underground storage offered stable temperatures but could not prevent all forms of spoilage. The medieval kitchen was therefore a laboratory. People learned through generations, not through food science textbooks, through experience. This keeps well. That does not. This must be salted. That must be dried. These vegetables can survive winter. Those cannot. Knowledge was inherited. Imagine a grandmother teaching a child how to store vegetables. Not with measurements. Not with written instructions. through demonstration. Put these here, not there. Keep them dry. Do not stack them too tightly. Check them every few days. Remove anything rotten, because one spoiled item can affect others. This is practical knowledge, and it can determine whether a household has enough food to reach spring. The cellar therefore contains not only food, it contains accumulated knowledge. The same is true of lighting. A medieval underground room could be very dark. Candles were useful but expensive compared with modern lighting. Oil lamps could provide illumination where oil was available. Rushlights and other forms of simple lighting could be used, but none produced the bright, uniform light of electricity. The medieval lamp creates a small world. You see the faces of the people closest to you. The walls beyond them disappear. The room becomes a circle of light surrounded by darkness. This changes social interaction. People gather close. Faces become important. Voices matter. The darkness creates intimacy. It also creates fear. Imagine a family sitting in a cellar. The lamp is burning. Someone repairs a tool. Someone sorts vegetables. Someone speaks quietly. A child is half asleep. The walls are dark. Beyond the light, nothing can be seen. The family knows the room. They know the sounds. They are comfortable. This is their normal. Now imagine the same room with the lamp extinguished. Instantly, the psychology changes. You cannot see your own hands. You hear breathing. A floorboard creaks. Someone moves. The darkness becomes total. You understand how dependent medieval life was on small sources of light. A flame was not decoration. It was infrastructure. Candles also required fuel. Wax candles were relatively expensive. Tallow candles were cheaper but could produce unpleasant smoke and odor. The quality of lighting depended on wealth. A wealthy household could afford better candles. A poor household might rely more heavily on simple lamps or fires. This created a hierarchy of darkness. The rich did not live in modern brightness, but they could buy more illumination, more candles, better materials, more fuel, more rooms, more windows. The poor had fewer options. This is an important point about medieval underground life. Darkness was not experienced equally. A wealthy person could have a well-lit cellar. A poor family might have a single lamp. A monastery might have organized lighting. A mine worker might rely on a small flame. A prisoner might have almost none. The underground world reflected social inequality, as everything else did. And then there was smell. Modern people sometimes underestimate how important smell was in pre-industrial life. Underground spaces had strong odors: earth, damp stone, wood, smoke, food, fermentation, animals, human bodies, waste, mold, leather, oil, tallow. The smells mixed. A medieval person would have been accustomed to many of them, but accustomed does not mean unable to notice. They still knew when something smelled bad. They still preferred pleasant smells: herbs, flowers, incense, clean clothing, fresh bread, burning wood. These smells could provide enormous sensory contrast. Imagine walking from a cellar into a medieval church. The difference is immediate. The cellar smells of earth and storage. The church smells of stone, wax, incense, perhaps people. The air is cooler. The sound echoes. The architecture rises. The underground and sacred spaces could therefore be experienced through smell as much as sight. Medieval life was intensely sensory. We sometimes reconstruct it through objects, but the lived experience was smell, sound, texture, temperature, light, and taste. The floor beneath your feet also mattered. A medieval underground floor might be packed earth, stone, brick, wood. In some contexts, a packed earth floor could become hard over time. but it remained vulnerable to moisture. Mud could enter. Animals could track dirt. Food could spill. Water could collect. People walked over it constantly. Cleaning meant sweeping, scraping, repairing, adding fresh material, not vacuuming, not mopping with disinfectant. Again, the difference is not that medieval people did not clean. They simply had different tools. Now imagine the walls. Stone walls could last, but mortar could deteriorate. Timber supports could rot. Plaster could crack. Earth walls could erode. A house required maintenance. The underground was not maintenance-free. In fact, water made maintenance especially important. A small leak could become a large problem. A crack could widen. A foundation could shift. A support could weaken. The household had to notice these things and respond. This meant that ordinary medieval people possessed a large amount of practical construction knowledge. They knew materials. They knew where water moved. They knew which wood lasted. They knew how to repair roofs. They knew how to strengthen walls. They knew how to build storage areas. This knowledge may not have been written down. It was embodied, passed from parent to child, master to apprentice, neighbor to neighbor. The medieval world was full of experts. They simply were not all university professors. The person who knew how to keep a cellar dry possessed valuable knowledge. The person who knew how to build a stable roof possessed valuable knowledge. The person who knew how to store grain possessed valuable knowledge. Survival depended on these people. Now consider sleep. Sleep underground could be surprisingly complicated. Without modern heating, temperature mattered. Too cold and you could not sleep comfortably. Too warm and the room could become stuffy. Smoke from the fire could linger. Animals could make noise. People could snore. Children could cry. Neighbors could move. A medieval household was rarely silent. Even at night, there might be footsteps above, a horse shifting outside, a dog barking, rain striking the roof, wind moving through gaps, someone coughing, a baby waking, a person getting up to tend the fire. The idea of a perfectly quiet night was probably uncommon. And yet people slept. Humans are remarkably adaptable. You can sleep almost anywhere if you are tired enough. On straw, on benches, on mattresses, on blankets, near fires, in crowded rooms, in noisy houses. The body learns. The underground room becomes familiar. The noises become background. The drip of water becomes part of the night. The scratching of mice becomes normal. The creak of timber becomes ordinary. And then, one night, the familiar sound changes. A different creak. A louder crack. Suddenly, everyone wakes. Because familiarity also teaches you what is abnormal. Children growing up in these environments would have learned the house through sound. They knew when the door opened. They knew which parent was walking. They knew when the fire was being repaired. They knew the sound of rain. They knew the sound of animals. They knew the cellar. For a modern person, the darkness might be frightening. For a medieval child, the darkness could simply be home. This does not mean children were immune to fear. It means fear is partly shaped by familiarity. The unknown is frightening. The known darkness is simply darkness. Still, underground life had psychological limits. If a person spent too much time without daylight, social interaction, or movement, the experience could become oppressive. A person hiding during war might feel trapped. A miner might feel exhaustion. A hermit might experience solitude differently from a frightened family. The same environment could create completely different emotional responses. Context matters. A quiet crypt at noon can feel peaceful. The same crypt during an attack can feel terrifying. Architecture is not emotion. People give it emotion. And then comes illness. This is where the romantic idea of the medieval cellar really breaks down. If someone became sick, the household had limited medical options. Some illnesses would resolve naturally. Others would not. A dark, damp, crowded room could be difficult for someone already weak. The family had to care for the sick. Water, food, warmth, rest. Whatever remedies they knew, religious prayer, herbal treatments, traditional medicine, the knowledge available varied by place and social status. A wealthy household might have access to trained practitioners. A poor family might rely almost entirely on family knowledge and local healers. The sick person also changed the household environment. If someone could not move, they needed space. If they needed water, someone had to bring it. If they vomited, someone cleaned it. If they had diarrhea, sanitation became a problem. If they had fever, someone stayed awake. The medieval family was a healthcare system, not a very powerful one, but a real one. Care was labor, and that labor was usually performed by women, relatives, servants, or community members, depending on context. The history of medicine is therefore also the history of unpaid care. Imagine a mother sitting beside a sick child underground. The fire is low. The lamp flickers. The child is sweating. She touches the forehead. Too hot. She wets a cloth. Waits. The night continues. There is no monitor. No thermometer. No hospital nearby. No certainty. Only observation. Does the child breathe normally? Are they awake? Can they drink? Does the fever fall? The mother waits. And waits. This is the human side of medieval medical history. Not theories. Not famous physicians. Just someone sitting awake in the dark. These moments rarely appear in chronicles. Chroniclers recorded kings, battles, treaties, miracles, deaths of important people. They did not record every night a mother sat beside a sick child. But those nights were part of medieval life. Millions of them. The underground home becomes a stage for ordinary suffering, and ordinary love. Because caring for someone is not less meaningful because nobody wrote it down. Now consider pregnancy and childbirth. Again, the underground household was not isolated from the basic human cycle. Women gave birth at home. The exact practices varied. Midwives played important roles. Family members helped. The environment had to be prepared. Warmth, water, clean cloth where available, privacy, support, and luck. Because childbirth was dangerous, the physical environment mattered. A cramped room could make everything harder. But women had been giving birth for thousands of years. Knowledge existed. Midwives knew techniques. Women supported one another. The medieval birth room was therefore a place of both danger and expertise. The cellar itself might not have been the usual place for childbirth. But the larger point is that underground or semi-underground domestic spaces could be integrated into the household. People did not live according to modern architectural categories. They lived where space was available. The distinction between bedroom, kitchen, storage room, and workshop could be fluid. A room had a function because people were using it. If circumstances changed, the function could change too. This flexibility was essential. A household might expand. A child might be born. A relative might move in. A worker might stay. A harvest might be larger than expected. A war might begin. A disease might spread. A house could need to adapt. The underground room was one more resource. Storage today. Shelter tomorrow. Workshop next week. People did not always have the luxury of dedicated rooms. Modern homes are divided into specialized spaces. Medieval homes were often multifunctional. This is one reason underground living could feel crowded. The same space was doing too much. The cellar stores food. It stores tools. It stores fuel. Perhaps someone works there. Perhaps animals enter. Perhaps people hide there. Every new use creates another problem. The room has to be organized. And organization matters when space is limited. A household that cannot find its tools wastes time. A household that cannot access food efficiently wastes energy. A household that stores food poorly risks hunger. The underground room becomes a system, and systems require routines. Every evening, perhaps the household checks the fire. Every morning, someone checks the animals. Food is moved. Water is carried. The cellar is opened. The lamp is trimmed. The storage area is inspected. These routines become invisible, but they are what keep the household functioning. History often focuses on dramatic events, but most survival comes from repetition. Again, and again, and again. The same task, the same path, the same door, the same bucket, the same staircase, until one day someone does not come home. This is where the medieval underground connects to mortality. People died young. Not everyone. Life expectancy figures can be misleading because high infant mortality dramatically lowers averages. Many people who survive childhood could live into older adulthood. But death was still a constant presence. Disease, accidents, childbirth, violence, famine, infection, work. The underground did not create all these dangers, but it could concentrate some of them. A mine collapse, a cellar accident, a fire, a flood, a contaminated water source. The earth could be both protector and killer, and perhaps that is the most honest way to understand medieval underground life. Not as a story of misery, not as a story of heroic simplicity, but as a negotiation. People negotiated with darkness, with water, with cold, with hunger, with stone, with animals, with smoke, with disease, with war. They used the underground because it offered advantages. Then they dealt with the disadvantages. Every solution created another problem. Store food underground. Now worry about dampness. Light the room. Now worry about smoke. Build deeper. Now worry about water. Hide underground. Now worry about ventilation. Mine valuable ore. Now worry about collapse. Build a crypt. Now live beside the dead. The medieval world was full of compromises, and perhaps our modern world is too. We simply hide our compromises better. Our food comes from refrigerators. Our waste disappears through pipes. Our water arrives through plumbing. Our light comes from electricity. Our houses have insulation. Our mines have safety systems. Our hospitals treat illness. The underground has become cleaner, brighter, safer in many contexts, but the fundamental needs remain. Food, water, warmth, shelter, sleep. The medieval person and the modern person are separated by technology, not by biology. So imagine one final evening in the medieval house. The sun has disappeared. The fields are black. The village is quiet. Inside, the family gathers. The fire burns. A lamp flickers. Someone eats the last meal of the day. The children become sleepy. The animals settle. The cellar below is dark. Food waits there. Water waits there. Tools wait there. The earth surrounds it all. Outside, the wind moves through the trees. Inside, someone closes the door. A wooden bar slides into place. For a moment, the household is protected. Not perfectly. Never perfectly. But enough. Enough to sleep. Enough to wake tomorrow. Enough to continue. And that, in the end, is what medieval life was. Not comfort. Not constant suffering. Continuation. One night survived. Then another. One winter. Then spring. One harvest. Then another. One generation. Then the next. The lamp burns lower. The room grows quiet. Someone climbs the stairs. The cellar door closes. Darkness returns. The food waits. The tools wait. The earth waits. And above it all, the household sleeps. Perhaps tomorrow will be ordinary. Perhaps it will not. But tonight, for a few hours, nothing is happening. And sometimes, in history, that is the most precious thing of all. Nothing. No army. No famine. No fire. No collapse. Just sleep. Deep beneath the quiet medieval night, and beneath the floorboards, the old earth holds everything in place. When the ground became a refuge, there is a particular kind of silence that only arrives when people are afraid. It is not the peaceful silence of sleep. It is not the quiet of a winter field. It is the silence of people listening. Listening for footsteps. Listening for horses. Listening for shouting. Listening for the distant sound of something burning. And in the medieval world, there were times when people listened like this from beneath the ground. The cellar that normally held grain and vegetables suddenly had another purpose. It became a refuge. Not a perfect refuge. Not a safe room in the modern sense. Just a darker place where a family could wait. And sometimes waiting was the only thing they could do. Imagine a village at night. The houses are dark. The road is empty. Most people are asleep. Then someone hears something. At first, it is difficult to identify. A sound carried by the wind. Hooves, perhaps. Or carts. Then another sound. A dog barking. A door opening. Someone shouting. The village wakes. There is no telephone. No emergency broadcast. No official notification. Information moves through human beings. Someone runs from house to house. They warn neighbors. People wake children. They gather what they can. And suddenly the cellar becomes important. The first thing a family might do is protect itself. Not because medieval people were constantly expecting invasion. Most nights were probably ordinary. But warfare was part of the political landscape. Raids happened. Armies moved. Castles were attacked. Villages could be caught in conflicts between rulers, nobles, rival communities, or invading forces. The experience depended heavily on region and period. But the basic vulnerability was shared. A rural settlement had limited protection. A stone castle might withstand attack. A village house could not. So where do you hide? Behind a locked door? In the forest? Inside a church? In a cellar? The answer depended on the situation. A cellar could conceal people from view, especially if the entrance was not obvious. If attackers entered the house, they might search. If the cellar was discovered, the hiding place could become a trap. This is the uncomfortable truth. Underground spaces can protect you from some dangers while increasing others. Imagine descending the stairs with your children. You tell them to be quiet. The youngest does not understand. The older child does. You place a hand over the little one's mouth. Not because you want to frighten them, because you are frightened. The room is dark. Someone lights a small lamp. Immediately someone whispers, "Put it out." Because light can be seen. The lamp disappears. Now there is only darkness. The family waits. Above them, footsteps. A door opens. Someone shouts. Wood breaks. The children look at their parents. The parents do not know what to say. This is the kind of moment that historical records rarely describe in detail. A chronicle might say, "The village was raided." 5 words. But those 5 words could contain hours of terror. People hiding underground. People running. People losing homes. People searching for relatives. People trying to protect livestock. People carrying babies. People watching smoke rise. History compresses suffering into sentences. The people who lived it experienced every second. This is why the underground matters. It slows history down. A battle can be described in a paragraph. A person hiding in a cellar experiences time differently. 1 minute. Then another. Then another. The mind begins to count. How long have they been here? Are the attackers gone? Can we breathe normally? Can the child stay quiet? Is the door still closed? The darkness makes time strange, and fear changes sound. A normal footstep becomes enormous. A distant voice seems close. A horse outside sounds like a storm. The creak of wood becomes a warning. The family does not know what is happening, and uncertainty is often worse than knowing. If you know the danger is outside, you can respond. If you do not know whether the danger is outside, above you, or already inside the building, every sound becomes a possibility. The underground amplifies this uncertainty. There were also sieges. A siege was a very different kind of underground experience. If a fortified settlement was surrounded, people might remain inside for weeks or months. Food became the central problem. Water became the central problem. Space became the central problem. The underground areas of a castle could become critical. Cellars, storerooms, wells, cisterns, tunnels. These spaces were not decorative. They were part of the fortress's ability to survive. A castle's visible walls are impressive, but a castle that cannot store food is not impressive for very long. You can build the tallest tower in the world. If everyone inside is hungry after 2 weeks, the tower becomes an expensive monument to poor planning. Storage was therefore a military technology. Grain, salted food, dried food, wine, water, fuel. Everything had to be managed, and underground spaces were often ideal for storage. Cool, protected, hidden. The castle's survival could depend on what was beneath it. The siege turns the underground into a place of calculation. Every barrel matters. Every sack matters. Every bucket of water matters. People begin measuring time through food. How long can we last? How many people are here? How much grain remains? How much can be rationed? A normal meal becomes a military decision. The cellar becomes an inventory. The underground becomes mathematics. Imagine a castle cellar halfway through a long siege. The shelves are no longer full. Barrels have been opened. The grain stores are shrinking. People have stopped eating normally. Meals become smaller. Perhaps meat has disappeared. Fresh vegetables are gone. The diet becomes repetitive. Salted food. Grain. Whatever remains. The smell of the cellar changes. Less abundance. More emptiness. A room that once represented security now reveals scarcity. And the psychology changes with it. When food is plentiful, people think about tomorrow casually. When food is scarce, tomorrow becomes the central subject. How much? How long? Who gets what? Children? Soldiers? Workers? The sick? Leaders? The distribution of food becomes political, even underground. Water is even more serious. A fortress with no reliable water source cannot survive a long siege. Wells were therefore strategically important. Some castles had wells within the walls. Others relied on cisterns or stored water. Some had underground systems. The engineering could be impressive, but water remained vulnerable. If a well became contaminated or inaccessible, the entire settlement could be threatened. Water is difficult to replace. Food can sometimes be rationed. Water cannot be eliminated. The human body refuses to negotiate. This is why medieval fortifications sometimes included underground tunnels or passages. Their purposes varied. Some connected buildings. Some provided access to water. Some were used for drainage. Some may have offered routes out. Some were created for mining or countermining during sieges. The famous image of a secret tunnel beneath every castle is exaggerated. But underground passages absolutely existed. And during warfare, the earth became another battlefield. One of the most fascinating underground techniques was mining during sieges. If an attacking force wanted to bring down a wall, they could dig beneath it. The idea was simple. Remove supporting material. Create a void. Support the structure temporarily. Then weaken or burn the supports. The wall above could collapse. This was siege mining, and it created a terrifying underground conflict. Defenders could hear digging. They could listen for vibrations. They might dig counter tunnels. Two groups of men could be working beneath the same fortress without seeing one another. Both listening. Both trying to find the other. Imagine being a medieval defender. You are inside the castle. Above you, the siege continues. But then someone says, "They are digging." You descend. You enter a tunnel. The air is stale. The walls are close. You press your ear against the stone. Nothing. Then, faint scrape. Again. Scrape. Scrape. Someone is digging somewhere beyond the wall. The enemy is beneath you. The earth has become a battlefield. Countermining was dangerous. The tunnel could collapse. Air could become poor. Fires could create smoke. Men could become trapped. The underground battle was fought in darkness. There were no banners. No cavalry. No grand formations. Only men with tools. The famous warriors of medieval history receive much attention. But underground warfare belonged to another kind of soldier. The digger. The miner. The engineer. The man who knew where to remove earth. Where to place supports. Where the wall was vulnerable. A kingdom's survival could depend on technical knowledge rather than swordsmanship. And this brings us to a larger point. Medieval warfare was not only about fighting. It was about infrastructure, food, water, transport, storage, roads, bridges, fortifications, mining, engineering. The person who maintained the cellar could be as important to survival as the person holding the sword. The sword is dramatic. The barrel is not. But during a siege, the barrel may matter more. The same principle applied to villages caught in war. A family might hide food underground. Grain could be buried. Valuable objects could be concealed. Coins, tools, jewelry, documents. People sometimes buried possessions because of insecurity. Archaeologists occasionally discover hoards that were hidden and never recovered. This creates one of the strangest experiences in archaeology. You find a group of objects, coins, metalwork, household goods. Someone deliberately placed them there, and then never returned. Perhaps they died. Perhaps they were displaced. Perhaps they simply forgot. The earth preserved what history lost. Imagine the person hiding a small collection of coins. They do not know if they will need them tomorrow. They do not know if soldiers are coming. They do not know if the house will still be standing. They wrap the coins, place them in a container, dig, put them underground, cover them, perhaps mark the location. Then they leave. And perhaps centuries later, someone finds them. The archaeologist holds the object, but the original owner is gone. Only the decision remains. Hide this. Protect it. Come back later. These buried hoards are time capsules, but they are also reminders of fear. Someone thought the world was unstable enough to justify hiding wealth. That alone tells us something. The underground became a bank, a vault, a hiding place, a secret. War also changes the relationship between people and buildings. A house is no longer just a home. It becomes a defensive position. A cellar becomes shelter. A well becomes a strategic resource. A wall becomes protection. A road becomes a military route. A field becomes a battlefield. The landscape changes meaning. The same hill that provides a beautiful view may become a lookout. The same valley that supports farming may become a route for armies. The same cave that shelters a hermit may become a hiding place. War transforms geography, and famine transforms it again. During food shortages, people look everywhere for resources. Stored food becomes precious. Wild plants become important. Animals are protected or slaughtered depending on need. Grain is carefully measured. The cellar becomes a symbol of whether the household will survive. A full cellar is comfort. An empty cellar is terror. The underground space tells the truth. There is no political speech that can change the number of sacks remaining. Medieval famines were not always caused by a single event. Crop failure could result from bad weather, floods, drought, plant disease, war, pest infestation, economic disruption. Sometimes several problems occurred together. A poor harvest reduces food. High prices follow. The poor cannot buy enough. People sell possessions, then livestock, then land, then perhaps leave. The cellar empties. The household changes, and the underground becomes quiet. The psychological experience of famine must have been extraordinary. At first, people notice prices rising. Then meals become smaller. Then familiar foods disappear. Then people become anxious. Then desperate. A person may enter the cellar and see only a few sacks. They know exactly what those sacks mean. Not enough. The room itself becomes frightening. A place designed for security now demonstrates insecurity. This is one reason food storage was so deeply connected to status. A wealthy household could store more. A monastery could possess larger reserves. A castle could accumulate supplies. A poor family might have little buffer. The underground space reflects economic inequality. Two households could experience the same winter differently. For one, the cellar means abundance. For the other, it means counting. Now imagine winter. The temperature drops. The ground freezes. The surface becomes hostile. The underground remains relatively stable. This is one of the great advantages of earth shelter. The deeper you go, the less directly you experience the rapid changes of surface temperature. The ground acts as thermal mass. Medieval builders did not need the modern physics vocabulary to understand the practical result. A cellar is cooler in summer, less exposed to freezing conditions in winter. That makes it useful. The earth becomes a natural regulator. But the same stability has a downside. If moisture enters, it can remain. If smoke accumulates, it can remain. If bad air develops, it can remain. The underground is stable, and stability can preserve both good and bad conditions. A cool room preserves vegetables, can also preserve unpleasant smells. A dry chamber protects grain. A damp chamber ruins it. The underground does not choose. It simply provides an environment. Humans must manage it. This is perhaps the central lesson of underground architecture. The earth gives you advantages, but it demands knowledge in return. You cannot simply dig a hole and assume everything will work. You need drainage, ventilation, support, access, storage organization, light, maintenance, security. The deeper you go, the more carefully these things matter. And sometimes people went very deep. Stone-cut spaces, caves, mines, subterranean chambers. The technology varied widely, but the human desire to create usable space beneath the ground was widespread. Why? Because land was valuable. Protection was valuable. Storage was valuable. Materials were valuable. Silence was valuable. The earth offered all of these. There is also a curious social aspect to underground space. A cellar is private. A mine is communal. A crypt is sacred. A tunnel is strategic. A grave is individual. The same physical environment can have completely different social meanings. This is why we should never speak of the medieval underground as though it were one thing. There were many underground worlds. Each belonged to a different group. Each had its own rules. Each had its own dangers. Each produced different emotions. The miner wanted to leave. The hermit wanted to remain. The soldier wanted to control the tunnel. The family wanted to hide. The priest wanted to pray. The farmer wanted to preserve food. The gravedigger wanted to finish the burial. All of them entered the earth, but they did not enter the same world. And then there were prisoners. Dungeons are perhaps the most famous medieval underground space in popular imagination. But here again, reality is more complicated. Not every dungeon was a dark underground room. The word historically had different meanings, and imprisonment could occur in towers, rooms, castles, houses, or other structures. Some spaces were underground, others were not. Still, underground imprisonment did occur. And when it did, the environment could be extremely harsh. Limited light, poor ventilation, dampness, cold, restricted movement, isolation. For a prisoner, the underground could become a weapon. Imagine being placed in a small chamber. The door closes. You hear the lock. Then footsteps retreat. Silence. There may be no window, only a small opening. Perhaps light enters for a few minutes. You do not know the time. That is psychologically powerful. Humans organize life through light. Morning, afternoon, evening, night. Remove the sun and time becomes uncertain. Prisoner can lose track. The underground becomes timeless. This is why light deprivation is so powerful. Even without physical torture, isolation and darkness can cause profound distress. A medieval prisoner might experience fear, loneliness, boredom, uncertainty, and despair. But again, conditions varied. Not every prisoner lived in a pit. Some prisoners had food, visitors, servants, books, even relatively comfortable confinement depending on status. Medieval punishment was deeply shaped by social position. A noble prisoner and a poor prisoner could inhabit completely different realities. The underground therefore becomes a mirror of hierarchy. The rich can make the earth comfortable. The poor experience the earth as necessity. The prisoner experiences it as confinement. The miner experiences it as workplace. The monk experiences it as retreat. The dead experience nothing at all. Same earth, different lives. As the night deepens, imagine all these spaces existing at once. A cellar beneath a farmhouse. A mine beneath a mountain. A crypt beneath a church. A tunnel beneath a fortress. A grave beneath a cemetery. A cistern beneath a castle. A hidden chamber beneath a town. Hundreds of meters apart. Sometimes only a few meters apart. Different people. Different reasons. One earth. Above them, medieval society continues. Markets open. Bells ring. Children grow. Kings rule. Wars begin. Wars end. People marry. People die. Harvests succeed. Harvests fail. Churches are built. Walls collapse. Cities expand. Villages disappear. The surface changes constantly. The underground changes slowly. That difference in speed is important. History above ground can change in a generation. Underground spaces can survive for centuries. A cellar may be filled in. A mine abandoned. A crypt sealed. A tunnel forgotten. But the structure remains, waiting for someone to discover it. Centuries later, archaeologists may enter. They brush away soil. They identify a wall, a staircase, a storage jar, a broken tool, piece of wood. And suddenly, the medieval world becomes physical again. Not just names, not just dates. A room, a floor, a doorway, a bowl, a footprint. Something that someone touched, something that someone used, something that someone left behind. There is a strange intimacy in archaeology. A historian can tell you that people stored grain, An archaeologist can show you the storage pit. A historian can tell you that miners extracted, or archaeology can reveal the tools. A historian can tell you that people were buried beneath churches. Archaeology can reveal the graves. The underground preserves ordinary details. And ordinary details are often the closest we get to real life. So perhaps the most brutal truth about underground life in the Middle Ages is not simply that it was dark. It is that people had to make darkness useful. They had no choice. They needed food storage. They needed shelter. They needed mines. They needed graves. They needed water. They needed fortifications. They needed places to survive when the surface became dangerous. The earth was not an escape from life. It was part of life. And sometimes, when the surface world became violent, the underground was the only place left. A family crouched beneath a house. A soldier waited beneath a wall. A miner listened for the enemy. A monk prayed beside the dead. A child slept beside a sack of grain. Everyone waiting. Everyone listening. Everyone hoping that morning would come. Eventually, it does. The footsteps above disappear. The army moves on. The fire dies. The village becomes quiet. The family waits a little longer. Then someone climbs the stairs. The door opens. Light enters. Everyone blinks. Outside, the morning is pale. The world is damaged perhaps. A fence broken. A roof burned. Cart overturned. But the sky is still there. Birds are still singing. The sun has risen. And for now they are alive. The cellar returns to its ordinary purpose. The grain is checked. The lamp is extinguished. The children come outside. Someone repairs the door. Someone searches for an animal. Someone begins cleaning. Life resumes. This is another pattern repeated across history. Crisis. Silence. Repair. Routine. The extraordinary becomes ordinary again. The underground returns to darkness, waiting for the next winter, the next harvest, the next storm, the next generation, and perhaps, somewhere beneath the village, a small object remains hidden. A coin. A tool. A child's toy. A broken cup. Something forgotten. The earth covers it. Years pass. Then decades. Then centuries. The people disappear. The buildings disappear. The road moves. The landscape changes. But the object remains. Quietly. Underground. Waiting. And perhaps that is the most medieval thing of all. To build something knowing that time will eventually bury it. To plant a field knowing another person may harvest it. To store food knowing someone else may open the cellar. To build a church knowing your bones may one day lie beneath it. To live above the earth while knowing that one day you will return below it. The medieval person lived much closer to this truth than we often do. The earth was not somewhere distant. It was under the bed, under the floor, under the church, under the road, under the castle, and eventually under you. The night becomes very quiet now. The village has fallen asleep. The cellar is dark. The barrels are still. The grain rests in its sacks. The tools lean against the wall. A mouse moves quietly through the corner. Above, someone turns in sleep. The roof creaks. The wind passes. And beneath all of it, the ground remains. Cold. Stable. Patient. Holding the remains of everything that came before. And tomorrow, when the sun rises, people will wake and begin again. Because history rarely announces itself. Most of the time, it simply continues. Quietly. Underground. One breath. One meal. One winter. One generation. At a time. The darkness below. By now, the earth beneath the medieval world should begin to feel familiar. Not comfortable. Perhaps never comfortable. But familiar. You know the cellar. You know the cold walls. You know the smell of grain. You know the quiet scratching of mice. You know the little circle of light produced by a candle. You know the staircase. You know how the surface sounds when you are standing below it. A footstep above. A door closing. Rain striking the roof. Someone laughing. The sounds of ordinary life traveling downward. But there is another kind of underground world. One that exists not because people need to store food or mine stone, but because they want to disappear from ordinary society. The hidden chamber. The secret passage. The isolated cell. The underground chapel. The place where someone goes when they want to be alone, or when someone else wants them hidden. And here the story becomes less practical. It becomes psychological, because darkness does something to the human mind. We are creatures of the horizon. We like to see where we are going. We like to see other people approaching. We like to see the sky. We like to know whether it is morning or evening. We look for landmarks, trees, mountains, buildings, roads. Remove those things and the world becomes smaller. Underground, you lose the horizon. The landscape disappears. You are left with walls. This can create a strange psychological effect. The outside world may be enormous, but the underground world feels close, enclosed, private, sometimes comforting, sometimes suffocating. Medieval people understood this intuitively. They did not need modern psychology to know that isolation affects people. Religious communities deliberately used isolation. Hermits withdrew. Monks practiced silence. Prisoners were separated. Pilgrims entered sacred spaces. People sought solitude for prayer. The darkness could be part of the experience. The world above was full of distraction. The underground could remove it. Imagine a monk entering a small subterranean chamber. There is no crowd, no market, no conversation, no animals, only stone. Perhaps a small opening provides air. A candle burns. The monk sits. The silence is enormous. At first, the mind wanders. Memories, worries, hunger, regret. Then gradually, perhaps, the silence becomes familiar. This is not necessarily punishment. It may be chosen. The person has entered darkness willingly. That changes everything. Choice is one of the most important differences in underground experience. A person hiding from soldiers does not experience darkness like a hermit. A miner does not experience a mine like a prisoner. A priest does not experience a crypt like a starving family. The same physical space can become sanctuary or nightmare depending on why you are there. Architecture creates possibilities. Human circumstances create meaning. The medieval religious imagination was particularly interested in what lay beneath. Heaven above, earth below, the grave beneath the earth. Hell imagined in various ways as a place of punishment associated with depth, fire, darkness, or separation from God. These ideas were not identical everywhere or in every period, but the symbolic geography was powerful. Upward could represent ascent. Downward could represent descent. Light could represent divine presence. Darkness could represent absence, fear, or mystery. The physical world became a language for spiritual ideas. This is why underground spaces in medieval art and literature can carry emotional weight. A cave is not merely a hole. A tomb is not merely a room. A descent is not merely a change in elevation. It can represent transformation. Person enters darkness. Something happens. They emerge changed. This narrative pattern is ancient. The underground becomes a place where ordinary identity can be stripped away. Stories of saints often involve caves, deserts, wilderness, or remote places. The saint leaves society. The saint enters hardship. The saint confronts temptation. The saint emerges spiritually transformed. The physical isolation becomes part of the spiritual story. Of course, real hermits still had to eat. Even saints needed lunch. But the symbolic meaning mattered. The removal from society was understood as a form of discipline. Now think about the castle. A castle is usually imagined vertically. Towers, walls, battlements, great halls. But beneath the castle could be an entirely different world. Storage chambers, water systems, foundations, prisons, passages, workspaces, sometimes caves or natural features incorporated into the construction. The castle above ground displayed power. The underground supported it. A lord might stand in the great hall surrounded by banners. People see wealth, stone walls, armor, weapons, food, music. But beneath the hall, servants are working. Barrels are stored. Food is preserved. Water is managed. Fuel is kept. The Great Hall is only the visible part of the system. The underground is the infrastructure. Without it, the spectacle collapses. This is true of almost every large institution. A palace requires storage. A monastery requires kitchens and cellars. A castle requires supplies. A city requires water and drainage. A mine requires tunnels. A church requires foundations. The visible world depends on invisible labor. And underground spaces are often the perfect symbol for invisible labor. You do not see it, but you depend on it. Imagine a medieval feast. The Great Hall is bright. Candles burn. People talk. Food arrives. Meat, bread, wine, perhaps music. Everyone sees abundance. But somewhere below, someone has been opening barrels. Someone has carried food upstairs. Someone has prepared ingredients. Someone has stored supplies for months. The feast begins above. The labor began below. The cellar is therefore connected directly to social hierarchy. Those eating upstairs may never meet the people working below. This separation between visible and invisible labor was fundamental to medieval society. Servants, peasants, craft workers, miners, farm laborers, transport workers, kitchen staff. Their work sustained people with greater status. The underground sometimes made this separation physical. The people who controlled the building could occupy its impressive spaces. The people who maintained it could work in its hidden spaces. But hidden does not mean unimportant. In fact, the opposite may be true. The more invisible the infrastructure, the more important it becomes when it fails. Nobody thinks about drainage when it works. Then the cellar floods. Suddenly everyone cares. Nobody thinks about food storage when supplies are abundant. Then the grain runs out. Suddenly everyone cares. Nobody thinks about the foundation. Then the wall cracks. Suddenly everyone cares. The underground becomes visible through failure. This was especially true in castles. A fortress could look invincible. But if the well failed, the entire defense could become vulnerable. If the storage rooms were empty, soldiers could not fight. If tunnels collapsed, movement could be restricted. If foundations weakened, walls could become unstable. Military power depended on boring details. The Middle Ages were full of boring details. And thank goodness for them, because boring details are usually what keeps civilization functioning. Now move away from castles. Think about mining communities. A mining town could develop its own culture. Workers shared knowledge. Families depended on the mine. The landscape itself changed. Waste rock accumulated. Paths developed. Tools were maintained. Ore was processed. Trade followed. The mine became the center of life. This created a strange relationship with the underground. The people lived above it, but their livelihood existed below. Their community depended on the darkness. Imagine a miner waking before sunrise. The house is cold. He eats something simple, perhaps bread, perhaps porridge, perhaps whatever the household has. He prepares his tools, checks his lamp, says goodbye, then walks toward the mine. The sun has barely appeared. He descends. The world disappears. For hours, the only light is the flame. The only landscape is rock. The only horizon is the tunnel ahead. This changes your understanding of time. Above ground, time is connected to the sun. Below ground, time is connected to work. How many baskets? How many strikes? How far have we advanced? When is the shift finished? The miner's day is measured by labor. And when he emerges, perhaps the sun is already low. He has spent the day beneath the world. The physical strain accumulates. Hands become calloused. Backs hurt. Knees hurt. I strain. Breathing may become difficult depending on conditions. Clothing becomes dirty. The worker returns home exhausted. And the next day, the same thing. The mine is not an adventure. It is a workplace. This distinction matters. Modern entertainment often portrays medieval mines as mysterious underground worlds. For the miner, the mystery is less important than the paycheck, or the food, or the obligation, or the survival of the household. Mining could also create generational knowledge. A father teaches a son. A master teaches an apprentice. Workers learn the behavior of rock. Certain formations mean something. Certain sounds mean danger. Certain colors indicate ore. Certain cracks should be avoided. This knowledge is practical science. It is observation accumulated across generations. The medieval miner did not need a geological textbook to know that a particular layer behaved differently. He knew because someone had already learned the hard way. This phrase appears again and again in history. Someone learned the hard way. A technique exists because previous people discovered what happens when you do it incorrectly. A support system improves because something collapsed. A drainage channel changes because a cellar flooded. A storage method changes because grain spoiled. A mining technique changes because workers died. Progress is often built from accumulated mistakes. The underground is one of the clearest places to see this. Now imagine an underground passage in a fortress. It is narrow. You walk sideways in places. The ceiling is low. The air is cool. The stone walls are rough. There may be several branches. Without a guide, you could become lost. This is another danger. Underground spaces distort orientation. Turn left. Turn right. Go down. Go up. Everything looks similar. A person can lose track of direction quickly. This is why tunnels require knowledge. A local guide could know every turn. An outsider might not. The idea of a secret tunnel has therefore become part of medieval legend. Stories of hidden routes beneath castles, secret exits, underground passages connecting distant buildings, hidden chambers filled with treasure. Some of these stories are exaggerated. Some are based on real structures, but the fascination is understandable. A tunnel is a physical secret, connects places invisibly. You can leave one building and emerge somewhere else. For medieval people living in fortified settlements, this could have enormous practical value. But secret passages have a problem. They are only useful if they remain secret. Once everyone knows about the tunnel, it is no longer much of a secret. And if an enemy discovers it, the tunnel can become an entrance. The same route that allows escape can allow invasion. Again, compromise. Every advantage has a shadow. Underground passages could also be used for water, cisterns, drainage, channels, aqueduct-like systems, wells. Managing water was a constant challenge. A castle built on a hill had an obvious advantage for defense. But water does not always appreciate strategic architecture. If the hill has no reliable water source, defenders have a problem. Engineering must solve it. Sometimes the solution involves going downward, into the earth. Water is fascinating because it connects the surface and underground worlds. Rain falls from the sky. It enters the soil, moves through rock, collects underground. People dig wells. The water emerges. They drink it. The same water has traveled through different worlds. Sky, soil, stone, human settlement. The medieval person may not have described the hydrological cycle scientifically, but they lived inside it, and water could become sacred. Springs, wells, healing waters, holy wells. Religious associations developed around certain water sources. Again, the physical and spiritual worlds overlap. Water is necessary for life. Therefore, it becomes symbolically powerful. A well is not just a hole containing water. It can become a community gathering place, a source of survival, a religious site, a landmark, a boundary, a story. The underground, therefore, produces symbols naturally. The well suggests depth. The grave suggests death. The mine suggests wealth. The cellar suggests survival. The crypt suggests memory. The tunnel suggests secrecy. The cave suggests isolation. These meanings are not universal in exactly the same form, but they recur because the physical experiences themselves are powerful. Now imagine descending into a crypt beneath a medieval church. The candles are burning. The air is cool. You see tombs, perhaps inscriptions, perhaps carved figures. The dead are physically present. Above, the congregation prays. Bells ring. People move. Below, silence. The vertical structure creates a relationship between generations. The living worship above. The dead remain below. The building becomes a bridge between time. A medieval church could therefore function as both present and memory. The people inside are living. The tombs remind them of those who came before. The building itself may have been built over older structures. Stone from earlier buildings may have been reused. Burials may have occurred in different phases. The site accumulates history, layer upon layer. The underground becomes a physical record of the past. And perhaps this is why medieval churches often feel older than they actually are. The building is one structure, but beneath it may be earlier foundations, older graves, earlier walls, earlier settlements. The site becomes a palimpsest. One generation builds, another modifies, another repairs, another buries, another forgets. The underground keeps the earlier layers. Archaeologists often discover this when excavating. A wall beneath a wall, a floor beneath a floor, a grave beneath a later grave, a forgotten foundation, pit, a drain, a storage chamber. The modern landscape may appear simple, but the ground beneath it can contain centuries of occupation. History is stacked vertically. Imagine standing on a medieval street. You see houses, shops, people, animals, mud, perhaps a church. Now imagine removing the modern surface, then the medieval street, then an earlier layer, then another. Suddenly the city becomes a geological history of human activity. Roads rise. Buildings collapse. New roads are built. People dump material. Floors accumulate. The city literally grows upward, and beneath it are earlier lives. This is why old cities can be archaeologically extraordinary. The ground itself becomes a record, but the record is messy. People throw things away. Buildings collapse. Floods move soil. Animals disturb layers. Later construction cuts through earlier deposits. Human beings constantly alter the earth. The underground is not a perfect archive. It is a damaged archive. But even damaged archives can tell remarkable stories. Consider one broken ceramic vessel. Maybe it was used in a kitchen. Perhaps it broke accidentally. Someone threw it away. A layer of soil covered it. Another building was constructed. Centuries passed. An archaeologist finds the fragment. Tells us something about technology. trade, food preparation, daily life. The object is ordinary, but ordinary objects are often the best evidence for ordinary people. The same applies to tools: a broken knife, a spindle whorl, a nail, a buckle, a spoon, piece of leather, a shoe fragment. These objects belong to people. People held them, used them, lost them, dropped them, discarded them, then forgot them. The underground becomes a museum nobody intentionally created. But perhaps the most powerful objects are those associated with children. Toy, a small shoe, a bead, a simple figurine. These objects can make the past feel suddenly close. A child once held this. A child once played with this. A child once walked across this floor. And now the child is gone. The object remains. This is one of archaeology's quietest forms of emotional impact. The underground, therefore, contains both evidence and absence. We find objects, but we do not find the people who used them in the same way. We find graves, but not the full stories of the individuals. We find houses, but not every conversation. We find storage rooms, but not every meal. The underground gives us fragments. The historian must reconstruct the whole, and reconstruction requires humility. We must admit what we know, and what we do not. This is especially important when discussing underground living. Not everyone lived underground. Most medieval people lived primarily above ground. Underground spaces were usually specialized: cellars, storage, mines, crypts, tunnels, caves, semi-subterranean buildings in certain regions. The idea that medieval Europeans generally lived like underground cave dwellers is simply wrong. The truth is more interesting. They used underground architecture strategically, when it made sense, when the environment demanded it, when resources justified it, when tradition supported it. Climate mattered. So did geography. A rocky landscape offered different possibilities from a flat floodplain. A dry region offered different underground architecture from a wet one. A wealthy town could build differently from a poor village. A fortress required different spaces from a farmhouse. There was no single medieval underground experience. There were thousands. In some places, partially sunken homes could provide insulation. In others, underground spaces were primarily for storage. In some regions, caves were used extensively. Elsewhere, caves were rare. In mining districts, underground labor dominated economic life. In major religious centers, crypts became architectural features. The environment shaped the architecture, and architecture shaped daily life. This is perhaps one of the most important lessons of history. People do not simply live in time. They live in environments: climate, geology, water, soil, animals, plants. These things influence what human beings can do. A medieval farmer could not simply decide to grow a crop unsuited to the climate. A miner could not choose where the ore was. A castle builder could not ignore the water table. A household could not store food without considering moisture. The earth imposes limits. Human creativity operates inside those limits. And sometimes people push those limits. They dig deeper, build higher, drain wetlands, redirect rivers, mine mountains, construct tunnels, build foundations, create canals. They transform the landscape. The medieval world was not untouched nature. People reshaped it constantly. The underground is evidence of that transformation. Imagine a mountain before mining, forest, rock, animals, water. Then people arrive. They find or they dig. A small opening becomes a tunnel. The tunnel becomes a network. Waste rock accumulates. A settlement grows. Roads appear. Trees are cut. The landscape changes. What began as a hole becomes an industry. Generations later, the mountain itself carries scars of human labor. And those scars can survive. A mining landscape can preserve shafts, spoil heaps, processing areas, roads, settlements, water systems, tools. The underground becomes part of the archaeological landscape. It is no longer invisible. It is evidence. There is something almost poetic about this. The medieval person enters the earth to extract something. Centuries later, the archaeologist enters the same earth to extract information. One searches for metal. The other searches for memory. Both descend. Both carry light. Both examine walls. Both hope to discover something. The purposes are different. The gesture is strangely similar. The miner says, "There is something here." The archaeologist says, "There was someone here." Both are listening to the earth. And now, as we approach the final stages of our journey, the underground begins to feel less like a place and more like a metaphor. A metaphor for forgotten history, for ordinary people, for the things beneath visible civilization. Kings are above ground. Peasants are below the official story. Battles are above ground. Labor is beneath them. Cathedrals rise into the sky. Their foundations disappear into soil. Historical records preserve famous names. The earth preserves everyone else. The medieval underground reminds us that history has layers. The surface layer is dramatic. Kings, wars, castles, crusades, plagues, rebellions. But beneath that is another history. Cooking, storage, mining, birth, death, repair, cleaning, work, sleep, fear, hope, the ordinary life of people who rarely appear in written records. And perhaps that history is the one we have been searching for all along. So tonight, when you imagine medieval life, do not imagine only knights riding beneath banners. Imagine the cellar. Imagine the person checking the grain. Imagine the miner carrying ore. Imagine the monk descending the stairs. Imagine the child holding the lamp. Imagine the gravedigger filling the earth. Imagine the family hiding during the raid. Imagine the mason digging foundations. Imagine the worker repairing a drainage channel. Imagine all those people moving through the darkness, quietly, practically, without expecting anyone centuries later to remember their names. The lamp is almost gone now. The underground room is dark. You can hear water. Somewhere far away, perhaps a footstep. Then nothing. The surface continues without you. The stars move. The moon rises. The village sleeps. And beneath it, the old rooms remain. They do not speak. They do not complain. They simply wait. For another generation, another question, another pair of hands to uncover them, another curious person to descend. And perhaps that is the strange comfort of the underground. It reminds us that disappearance is not always complete. People vanish. Buildings collapse. Names fade. But traces remain. A stone. A coin. A wall. A footprint. A piece of pottery. A layer of ash. A grave. Tunnel. Something remains. Not enough to tell the whole story, but enough to begin. The Middle Ages are often imagined as distant, 1,000 years away, almost another planet. But then you touch a stone wall built by medieval hands. You see the worn step of a staircase. You find the remains of a cooking pot. You stand beside a well, and suddenly the distance becomes smaller. Someone stood here. Someone climbed these stairs. Someone carried that bucket. Someone lit that lamp. Someone closed that door. Someone went down into the darkness. And someone eventually came back up. The underground does not make the Middle Ages feel glamorous. It makes them feel human, cold, tired, hungry, practical, afraid, resourceful, and sometimes strangely peaceful, because after all the castles and battles and kings, much of history ends up in the same place. A quiet room, a fading lamp, a person trying to get through another night. And tomorrow morning, if fortune allows, they will climb the stairs, open the door, see the sunlight, and begin again. The darkness below will remain, patiently, quietly, waiting beneath their feet, as it waits beneath ours. When the earth took people back, there is a moment in every medieval life when the ground stops being a place beneath your feet and becomes something else. A boundary, a destination, a final room. The medieval person knew the earth in many forms. They farmed it. They walked across it. They built upon it. They dug into it. They took stone from it. They extracted metal from it. They buried food in it. They buried possessions in it. And eventually they buried their dead in it. The same earth that provided shelter also received the bodies of those who no longer needed shelter. And perhaps no part of medieval underground life was more universal than this. Death eventually brought everyone below. Kings, peasants, merchants, miners, soldiers, children, priests, everyone. Above ground, medieval society was intensely hierarchical. A king stood above a noble. A noble stood above a peasant. A wealthy merchant possessed things that a poor laborer could never afford. Clothing revealed status. Houses revealed status. Food revealed status. Even burial could reveal status. The wealthy might have elaborate tombs. Important people could be buried within churches or near sacred spaces. Others were buried in communal cemeteries. Some received simple graves. Some received almost no lasting marker. But eventually, beneath the surface, the distinctions became quieter. The body returned to the earth. The grave did not care who had once owned a castle. This is one reason medieval burial culture was so powerful. People thought deeply about death. Not because they were uniquely obsessed with it. Every society thinks about death. But medieval Christianity gave death a particularly strong place within daily life. Churches stood beside cemeteries. Graves were visible. Funerals were public. Bells announced death. Prayers were offered for the dead. Memorials preserved names. Death was not hidden away in a distant cemetery beyond the city. It was part of the landscape. You walked among it. You worshipped beside it. You lived with it. Imagine walking through a medieval town. You pass a church. The bells are ringing. People enter. Outside, graves lie close to the building. Some are marked. Some are not. Grass grows. Children pass through. Adults talk. A priest walks across the churchyard. Life and death occupy the same space. There is no sharp boundary. The living walk above the dead. The dead remain beneath the living. This physical closeness shaped memory. Person could visit a grave, pray for a relative, remember a parent, remember a child, remember a spouse. The earth became part of family memory. A grave was not just a disposal site. It was a location, place, point in the landscape. But burial was not always permanent in the modern sense. Cemeteries could become crowded. Bodies decomposed. Graves could be reused. Bones could be moved. Ossuaries could collect remains. This could seem shocking to modern people. But medieval communities had different relationships with burial space. The cemetery was not necessarily expected to remain untouched forever. The dead remained part of the community even as their physical remains changed. Imagine an old church crypt. The walls are lined with bones. Skulls. Long bones. Fragments. Perhaps arranged carefully. Perhaps stored in niches. The space may seem eerie to modern eyes, but to medieval people it could have carried religious meaning. The body is temporary. The soul continues. The bones are reminders. Memento mori. Remember that you will die. The underground becomes a teacher. And this is where the emotional experience of underground space becomes complicated. Darkness can frighten, but darkness can also produce reflection. Stone can feel cold, but stone can also feel permanent. The earth can feel threatening, but it can also feel secure. The grave is terrifying because it represents death. It can also be comforting because it represents rest. The medieval imagination held both ideas simultaneously. Now return to the living, the people who worked underground, the miners. Their relationship with death was different. For them, the danger was not symbolic. It was immediate. A mine could collapse. Water could flood a tunnel. Air could become dangerous. Tools could fail. A worker could become trapped. The earth could shift. And when it did, the consequences were sudden. Mining was therefore an occupation that demanded courage. But courage is not the same as fearlessness. A miner could be afraid every day. He simply had to work anyway. This is a useful distinction. People who perform dangerous work are not necessarily fearless. They may understand the danger very well. They have simply learned how to function despite it. Imagine entering a mine early in the morning. The entrance is dark. You carry a lamp. Your tools are heavy. You descend. The temperature changes. The air feels different. The sound of your footsteps echoes. You begin working. Strike. Pause. Strike. Pause. The rhythm continues. For hours. The work is physical. The body becomes exhausted. But the mine has to produce, or must be extracted. The household above depends on wages. The mine owner depends on production. The economy depends on metal. Everyone is connected. The medieval economy relied heavily on metals. Iron for tools and weapons. Copper for various uses. Lead. Silver. Gold in certain regions. Salt, while not a metal, was another crucial underground resource in some places. Mining was therefore connected to power. A ruler who controlled mineral resources could gain wealth. A community could grow around a mine. Trade routes could develop. Wars could be fought over resources. The underground could influence politics above. A piece of silver extracted from the earth could become a coin. The coin could pay a soldier. The soldier could serve a king. The king could finance a war. The war could destroy a village. The villagers could hide their remaining coins underground. Centuries later, an archaeologist could discover them. And suddenly the entire cycle becomes visible. Earth, metal, money, power, war, fear, burial, discovery. History is circular in strange ways. Mining communities also created environmental change. Forests were cut for fuel and timber. Water systems were altered. Waste material accumulated. Roads were built. Settlements expanded. The landscape around mines could become heavily modified. The underground was not isolated from nature. Mining transformed the surface. The hole beneath the mountain could reshape the world above it. Fuel was particularly important. Metalworking requires heat. Charcoal was crucial for many forms of medieval metallurgy. Making charcoal required wood. Large-scale production could therefore put pressure on forests. This is one of the hidden connections between underground resources and landscapes. You dig for metal below, but to process the metal you may cut trees above. The underground economy reaches into the forest. The medieval world was therefore already dealing with environmental problems. Not in modern industrial proportions everywhere, but certainly with local pressures, deforestation, soil erosion, water contamination, resource depletion, mining damage, flooding. These problems varied enormously by region, but the basic relationship was clear. Human beings take resources from the earth. The earth responds, and sometimes the response is immediate. A mine collapses, a river changes course, a foundation shifts, a cellar floods, a hillside slips. The medieval builder lived with uncertainty. There were no modern structural calculations. There was practical experience, measurements, traditions, rules. But no absolute certainty. Stone can surprise you. Water can surprise you. Soil can surprise you. The earth has never been particularly interested in human plans. This is especially obvious in underground construction. When you build upward, gravity is pulling down. You can see the structure. You can inspect the walls. When you dig downward, you are disturbing the ground that normally supports itself. Remove too much material and the structure can fail. That is why support systems matter. Timber props, stone arches, masonry. Different techniques developed in different environments. The goal was simple: keep the roof from falling. An excellent goal. A very reasonable goal. And yet, sometimes it did not work. Imagine hearing a crack underground. Not loud. Just a small sound. You stop. Everyone stops. The sound disappears. You look upward. Nothing. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was the wood settling. Maybe it was the rock. Maybe the tunnel is becoming unstable. There is no modern monitoring system. No alarm. No engineer arriving with instruments. You rely on experience. And sometimes experience says, leave. The ability to recognize danger was itself a form of expertise. Miners listened. They watched. They noticed changes in water. They noticed changes in airflow. They watched timber. They learned which sounds were normal. This is an ancient form of environmental monitoring. Not scientific in the modern institutional sense, but empirical. Observe. Remember. Compare. The same was true in household cellars. Person notices dampness. The wall feels different. The smell changes. Water appears. Food spoils. The household responds. These small observations accumulate into survival knowledge. The medieval world was full of people who understood their environments intimately. We sometimes mistake lack of modern technology for lack of knowledge. That is a serious error. Technology and knowledge are not the same thing. A medieval farmer might know his soil better than a modern visitor. A shepherd might know the behavior of animals. A miner might understand rock. Carpenter might know timber. A mason might know stone. A midwife might know childbirth. A brewer might understand fermentation. A healer might know plants. A cellar keeper might understand storage. The medieval world was full of specialized knowledge. It simply existed mostly in people rather than machines. And much of that knowledge was passed orally. You watch. You imitate. You make mistakes. Someone corrects you. You practice. Eventually, you become the person correcting someone else. This is how civilizations reproduce practical knowledge. Not through textbooks alone. Through apprenticeship. Through family. Through community. Through repetition. Now imagine a medieval child entering a cellar for the first time. An older relative explains what can be touched. Which barrel is dangerous. Where the lamp is stored. Which corner should remain dry. Where the stairs are slippery. Where the mice enter. The child learns. Years later, the child becomes an adult. They teach another child. The cellar becomes part of family memory. This is how architecture becomes cultural knowledge. But sometimes the chain breaks. War. Famine. Disease. Migration. A settlement is abandoned. The knowledge disappears. The cellar remains. The mine remains. The tunnel remains. The next generation may not know how the system worked. This is one reason abandoned underground spaces can be dangerous. They preserve structure without preserving instructions. A person entering centuries later may not understand what they are seeing. Archaeologists face this problem constantly. A room exists. What was it for? A tunnel exists. Where did it lead? A pit exists. Was it a well? A storage pit? A latrine? A foundation? Interpretation requires evidence. The underground does not come with labels. There is no medieval sign saying, "Welcome to the food storage room. Please mind the turnip." Researchers have to reconstruct function from context. This is one reason archaeology is so fascinating. A small difference can change the interpretation. The shape of a room, the depth, the presence of pottery, drainage, burn marks, animal bones, pollen, seeds, metal fragments. The evidence accumulates. One clue alone may mean little. Together, they tell a story. Seeds can be particularly revealing. A medieval storage area might preserve botanical remains. Wheat, barley, peas, beans, fruits, other plants. These tiny fragments can reveal diet, trade, agriculture, seasonality, storage, even social status. The underground becomes a biological archive. Animal bones tell another story. Which animals were eaten? Which parts? How were they butchered? Were animals kept nearby? Was meat consumed regularly? The bones can reveal patterns. A wealthy household may have different remains from a poor one. A monastery may have different dietary rules. A military settlement may have different supplies. Again, the underground quietly records social differences. Then there is pollen, dust, charcoal, microscopic remains. These can reveal environmental changes. A landscape once covered in forest may show evidence of clearing. A farming settlement may reveal crop patterns. A fire may leave a layer. A flood may leave sediment. The earth remembers environmental change in ways written documents never could. This brings us back to the brutal truth. Living underground was never simply about darkness. It was about dependence. People depended on the earth, and the earth imposed conditions: temperature, moisture, stability, resources, disease, space, death. The underground was both provider and threat. Perhaps this explains why humans have always had complicated feelings about caves. A cave is shelter. A cave is darkness. A cave protects from weather. A cave can trap you. A cave can hide you. A cave can contain water. A cave can collapse. A cave can be sacred. A cave can be frightening. The contradiction is ancient. Now imagine standing at the entrance of a cave in the Middle Ages. Behind you, the landscape stretches outward. Fields, trees, roads. The sky is bright. Ahead, darkness. You hold a lamp. The flame flickers in the wind. You step inside. The outside world disappears. Your footsteps echo. The temperature drops. You continue. There is something almost primal about the experience. You are entering a space that feels older than human history, and it is. The rock was here before the village, before the castle, before the church, before the road, before the names of the kings. That must have been psychologically powerful. Medieval people lived in landscapes where natural formations could seem timeless. A mountain, a cave, a river, a forest. The human world looked temporary beside them. A castle might be impressive, but the mountain remains. A king might rule for decades. The river continues. A village may disappear. The cave remains. The earth gives perspective. And perhaps this is one reason medieval religious thought often emphasized human mortality. Humans are temporary. The world is larger. God is eternal. The grave awaits. The physical body returns to dust. The imagery is everywhere. Dust, earth, stone, darkness, light, resurrection. The underground therefore sits at the center of the medieval imagination. It is the place from which life emerges, and the place to which bodies return. A seed goes into soil, a crop grows, person eats the crop, person dies. The body returns to soil, the soil produces another crop. The cycle continues. Medieval people understood this physically even when they interpreted it spiritually. Life emerges from the earth. Life returns to the earth. The underground is part of the cycle. And now, perhaps, we can understand why underground living should not be described simply as brutal. Yes, could be brutal, cold, damp, dark, dangerous. But it could also be intelligent, adapted, practical, efficient. The medieval household did not simply suffer through its environment. It learned to use it. The cellar preserved food. The mine created wealth. The crypt preserved memory. The well provided water. The tunnel provided movement. The foundation supported architecture. The grave preserved the dead. The earth was not merely an enemy. It was a tool. The real brutality came from the limits. If the harvest failed, the cellar could not create grain. If the mine collapsed, skill could not always save everyone. If the well dried, engineering could only do so much. If war arrived, a hiding place could become a trap. If disease entered, the underground could not provide modern medicine. The earth could help, but it could never guarantee survival. And perhaps that is the central difference between medieval life and our own. We have become very good at creating layers between ourselves and natural uncertainty. Walls, pipes, electricity, medicine, transportation, communication, insurance, emergency services. Modern technology creates buffers. Medieval people had fewer buffers. When something went wrong, it often reached the household directly. A flood entered the cellar. A failed harvest emptied the store. A disease entered the house. A fire destroyed the roof. A mine collapse killed workers. The distance between nature and human life was small. This does not mean modern people are safe from nature. We are not. We simply experience it differently. Our underground spaces may contain parking garages, subway systems, basements, utility networks, data centers. Modern cities still depend on what lies beneath. We have not escaped the underground. We have simply filled it with different things. And if you could somehow stand beneath a modern city and look upward, you might discover something strangely familiar. People walking above, cars moving, lights shining, buildings vibrating, water flowing, electricity traveling, and beneath them hidden infrastructure, pipes, tunnels, foundations, subways, cables, machines. The surface still depends on what is below. The technology has changed. The principle has not. The medieval cellar and the modern basement belong to the same ancient human instinct. Make use of the space beneath you. Store something. Protect something. Hide something. Build something. Remember something. And eventually bury something. The night is almost over now. The imaginary medieval village has become quiet. The mine is empty. The castle cellar is still. The crypt holds its silence. The old tunnel stretches into darkness. The graves lie beneath the grass. Above them, dawn approaches. Pale line appears on the horizon. First light. Then birds. Then smoke rising from chimneys. The village begins to wake. Someone opens a door. Someone carries water. Someone checks the animals. Someone lights a fire. Someone descends into the cellar. The darkness receives them. And for a moment, before the sun fully rises, the person stands there quietly, looking at the stored grain, listening to the house above, feeling the cool air, perhaps thinking about nothing at all, perhaps thinking about everything. Then they pick up a basket and begin the day's work. That is how history continues. Not with trumpets, not always with battles, mostly with baskets, buckets, tools, doors, stairs, meals, and people doing what needs to be done. The earth beneath them remains, patient, silent, older than their houses, older than their kingdoms, older than their languages, and long after they are gone, it will still be there, waiting, holding their footsteps, holding their foundations, holding their bones, holding the broken pieces of their lives, until one day, someone comes along and brushes away the soil, and finds them again, the world they left below. By the later Middle Ages, the world beneath people's feet had become crowded with history. Not crowded with people. Not always. Crowded with traces. Old cellars beneath newer houses. Forgotten wells. Abandoned mines. Buried roads. Crypts beneath churches. Foundations beneath foundations. Storage pits filled with soil. Tunnels whose original purposes had been forgotten. The medieval world was slowly building itself on top of itself. One generation rarely erased the previous one completely. Instead, it covered it, changed it, reused it, built over it. And the earth became the place where the past accumulated. A medieval town was rarely a clean architectural slate. A new house might stand on an older foundation. An old wall might become part of a newer building. Stone from a ruined structure might be reused elsewhere. A cellar might survive even after the house above it was rebuilt. A road could rise because generations of people added material. The result was a layered landscape. The living walked across history without necessarily knowing it was there. Imagine standing in a European town toward the end of the Middle Ages. The street is busy. Merchants call to customers. Animals move through the crowd. Carts rattle over uneven surfaces. A blacksmith works somewhere nearby. Smoke rises from chimneys. Church bells mark the hours. Children run through the street. And beneath the noise, another town exists. Older. Darker. Quieter. Its walls are buried. Its floors are covered. Its doors are sealed. Its people are gone. But pieces remain. The cellar beneath a merchant's house might contain a wall that belonged to a completely different building. The owner may not know. Perhaps the old stone is simply useful. Stone is expensive to quarry and transport. If an existing wall can be reused, why not? Medieval builders were practical. They reused materials constantly. A ruined building was not merely a ruin. It was a supply of stone, wood, metal, roof tiles, bricks, whatever remained useful. This habit of reuse is one reason archaeological sites can be confusing. A building may contain materials from several periods. A wall can have medieval stone inside a later structure. A foundation can be older than the room above it. A piece of Roman material can appear in a medieval building. The past is mixed together. Human beings rarely preserve history neatly. They build with whatever is available. And this means the underground can outlive political systems. A kingdom collapses. The cellar remains. A lord dies. The foundation remains. A monastery is abandoned. The crypt remains. A mine closes. The tunnel remains. A village moves. The well remains. The earth is stubborn. It does not care that the political map has changed. This is especially visible when settlements are abandoned. Why would a medieval settlement disappear? War, famine, disease, economic change, flooding, changing trade routes, resource exhaustion, political decisions. Sometimes people simply move. The reasons can be complicated. But once a settlement loses its population, the landscape begins to change. Roofs collapse, walls fall, plants grow, animals enter, soil accumulates. Eventually, the settlement becomes part of the landscape. Imagine returning to the abandoned village after 50 years. The roof has disappeared. The wooden beams have rotted. The walls stand partially collapsed. Grass grows through the doorway. Trees begin to take root. The cellar is still there. Perhaps the entrance is partly blocked. Inside, the temperature remains cool. The room is empty. The barrels are gone. The grain is gone. The people are gone. Only the architecture remains. After another century, the village becomes harder to recognize. A mound, a depression, a line of stones, perhaps a church ruin. The road disappears. The field boundaries change. Trees cover the area. To a modern person walking through the landscape, there may be nothing obvious. But beneath the soil is a settlement, a whole community. People once lived here. They cooked. They argued. They married. They raised children. They worked. They died. And now the forest grows above them. This is one of the most humbling aspects of archaeology. A place that feels natural may not be natural at all. A field may cover a village. A forest may cover farmland. A grassy mound may conceal a building. A modern street may follow a medieval road. A parking lot may sit above older foundations. The landscape is full of hidden human history. The underground is therefore not just about people choosing to go below. It is also about the world gradually bringing the surface down. Buildings collapse. Soil accumulates. Floods deposit sediment. People throw away rubbish. Walls are demolished. New construction covers old. The distinction between above and below changes with time. What was once ground level becomes underground. A medieval street can become buried. A medieval floor can become several meters below the modern surface. The city rises. The past sinks. This process can be surprisingly rapid in some circumstances. A fire destroys a building. People clear the debris. New material is added. A new structure is built. A new floor is created. Then another generation does something similar. Over centuries, ground levels change. The archaeological layers become thicker. The medieval world disappears beneath later worlds. This is why excavating an old city can feel like descending through time. You remove modern material, then later historical layers, then earlier ones. Eventually, medieval material appears, then perhaps earlier material. The physical act of digging becomes chronological. Downward can mean backward, not always, but often enough to create the feeling. The deeper you go, the older the world becomes. This relationship between depth and time is deeply intuitive. We imagine the past beneath us, the future above, the dead below, the living above. Medieval people themselves used similar symbolic ideas. The grave lies below, heaven lies above. The physical world became a map of spiritual thought. But the end of the Middle Ages did not suddenly make underground life disappear. There was no morning when someone woke up and announced, "Good news, everyone. The Middle Ages are over. Please stop using cellars." History does not work like that. Change is gradual. Architectural techniques evolve. Cities grow. Trade expands. Technology changes. Population shifts. But old practices continue. Cellars remain useful. Mines continue. Crypts remain. Wells remain. Underground storage remains. The world slowly transforms. The transition into the early modern period brought new technologies and changing urban environments. But many basic problems remained. Food still needed storage. Water still needed management. Buildings still needed foundations. People still needed shelter. Mining still mattered. Death still required burial. The underground remained useful because the fundamental problems of human life did not disappear. What changed was scale. Some cities became larger. Trade networks expanded. Mining operations could become more organized. Urban infrastructure developed. Architectural knowledge became more sophisticated. The relationship between surface and underground became increasingly complex. The medieval foundations did not vanish. They became part of a longer history, and perhaps this is why the phrase living underground can be misleading. The medieval world was not one giant subterranean civilization. People mostly lived above ground. They lived in houses. They worked in fields. They walked streets. They worshipped in churches. They traded in markets. They slept beneath roofs. But underground spaces were woven into nearly every part of life. Like roots beneath a tree. You do not see them, but the tree depends on them. The cellar supports the household. The well supports the settlement. The mine supports the economy. The crypt supports memory. The foundation supports the building. The grave supports remembrance. The tunnel supports defense. The underground is everywhere precisely because it is usually invisible. And there is another kind of underground space we should remember. The humble pit. Not every subterranean structure was impressive. Some were simply holes, storage pits, waste pits, post holes, drainage channels, small excavations. The archaeology of ordinary people often survives in these unglamorous forms. There may be no castle, no cathedral, no grand tomb, just a pit. But that pit can reveal how someone lived. A storage pit might contain seeds. A rubbish pit might contain animal bones. A cooking area might contain charcoal. A workshop might contain metal fragments. A latrine might contain parasite evidence. These are not glamorous discoveries, but they can reveal astonishing details. What people ate, what they grew, what they threw away, what animals they kept, what diseases they experienced, what technologies they used. In this sense, medieval rubbish is historical treasure. One person's garbage can become another person's evidence. The medieval person did not intend to leave an archaeological record. They simply threw something away, and that is precisely why it can be so valuable. Because ordinary behavior leaves traces. Imagine a medieval household throwing away a broken bowl. No ceremony. No thought. It is useless. Into the rubbish pit. Years pass. The household disappears. The building collapses. Soil covers the pit. Centuries pass. An archaeologist finds the fragment. The broken bowl now becomes important. Not because it was important to the original owner, because it was ordinary. This is one of the great paradoxes of history. The things people considered unimportant can become the most important evidence we have. Kings commission monuments, but monuments tell us what rulers wanted remembered. Rubbish tells us what people actually used. The underground contains both, the grand and the ordinary. And this brings us to another uncomfortable reality. Much of medieval life will never be recovered. Organic materials decay. Wood disappears. Cloth disappears. Food disappears. Human thoughts disappear. Conversations disappear. Songs disappear unless written down. The underground preserves some things better than others. Stone survives. Ceramic survives. Metal survives. Bone can survive under certain conditions. But memory is fragile. Think about a medieval woman singing while working. Perhaps she knows a song her mother taught her. Her mother learned it from someone else. She sings it while grinding grain. Her daughter hears it. But nobody writes it down. Eventually, the song disappears. The underground cannot preserve sound. It can preserve the grinding stone, but not the song. That is the tragedy of history. We find the object, not always the human experience surrounding it. This is why storytelling matters. Archaeology gives us fragments. Documents give us fragments. Architecture gives us fragments. The historian tries to connect them, not inventing what cannot be known, but imagining carefully. What did this room feel like? How cold was it? What sounds were present? What labor was required? Who used it? What did they fear? What did they hope? We cannot know everything, but we can ask better questions. The underground encourages those questions because it removes the spectacle. A castle tower tells you about power. A cellar tells you about survival. A palace tells you about wealth. A storage pit tells you about food. A grave tells you about mortality. A mine tells you about labor. The hidden spaces often bring us closer to ordinary life. And perhaps ordinary life is the real subject of this entire journey. Because most medieval people were not kings. They were not knights. They were not famous monks. They were not conquerors. They were farmers, craft workers, mothers, fathers, children, servants, merchants, miners, builders, fishermen, porters, shopkeepers, people who woke up and had work to do, people who worried about food, people who wanted their children to survive, people who wanted a warm place to sleep, people who wanted tomorrow to be slightly better than today. Their underground spaces reflect these concerns. Store enough food. Keep it dry. Protect the house. Find water. Keep the foundation stable. Hide valuables. Survive the winter. Survive the raid. Remember the dead. The underground was practical because life was practical. And perhaps this is where we should correct one more common misconception. Medieval people were not constantly miserable. They laughed. They celebrated. They married. They danced. They drank. They told stories. They played games. They enjoyed festivals. They loved their children. They made jokes. They experienced beauty. A dark cellar does not mean a dark life. People can experience joy in difficult environments. In fact, humans are remarkably good at it. A family could descend into a cellar to fetch wine and end up talking for an hour. A child could turn a storage room into a hiding place during a game. Workers could joke while repairing tools. Miners could sing. People could tell stories while sitting beside the fire. The underground was not always a place of fear. Sometimes it was simply part of home. And this matters because the word brutal can distort history if we are not careful. The medieval world was difficult, but people were not simply victims. They were problem solvers. They adapted. They invented. They learned. They built. They reused. They organized. They created systems. The underground was one of their tools. Still, there were limits. A cellar could not stop a famine. A tunnel could not guarantee escape. A mine could collapse. A crypt could flood. A well could become contaminated. A grave could be disturbed. The earth could protect. The earth could destroy. And people knew this. Perhaps better than we do. Modern society often treats infrastructure as invisible until it fails. We expect water. We expect electricity. We expect roads. We expect waste removal. We expect buildings to stand. The medieval person also depended on infrastructure, but they lived closer to its maintenance. They saw the well. They saw the drainage ditch. They saw the cellar. They saw the mine. They saw the foundations. They understood that systems required labor. When a modern tap works, we rarely think about the reservoir. When a medieval person drew water from a well, the well was physically present. When modern food sits in a refrigerator, we rarely think about temperature control. When a medieval family entered a cellar, the temperature difference was obvious. When modern sewage disappears, it is out of sight. When medieval waste accumulated, it was nearby. The underground made infrastructure visible. Perhaps that is one reason we should be grateful for boring modern systems. A sewer is not romantic. A water treatment plant is not glamorous. A foundation drain is not cinematic. But they are miracles of civilization. The medieval cellar reminds us what happens when these systems are absent or limited. And yet, modern systems have created their own underground worlds. We have tunnels longer than medieval people could imagine, mines deeper, subways beneath cities, utility networks, parking structures, foundations extending into the earth. We still descend. We still build below. We still depend on the ground. The human relationship with the underground has not ended. It has become more technologically complex. Imagine a modern city at night. Millions of lights above, cars moving, buildings glowing, people sleeping. Beneath them, another city exists. Pipes, trains, electrical cables, water systems, foundations, maintenance tunnels, workers, machines. The surface looks magical. The underground makes the magic possible. A medieval city worked on the same basic principle. The technology was different. The hidden labor was not. And perhaps that is the final bridge between their world and ours. The medieval person descended into darkness because they needed something. So do we. They needed water. We need water. They needed storage. We need storage. They needed shelter. We need shelter. They needed resources. We need resources. They needed places for the dead. We still need places for the dead. The earth remains beneath us, patiently accepting whatever civilization builds above it. Eventually, even the largest medieval cities changed beyond recognition. Walls expanded. Walls fell. Streets moved. Buildings were rebuilt. Old houses disappeared. New institutions emerged. Languages changed. Political systems changed. Technology changed. And beneath all those changes, the older layers remained. A cellar beneath a later building. A medieval foundation beneath a modern street. A forgotten well beneath a courtyard. A burial ground beneath a church. A mine beneath a field. History did not vanish. It went underground. Perhaps this is why the title of our journey is slightly misleading. The brutal truth about living underground is not simply that the conditions were harsh. The deeper truth is that medieval people lived with uncertainty. They could not eliminate it. They learned to manage it. And the underground was one of their greatest tools for doing so. It gave them coolness, storage, protection, privacy, resources, sacred space. But it also gave them dampness, darkness, danger, isolation, collapse. The earth offered both sides. This is what makes the underground so fascinating. It is neither good nor bad. It is simply there. Humans decide how to use it. A cellar can hold bread. A mine can hold danger. A crypt can hold memory. A grave can hold the dead. A tunnel can hold escape. A dungeon can hold suffering. A foundation can hold an entire city. One material, countless meanings. And now imagine the final medieval evening. Not a famous evening. Not the night before a great battle. Not the night a king dies. Just an ordinary evening. A family returns home. The weather is cold. The road is muddy. The animals are tired. The fire is lit. Food is prepared. Someone goes downstairs. The cellar is cool. A basket of vegetables is carried upstairs. The door closes. Dinner is eaten. Someone tells a story. Someone laughs. A child falls asleep. The fire burns lower. The family goes to bed. Outside, the stars move across the sky. Below, the earth remains still. There is something comforting about that scene. Not because life was easy. It wasn't. But because the ordinary continued. The family had survived another day. They had food. They had shelter. They had one another. For tonight, that was enough. Centuries later, archaeologists might uncover the remains of that house. They might find the cellar, perhaps the walls, perhaps a broken pot, perhaps a few seeds, perhaps animal bones, perhaps a nail. Nothing dramatic. No treasure. No royal document. Just evidence of ordinary life. And yet, if you stand there quietly enough, you can almost imagine the people. Not perfectly. Never perfectly. But enough. A hand opening the cellar door. A lamp moving through darkness. Footsteps on stone. A basket being carried. A voice from upstairs. A child laughing. Then silence. The people are gone. The cellar remains. The earth remains. And the story remains because we keep asking, who lived here? What did they eat? Where did they sleep? What frightened them? What made them happy? How did they survive? What did they leave behind? The questions bring them back, not physically, of course, but imaginatively. And perhaps that is one of the most beautiful things history can do. It can make the forgotten visible for a moment. The underground has one final lesson for us. Everything we build is temporary. Even stone. Even castles. Even cities. Even the most impressive monuments eventually become archaeological layers. The earth waits. Slowly. Patiently. Buildings fall. Roads disappear. Names fade. The ground rises. The world changes. And one day, the things we consider permanent will also become buried history. Perhaps someday, someone will stand beneath the remains of our own cities. They will find a foundation, piece of concrete, a broken pipe, a fragment of plastic, a buried cable. They will wonder what we were like. They will ask how we lived, what we feared, what we ate, what we built, what we believed would last forever. And perhaps they will discover that, despite all our technology, we were not so different. We still wanted warmth, food, water, safety, family, sleep, a little certainty, place to call home. The medieval person looked at the ground and saw possibility. Place to plant, place to build, place to dig, a place to store, place to hide, place to bury. We look at the same ground. We may see roads, buildings, cities, infrastructure, but beneath both worlds is the same earth, ancient, quiet, indifferent, patient. And now the story is almost finished. The lamp is fading. The underground room is empty. The old cellar contains only dust. The mine has been silent for centuries. The crypt is still. The tunnel leads nowhere. The graves rest beneath the grass. Above them, the modern world moves quickly. Cars pass. Phones glow. Buildings hum. People rush. But beneath all that movement, the earth remains. Slow down for a moment. Imagine the ground beneath your own room, not as something frightening, simply as earth. Layers of soil, stone, water, old roots, perhaps ancient traces of people. The world beneath you is older than your house, older than your street, older than the names on your maps, and it will probably remain long after all of those things have changed. The medieval people knew this instinctively. They built on the earth. They dug into it. They stored food within it. They drew water from it. They buried their dead in it. They feared it. They trusted it. They worked beneath it. They prayed above it. And eventually they returned to it. So when you think about the Middle Ages tonight, do not think only of castles beneath bright skies. Think of the quieter world. The world beneath the floor, the cool cellar, the flickering lamp, the sack of grain, the worn staircase, the underground well, the miner's tunnel, the crypt, the hidden passage, the grave. Think of all the ordinary people who moved through these spaces, people whose names were never written, people whose lives were not recorded, people who nevertheless built the world that later generations inherited. They lived. They worked. They worried. They laughed. They loved. They slept. And eventually they disappeared. But the earth remembered. A wall. A floor. A tool. A seed. A bone. A coin. A footprint. Small fragments. Quiet evidence. Enough to tell us someone was here. Someone lived. Someone tried. Someone survived at least for a while. And perhaps that is enough. History does not need every name. It needs attention. The willingness to look at an ordinary stone and wonder whose hands touched it. To see a buried staircase and imagine who climbed it. To find an old cellar and remember that someone once depended on what was stored there. To stand beside a grave and remember that the person beneath it once had a voice. The underground is quiet now. Very quiet. The last candle has gone out. The cellar is completely dark. No footsteps. No voices. No movement. Only the soft pressure of earth around the old walls. Outside, the night continues. The moon crosses the sky. The wind moves through the trees. Somewhere, water passes slowly beneath the ground. And above it all, the world sleeps. Perhaps that is where we should leave our medieval family. Not in battle. Not in famine. Not in fear. But asleep. The house is quiet. The fire has become embers. The children are dreaming. The tools are resting. The food is safely stored. The door is closed. For tonight, nothing needs to be repaired. Nothing needs to be defended. Nothing needs to be harvested. Nothing needs to be fought over. There is only darkness and rest. Because after all the brutal truths, perhaps the greatest truth is also the simplest. People lived. They adapted. They endured. And they slept. They slept beneath wooden roofs, beneath stone roofs, beside fires, above cellars, near mines, near churches, near graves, while the earth quietly held the world together. And when morning comes, they will rise. The door will open. Light will enter. Someone will carry water. Someone will feed the animals. Someone will descend into the cellar. Someone will begin work. The cycle starts again, as it always has, as it still does, day after day, generation after generation. So let the old village fade now. Let the roads disappear. Let the castle walls become shadows. Let the mine fall silent. Let the cellar close. Let the medieval world settle gently into the earth. Not erased, only resting. Layer beneath layer, stone beneath soil, memory beneath memory, history beneath history, and beneath it all, the earth. Quiet, ancient, patient, waiting. Good night.